Twisted Minds, they'll find Decky here. You can see Leviathan in game number 2. They've had to back on up, and while Lays thinks he has a little bit of an angle onto Aiden, he's going to be able to find it. Oh my god! Oh my god!
All right.
I thought he was about to pop a 2-piece. Thankfully, you got IGL Aiden, or Almond. He's going to go ahead and slide on through. That is crazy.
Maybe we'll see why Lays is leading the damn lobby in kills. I mean, you're fighting 2 Twisted Minds players. They're phenomenal individuals you've just shut down. We move over to Control Center. Of course, this war that goes on between 100 Thieves, Movistar Koi, and you're going to get VKA getting involved nice and early. Movistar going to have to back off for a second. You lose one, second's cracked. 100 Thieves are missing one as well for their troubles. VKA back off towards the boat. And I tell you what, these 3 squads are going to continue to contest this all damn day, and that means prime viewing for us. Thieves will get their 3rd back in. Can tell you that Movistar have recovered down below. Blast got caught out last time trying to hit this rotation. Got to be careful about it again. And Biffle, he's lurking. He's trying to find a couple of exit kills.
We've seen the Falcons do this time and time again. They'll sometimes send one of their Slayers up to control just to maybe just get into the mix, cause a little bit of chaos between some of these 2 teams. And we can see for Leviathan, they lose control of that factory side, and they've had to come back to the school, come back to the boat. This is what I was worried about. It's Almond trying to be able to keep his eyes on that boat, making sure that you're not going to be able to regain for free. And I'm seeing Stukex way away over towards that harbor side.
Well, an interesting thing here as well is that you've got Aiden in the skies. He's basically being a UAV for Almond and Smitty in this fight. So Decky thinks he's safe. He's actually being live pinged to hell right now. Does manage to return some fire, but it's all going to be ground loot, and this is not the position you want to be in for very long. So right now as well, with 0 plates in the pocket, just trying to find a bit of utility to really fight back with. But the problem for this Leviathan squad, of course, being on this boat, you can't really push out. You're hoping that your teammate up towards harbor can find something and help you set up some sort of pinch. That's a beautiful shot to at least back down Twisted Minds for a second.
Hey, that's a great way to do it. Ground the sniper in hand. Decky, he hits the shot. Back on over to FaZe, though, towards this bioweapon side. We can see on our side here, folks, guess what? Bioweapons, chemical engineering, industries, all free. So this is just so much space for FaZe Clan right now, and whether they decide to use that as an opportunity, maybe push on forward and then know that they can regain back here, or just loot on up, get all the cash you need, get an advanced UAV, get your self-revives, get everything you want to try and take some of this fight, because you know that some of these areas like prison are getting mixy alongside control, because we can see Shifty, Diaz, Biffle, they've moved on up here towards control as 100 Thieves and Movistar Koi continue to battle it on out, but with Falcons getting on the mix, this could be crazy. You see the flash come on through. Shifty throws a couple of shots with the LC-10, but gonna go ahead and back on up, says, I do not like this. And look who's coming in from behind. It's Blast, but Diaz makes the read. So with that happening, Diaz, Shifty, they realize this is going to be basically a series of 2v2s. Gabe, he's going to fire on back. He's the rookie of the year for a reason. Shifty trying to stay alive. Skullface swings for the cleanup. Can he manage to find one on more? Armor cracked onto Shifty. Slides on forward. And Clamp, he tries to play spoiler. He's come on through. Hasn't been able to do it. Gold Clamp activates for a huge 2-piece. The cleanup crew of Control is here, and their name is Movistar Koi.
We did wonder whether or not these gentlemen could be the X Factor here at Control. They'd struggled so long in the online stages to contest this relatively effectively, but now finding plenty of footing. I will say, however, 9Z continuing to look at this, sorry, VKA continuing to push towards this and decided to just try and find Biffle actually out in the war. I don't know if I like that play necessarily from Vidati, but it leaves your teammates a little bit high and dry. Never mind, they fully abandoned this and decided to play back over towards bottom. Not sure if they recognized that Movistar Koi was still in the area. Anyway, look over towards something else for a second. We've got Prison. This will be CT Gaming up against Rock Esports. Last time, Rock well and truly won this battle. Seems like they're in a little bit of a blender right now as Wars is found by Resolve yet again, and they won't be alone. They have 9Z Global for company.
At least if you are getting thrown into the blender a little bit, at least Vision has 4, so it hasn't been completely terrible. Patsuka gonna go ahead, fly on out, find Elo Lamp. Gamax looking to get a little bit active here at the Industries. They're not going to be the only ones, though, because look who's here. They've moved out of bio. J-Tech is found by Patsuka. That's a little crazy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Guy got caught running down the stairs. I don't even say that slam.
I mean, Patsuka feeling himself over here. J-Tech definitely the kind of player who can win that fight. I'm not letting him away with that one. We take a back look at Prison. This war that going to continue to go on. Actually, get a moment to flick on over to Shifty, who's just about avoiding a thermo. Going to get involved in a bit of a fight. Needs support. Will have it, of course, from Biffle. And Arato's just sniping over the top. He has 3 from this position. You can see why so many teams fight for this top tower. Going to allow you to third party anything that happens. And Soka, he's had to squeeze up as the zone starts compressing. He's lost his 2 teammates though, so he had to stay alive for a moment and slip away into the night. Of course, known as the closer, but one of many things that he understands more than anyone is how this game is and the composure that's required at important moments.
Yeah, and I'm just watching some of this kill feed. We can see Vale and Goodbye 60 Hertz. They're getting active in that kill feed while Alatu just continuing to sit up top here in this lighthouse. We know that the players who hang out here, I know you've all experienced it in your own pubs, you can be absolutely annoying. And well, you're one of the best players in the world who's made it to the Esports World Cup. It just becomes even more annoying to boot. Sniper in hand, going to just be raining down hellfire from above. Let's see if anybody's going to be able to get him on out there. For the Falcons and 100 Thieves, though, looks like we sort of moved this battle away from the tents on over to living quarters as 100T. You had 2 alive. Skullface come on in with that resurgence counter. But already we're starting to see the Falcons start to surround 100 Thieves here. Soka's going to be opening up this fight. Nate goes across. Trophy system will block it. And you're just trying to figure out how do we want to try and take this fight against 100 Thieves.
You do very well to get the third back in if you are the Thieves, but yes, you mentioned it, you are surrounded. So for them, they've got to pick a side, punch out together. You don't want to be split trying to fight the Falcons. They will punish you well and truly for that. Look at the feed very quickly. Twisted Minds continue to haunt Leviathan. But up high as well, got to remind you, if you are both of these teams, that you have that sniper from the tower on Overwatch. You step out for a little too long and you will find that 50 cal well and truly hunting you down.
Yeah, we've seen that time and time again where you're just trying to take a fight against a team that's directly in front of you, and out of nowhere you're taking damage from the other side. So it looks like DS Painful has been able to find himself on that other side. And for Soka and Shifty, they're just kind of playing a little bit of a high-low on this angle. For 100 Thieves, though, they understand, hey, guess what? We don't have to move when the zone closes. We can kind of take our time. Only 2 teams have been eliminated for the time being. You still have plenty of opportunity to get your points on the board if you need. Shifty takes some great shots across the way, but he's going to go ahead and back on up. Let's take a look down at Factory, though, Enigma, because we still have this battle between Twisted Minds and Leviathan. Ultimate, he's going to be able to find Decky, and that's just going to leave 1 player left here from Leviathan. It's going to be Lays. He did it earlier. Can he find another 1v2? Great shots onto Aiden. He's able to find him. Can you back on up? Can you go ahead? Can you reset this fight? No plates in hand. You're just trying to catch a little bit of a time here. But see Smith, he smells blood in the water. He is trying to surge on forward. He wants to be able to bring down Leviathan, get his squad back on in, and you've at least bought enough time for now. You find Lays jumping on down, and that is enough to clean them on up. Took just a little bit too long, though, as 1 more member from Leviathan will come on in thanks to Resurgence.
Yeah, Twisted Minds have done well to answer back after the struggles of map 1 and essentially repay the favor. They have not allowed Leviathan an opportunity to breathe there. Lays does well to stay alive as long as he does, but you're not getting away from Smitty for long. Alato continues to find yet more impact with the sniper up high, spots the Falcons down low, but will take a second to reassess his position as he's on his own and may well be under threat soon. Let's take a quick look in with the FaZe clan up against Rock Esports. This battle for Prison continues on, and there will be a crack come through. JTech getting on the hunt against Vision. Vision fucks himself off. Prodigy, though, going to be there for the trade. Actually gets the kill as well, and then provides Overwatch. Can you lift your teammate? Well, I think you're hoping if you're Wars to try and offset these 2 players stepping over. Well, no, Prodigy. Do you have the timing? The answer is no, but you have a gunny, and Flashbang catches you flush. Will find yourself knocked if you're clumsy. Wars here on the trade out. Wars can't fall, though. His 2 teammates currently needing rezzing.
I mean, this is basically like a 1v1 a little bit. You got that 1 last member of FaZe Clan above. Wars will drop on down. Go ahead, get the stick at least on Division. I think Flank doesn't want to get a little bit too active just yet. Wants to play his life, make sure his teammates get back on in. On the other side, though, for 9C, they're going to go ahead, activate. You're going to find Shifty. That's a huge pickup to be able to have on this side of the map because, well, Enigma, with that kill, they kind of have control of this headquarters side. Nobody's really at Prison. You have the Twisted Minds down at Factory, and it looks like Falcons behind you. So they have a lot of ground, and, well, they're going to have 1 side of this zone. So let's go ahead, though. Let's go and check on in with ROC and see how the comms are feeling.
Maybe one of these cells.
Yeah, maybe one of the cells
É
above
porque
you.
o microfone tá longe, rapaziada. Porque eu tô falando tô longe do microfone.
Yeah.
What's the next one? Top 5?
I don't know. Yeah, probably. Just let everybody fight.
O microfone tá longe, vou deixar mais perto, que precisa ouvir minha voz.
I don't think there's really anything you can do. Is there another cell on your left? Or is that the plan?
Vision last alive. You can hear some of the comms from the team that won map number 1.
É que eu tenho que
Just
ficar com a
trying
perna
to figure out what is
esticada,
the
né, mano?
strategy. I think at this point,
Posso
if you
ficar com a
can't
perna
manage to
embaixo
get the squad
caso
back on in, you just have to play your
Faz a
life
cirurgia.
if you are Vision. That's not going to be the case for Movistar Koi down at the bottom. They want to get active. As we can see, they go ahead. They find Diaz Bitbull. That's Falcons out in 9.
That is indeed them out very, very early. Just struggling to find
Yeah,
ingress
Falcons.
from Stronghold. They found themselves back down by 9Z at points as well. So a couple of these squads reminding the Falcons that that gap has closed from 2024 to 25. Get a quick look at Z-Smith and Almond trying to squeeze up. They find Vision, Rocket's balls fall, and Almond's going to return to fire as well onto phase. Flying clumsy, tucked inside. Smith's going around the corner, flying
Nossa, amassou.
and wipes phase off the damn
Doida.
beautiful work. But 9Z are here to fight this as well. They're just above, considering dropping in. I love the decision for Twisted Minds here. No one's going to expect this. They back off, find a different route, and
Eu acho
maybe
que ele
play up
matou
for the
as embaixo
rooftop
pra Falcon.
to then sit
Falcon
over
é um dos
everyone's
melhores
scramble
times.
below.
Yeah, I think you need to go for the wide wrap here if you are Twisted
no.
Minds, maybe down into control.
vi que
We can
aquele
see
matou.
goodbye 60 Hertz. It's going to be the first one to drive down into this
Vai pegar
tunnel.
todo mundo de
Unfortunately,
costa.
though, CT Gaming, they are just on the other side of this. They are going to try and build a wall. Make sure that you can try and hold it
Esse
on
cara errou
in.
tudo.
You see the trades come on through. Resolve. He's going to try and go ahead and clean it on up, and he's going to be able to. So good trades there, but you lose some players in the process. And for 9Z, they had the high ground. They had the opportunity, but it looks like Movistar Koi, they are going to cut you down on the rotation. We lost Twisted Minds in the process. Blink of an eye, Enigma. We are down to the final 2.
Yeah, it's going to be a 3v3 then between not 9Z, sorry, it's going to be a 3v3 between Movistar and, of course, VKA, the team that shouldn't be here. One's high, one's low, and they're in big trouble.
2v2, let's go ahead. You're pushing on forward. Vidani down below. He's trying to do his best to get the shots on in, but the rest of your teammates is just getting cleaned on up. Kazu, he's good for one. He turns on the Nanods, but look who's there. It's Vidani, and it's Volcom. He's the last alive. The res, it's coming on out, but can you manage to bring them on down? You can't find them. Finally, Kazu gets caught on down. Vidani, it's the last 1v1. Volcom can't do it. VKA, they shouldn't have been here. It's a last-second invite,
jogou
and
muito.
well, they prove everybody wrong that says, listen, we may not have qualified, but we deserve a spot in this lobby.
Yeah, showing that they belong here in map 2. Seen plenty of kills in the feed from them as well. Of course, get all those numbers tallied up and let you know where they stand. They do so well to flip the script on that end fight. For me, that belonged to Movistar Koi. They had the high ground, they had the circle positioning, and also they got the initial knock, but you get that flip come through. I think there's a little bit of
Eles ficaram
disconnect
mais
whether they want to push or
posicionados,
whether
né,
they
mano?
want to stay.
Eles
VK
não
don't
rusharam
care,
muito.
they find the bloods, they find
Eles
the
ficaram mais em
trades,
posição.
turn it
Esse
into that
time aí é
2v1
bom.
in the end,
A
fly out
Falcon,
of
esse time de
different
verde,
angles,
tá ligado?
and just about do enough to win the fight. And again, that's a huge
Cara, é o
mental
atual, se eu não
moment
me engano.
for them, because no doubt they came into this tournament knowing that they didn't
Campeão do mundo
qualify, but
do ano
now
passado.
showing not just to the world, but to themselves they can mix with the very best.
What a fantastic way to end game number 2. It's
Pensei
only
que-
a
eu
0.2
pensei que ia
difference on the
ser
multiplier
no-
between
em
first and
verdes.
that second through 5th, right? So
Yes.
obviously we see Movistar Koi. They're still all smiles. You know, yeah, sure, if you're Volcom, you just lost a 1v1. You gotta like those extra .2. They had a great game number 1. That's a great game number 2 for them.
Yeah.
It's group stages, folks. Like, these players are just taking it game by game. Let's do a little bit of a run back, though, on those final moments, because, man, for Movistar Koi, it was like you mentioned, it was really their map to lose. But, man, they are
Tem que
able
ver
to
que minha-
farm, but it's just not enough for that one last player
Minha
of
webcam tá
BKA.
aparecendo.
We'll be right back after this break for game number 3.
Ah, esse cara vai passar aí, hein? São quantas? É o segundo mapa já? São 6 mapas. Vou deixar meu jogo aberto.
This land is calling.
Mas, rapaziada, tô abrindo meu jogo aqui. Ele é aberto aqui já. Depois eu vou jogar. Amanhã, hein, rapaziada. Amanhã já atualiza. Season nova. Será que vai ver alguma novidade? Vamos ver, né? Os caras dão uma melhoradinha nesse jogo que tá difícil. Amanhã, 2 da tarde. Evento eu não vou fazer.
Crac à droite, push. Dead, prends le pull. Encore. Wadi. Le dernier au top. Life ping jaune. Ok. Smoke, il push. Avec moi. Il est là, elle glisse. Oh! Là! Bien joué les frères! Nice. Bien joué les gars! Bien joué!
After some dirty little cheaters were identified, VKA got an invite into this tournament, and they just turned it into a victory. I'm Chris Puckett. I do what I want sometimes, and I just went rogue. Sorry about that, production. Can we talk about VKA, though? Because they're playing under auto-aim assist, right? These are mouse and keyboard players who have been on controller for 7 months.
Right.
And they just took out the reigning champs, teams like Twisted Minds, FaZe Clan. They just won the whole game.
Dude,
Where are they at in the rankings now?
The thing about it is, it's not just the input that they're playing on, it's also just the fact that they're playing good heads-up Warzone right now. How they identified how those last couple of circles were being and how they rotated around it, very strategically taking fights, not just diving in.
Right.
Beautiful stuff from the new guys.
Well, you know, the thing is, new guys, right? They came in with 0 expectations on their shoulders. And for some, that's helpful. You have no pressure.
Right.
You go into it, you go full speed ahead. For VK, they had nothing to lose, everything to gain, and they made the most of it.
Dream, what impressed you in game 2?
I mean, well, for one, a lot of players came to life, like Z-Smith being one of them, Twisted Minds getting out of a lot of these engagements, but it really was Movie Star Koi, right? We were looking at this zone pool like, this is going to be 100 Thieves win. But guess what? They got knocked out. Clamp, he went off disrupting them, and then he also disrupted the Falcons.
Without a doubt, and Falcons was a big one, taking them down intense. But even before that, right, that big battle for control going against Diaz and Shifty, of course, we had his Soka still anchoring over in Stronghold. So Falcons weren't eliminated at that point, but also taking on 100 Thieves. Control is one of the most contested points typically in public lobbies. It's naturally going to be the most contested point when it comes to our private lobbies. Only the big dogs go there. So for Movie Star Koi to say, I'm going there and I'm going to lock it in is massive as far as I'm concerned. But for them to get second place and now to elevate themselves up the leaderboards in a way that they do, they're here for a reason, and they're making the most of it.
Absolutely, and I got to give a big shout out to Movie Star Koi. As you mentioned, the Mexicans won the top spot from Latin America North. They popped off, not only going the distance to the top 2, they almost won the game and dropped some serious numbers in game 2.
Yeah, they almost found a 1v2 to win the game on top of that, and that was gunfight after gunfight after gunfight. Like you guys had mentioned, it came versus some of the top dogs at the end point in the lobby. You're dealing with 100 Thieves and Falcons, you're through both of them, you're like, this is now our lobby to win, and then you realize there's still one more fight you have to take afterwards. They weren't able to fully reset, and that's just the nature of Warzone, especially, again, considering how VKA set themselves up on the backside of the slow part of the circle, gives them a chance to kind of get a lay of the land. Maybe not finding the most kills that they would have wanted, but still, first place is first place.
Now, I saw some early interactions between Movistar and Aiden's crew, Twisted Minds. Are they landing at the same place? Is Twisted Minds getting targeted? Because if you're looking at the leaderboard, TM's near the bottom after 2 drops, and we're only doing 3 between these 2 groups.
I will say that a lot of that is because of Lays, right? We're looking at that Leviathan squad, and of course, Lays, Decky, Stukex. They had a little bit of a kerfuffle, though, this last game, too, where we did see Twisted Minds in the top 4, at least. Of course, Lays wondering what the heck happened, right? Because he was staying alive for so long.
Without a doubt, and he was the staple. He was the glue, if you will, for the Leviathan roster over against Twisted Minds. He's tearing it up.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at our numbers as our admins have officially inputted the scores. I hold shift. Walk us through after 2 games of action. Who's on top?
Well, not that.
That's not the one. No. Do the other scoreboard, the one that's loading.
Everyone's tied. Nothing matters. It's just
fresh start for everybody.
I do believe that FaZe Clan is jumping up. They had a monsterful performance. If you're looking in the kill feed, if you're looking for someone who's been consistent, has there been anyone who is kind of controlling their zone and not letting anyone in?
I think the thing has been they're playing their own game, and they are staying away from 2 of our top dogs at the drop point, and then dominating the north or the south side, depending how the circle goes. And they're playing it to a really, really fundamental level, knowing when they've got a team weak in front of them, chasing down kills and eliminating squads quickly to where they're not dealing with a full 3-man reset. They're maybe dealing with 1 or 2 players out of the sky, and they keep playing 3v2s the whole time.
I have to say that this FaZe squad is something special. Clumsy being one of their players that I personally had played with in a tournament. He's a god. He's a Rebirth player. This is his game mode. But for JTech and Flanked, right, they did play with DJ Moss in, big map. So making a player switch, that was my biggest thing going into it. Like, will that affect anything? And they're consistent, right? Possibly being in first, but we know that they've been in the top 5 the last 2 games.
Our numbers are still unofficial. Chat, let us know who you think is in front, because I think it's FaZe.
I think so.
And I got to give a shout out to 9Z, because Olatu just stood up at the top of the watch tower with a sniper while his teammates were doing work. They stayed in it deep. They finished in the top 5 teams. This was a squad that was the top team from Latin America South. No one's watched their gameplay. No expectations. What have you seen from them so far?
I mean, that full Argentinian squad has been doing good, and that one interaction with that first place squad of VKA, right? We saw 60 Hertz. I mean, he went in bottom prison. They traded, right? He almost won that. So you have to think for that squad, could have maybe could have won that. Just from that one engagement.
Let's go back to the start of the show, though, because, Taylor, you were kind of noticing some people with hot hands that were not feeling any jet lag as we roll the highlights. Who were some of the top performers?
Without a doubt, Skullface was great. He's always going to perform well when he is needed most. And in these final moments, honestly, I believe from game number 1, it was Fnatic who ended up stealing the show. Fnatic was looking so hot and powerful off the rip, tearing up everybody. They had an early lead, and they ended up making a bit of a mistake. More on that in just a little bit. But one team, though, that of course is the #1 team coming into the tournament was Team Falcons. It was great to see them in 2nd place because, in my opinion, that silences the doubters. Yeah, they're not in first, but Falcons are still cruising, and I think at the moment they really are cruising, but wait until they hit their final stride.
My whole thing is, like, we're 2 games in. Yeah. Falcons are one of the most consistent teams game to game, drop to drop. Are they prone to having maybe a less than stellar performance? Yeah, absolutely. I still think we're all sitting there like, why did they not drop 35 points? Like, what's wrong with Falcons?
Taylor, they got the clip for you. Let's take a look at Fnatic. Walk me through some of their gameplay.
Yeah, Fnatic, again, an excellent game #1, but this moment had me absolutely confused. They sent 2 players from the high ground. You got 6 players below you, and then you full send it, and you end up losing your squad. It made 0 sense to me. You had such a great game 1.
Gravity's strong sometimes.
Gravity's strong, but the thing is like, what I wanted to point out was, like, Fnatic is a team that performed very well, and after game 1, I believe they were in 2nd place, if I'm not mistaken, despite making that massive mistake, which shows to me if they can clean those little mistakes up, maybe nerves, it was game 1 after all, right? So they're getting their feet underneath them. If they can start to clean up those little mistakes, I truly
truly feel they can make a running for the championship.
If you go back and watch, though, I was watching the map feed, and while this was all going on, the zone actually had pulled originally to the other side of prison, where the Falcons were set up as a trio. But guess who disrupted that again? It was Clamp. He took out Shifty, so that actually left the Falcons in a 1v2. Had that not happened, I feel like it could have been a Falcons win for game 1.
Goat Clamp. Are we calling him Clamp or Goat?
Goat.
That's my goat.
He's one of both. I love what we're seeing so far. This is the final drop, though, for teams like Twisted Minds. I was asking Tommy, one of the greatest Warzone players of all time. He is here with the Australians Inner Circle, and I asked him, what's a good score? He said, well, 7th place finished around 11, 12 points that first drop. I think if you finish above 20, you're pretty happy. But if you're Twisted Minds, you're thinking maybe we got to push for a 30-point game. You're looking for that multiplier. Just remind everybody, if they're just tuning in, how do I get some bonus points out of this?
Yeah, there's a level of where you finish, as obviously the multiplier comes into play, but it all starts for me with like Twisted Minds and a very, very slow kill start. Not getting the rotation, not getting the points to even build on that multiplier, and now you're a couple of drops down, looking all of a sudden with maybe a little bit of panic. So there is a level of, they need to step up the tempo and also still have the longevity to get the multipliers.
There's a look at the players. We're moments away from headsets going on. Map 3, Drop 3 coming up. It's EWC 2025.
All right, fantastic work from the desk, giving us a little bit of a break here because we're going to need it for an electric map number 3 of Group A versus Group B. Reminder, folks, this is going to be our last game of this group, but not our last game of the day. We still got 6 more games to play after this, baby. We got Group A versus C. You'll get Goj and Ton in here on the desk. And then, well, my good friend Annie and I will wrap up the day here with our Group B versus Group C. So for a lot of these teams, this won't be their last opportunity to earn their points here today. If you are in Group B, if you're a group like 100 Thieves, like we saw on our screen, you will still have an opportunity to rise that leaderboard because we are just looking for our top 7 teams after our first 2 days to try and make it to our day of finals. Otherwise, you're going to be battling for your life there in the elimination bracket. Let's get on in to map number 3, Enigma, because if I'm thinking about anything, I'm thinking about still this contest at control.
Absolutely. Well, one of the things I will say, we get an extremely southern pulling circle here. That's the Santalan bio still, but we get a lot of teams actually play off towards boat as Twisted Minds immediately hunt Leviathan down, where they had given up factory for a second and decided they were going to land on this outside boat, maybe play up towards it once they had their loadout. Not given that opportunity as Ullman seals the deal, and one of the players has managed to stay to living quarters. But these are the early mental blows and statements that we're talking about, ladies and gentlemen. Map 1 did not go the way of the North Americans. Map 2 most certainly did. And Map 3, well, you just obliterated your opposition.
So just a couple of friendly bullets between friends. That's really good. It's all love. No, nothing wrong here. 5 Fears, though, they are looking to try and get back on into the mix. It hasn't looked very good for them for Big Man. Well, he wants to gain control of this tower and his teammate Sight down below here at Grandma's alongside Anxiety. 2 kills already for Anxiety, feeling good. So 5 Fears after not a great map number 1 and even worse, arguably, map number 2. Yep. Already showing some signs of life here in map 3.
Yep, and let's hope we continue to see those signs of life because they most certainly need to show some here on that. We move over to this basketball control center. 100 Thieves and Movistar Koi, of course, is looking to square up here. You are going to have company, though, rolling in. There's a couple of VK, well, at least one VK player lurking around, just trying to sniff out a couple of kills. That might be Kadzu in the back corner. Gabe's going to slide out, spot absolutely nothing. For the Thieves players, it's about making sure you don't get isolated. You don't want to overstray and end up being found. And you can see Movistar Koi waiting, looking to do exactly that. Kadzu will be here to at least put some damage in. Can you isolate this? Well, the teammates are looking to support. You're going to have Vidati up close and personal.
No.
3v3.
You've left the roof open, though, and Volcom, he's going to hit that Ascender on the outside. Make sure you can hold that high ground. Try and stay on there. For FaZe Clan, over towards Chemical Engineering, though, it looks like Fnatic. They are going to go ahead and take some of this aggression, bring it their way, and they're going to contain a lot of this area of the map. It'll only be for basically this first zone, as we are just absolutely pulling all the way to the southwest side. That is there. Let's get a nice little shot onto Clumsy out into the water, just trying to stay alive. And well, for Twisted Minds, it looks like they are just going to continue to have the aggression. And Aiden, it's a little bit of a hesitated shimmy. He catches Decky onto the outside. Lays taken on in, and Stukex, he's actually taken down by Diaz. Biffle, just like that. Leviathan wiped off the map, and map number 3, they're our first team eliminated.
Yeah, huge map 1 from them, showing early signs of fire, but no such thing in maps 2 and 3. Made to suffer well and truly. Please put out their misery quickly here in map 3. They will fall as our first squad. And, well, the Falcons will continue to go on the hunt. That duo, arguably the best to ever play this game, continues to hunt through living quarters. They do have a member of FaZe in there, as well as some of the Movistar Koi. Move over to Fnatic, who continue to punch their way southern down through the map. You will have presence here from this Puerto Rican squad, just looking to buy their time. Elolan trying to get Sakura back into the fight, but he's torn between just leaving this, and I think that's his decision. Just get the hell out of Dodge, try and recruit the Tenex.
Yeah, I think this is a really, really good idea right now for Fnatic. This team playing underneath Vitality last year, they loved this POI. This was their drop spot, so they know how to play out of here very well. The only problem is you're going to get moved out of here for sure with this next zone. And for Gamax, they do not want to let you take some of this size as you slide on forward, and Elolam is good for one, is good for two.
That might be really bad as well, because actually FaZe are considering regrouping over by Chem, which is where your one remaining player is if you're Fnatic, so you're going to have to buy some time. Circle's going to continue to pull you in, so worrying moment for the team that looked so good through the early stage of this. And actually, no, you get the kill if you're Zach into JTech. FaZe in a mad scramble on the opposite side of the map, go back to control as three teams fight it over.
Yeah, I mean, this is just getting absolutely mixy. Falcons, they're going to go ahead. They want to try and stay on up here, and it's one final bullet from Diaz. Biffle catches Gabe Kuhn, trying to go up for the roof. Blast has to go ahead. Tail between his legs, duck back on down, but it is not going to be a clean exit for him. He's got to stay alive. It's by the last skin of his teeth. Blast goes down, but he gets another teammate back on in. Falcons continuing to surge up here towards Control Center, and this is just Shifty and Biffle up here, ladies and gentlemen. Soka's still down in Stronghold, rent-free. He just has the entire POI for himself.
Yeah, incredibly important that he stays there as well, because that zone may well pull in that direction towards the end. So just looking to hold and swat away any interested parties. And you can do that when Biffle and Shifty are tearing teams apart like this. Oh, no. Incredible work at Control. They're trying to fight Gabe Kuhn out of the sky. Skullfist going to land on the opposite side, be found by Shifty. Biffle also looking to chase this down. If Gabe is found here, I mean, 100 Thieves, they're continuing to stay alive for now, but it's a blender that you've got to find a way out of from some time. And Biffle, he's chasing, he's cracking, he's looking high, and by the skin of his teeth, Gabe will live for a moment.
Movistar Koi, they're starting to get in on this fight. They hear these shots going on out. They know what's going on through. However, Volkov has been found on the outside by Shifty. It's just going to be one last player from that team that is just trying to stay alive for the moment. Looks like 100 Thieves, at least got two players back on in. Gabe was able to play his life on the little bit of a scuffle with Diaz Biffle, as we have lost a lot of players, it feels like. However, it's only been two teams taken off the map here, ladies and gentlemen. Circle 2 looking to come to a close. Already pulling down towards this sort of tense living quarters side. It looks like that's where our zone is going to go ahead and pull us. A lot of these teams going to have to start moving.
Setting himself up here to try and fight this. Gotta bear in mind that Go Clamp's on the rooftop. You want to clear that. Shifty goes high. Shifty finds the kill because, of course, he does. Two players off the Thieves down below. Shifty just going to hold the top here. Biffle's going to try and provide backup from a distance. Volkov's coming in from the sky. Skullface found yet again in the cleanup. And right now, Volkov as well, trying to research here. Now, honestly, at some point, I think you've just got to give this up. You do not want to be in a blender against the Falcons of all people, as Biffle finds his seventh kill, of the day. You do get shot actually by a member of the VKA team that are playing off towards Bo. Just a reminder that they are going to be there. This zone looks like it's going to squeeze everybody off towards that living quarters side, or maybe even Stronghold soon. 100 Thieves still suffering in the feed. Twisted Minds, though, they did make that big bounce back, of course, in map 2 and won their fight for Factory early. So here, just trying to push into living quarters. They will have company in FaZe very soon, and just trying to assess how they will approach that.
I love where Twisted Minds has moved here. It's up towards living quarters. They know that they've cleared out this entire, basically, south side of the map. They're just going to have the ability to hang on here. They're back at their POI, back at Factory. So you win the Factory drop, you get a little aggressive. We watch Leviathan get taken on out. You surge on up, you find a couple more in chem, and you come back on down and nobody's home. So you say, hey, great, this is our POI. We know exactly how we want to play it. We're going to stay here until we are forced to move. For Rock Esports, Prison, it's where they were able to play out of here in game number 1. They'll be forced to move out of here, though, in maybe a couple, 2 or 3 circles. But for the time being, it looks like we've kind of just come on down. Map started to feel maybe a little bit more slower as sort of different teams are starting to grab their POIs.
Quick check of the leaderboard, ladies and gentlemen, that we get live here in the back. Rock Esports actually have the most kills out of everybody with 41, and showing exactly why they have so much control of Prison, battering everyone away from their position. That being said, I believe that I was misled. The leaderboard changes, and that was not true. So we will just go back to what we were talking about before. Aizen gonna eye one up. Can you catch Resolve? Shot just over the top here. We'll be backing Resolve down, who want that loadout up above. Circle will start to squeeze him in eventually anyway, so you can sit here for a second. It's between the legs on the second, and the dive comes through. Frustrating for Aizen here. He is the anchor, of course. I'm not expecting many kills, but just 2 on the board. You're hoping to pick up a third as you hold. And we move over then to the living quarters area, and it's going to be all fist fights for FaZe. They back off here, potentially in a 2v1. Smith will actually draw blood as well. I think call it a draw and reassess your situation for the next fight, lads.
Yeah, you got Almond. He's on the back, still on that roof towards factory side. You lose Aiden in that fight, but it's A-okay. I think Smitty realizes he's going to have an opportunity to still try and play alive here. J-Tech, there are some shots down on range. You have to be careful, though, because you don't want to push forward too hard. As well, you are going to have members of EVOS Esports just up ahead of you at headquarters. If they decide to look on down, they could maybe try and clean up some of these kills. Skullface still alive, so he's just trying to stay here and down towards that side. Well, his 2 teammates, this battle at control is still going on between 100 Thieves and the Falcons. Maybe a little bit of revenge finally. Shifty, he slides on out though, and well, just as you're feeling good, if you are 100 Thieves, you get caught on down by the Falcons, and if there's anybody who's going to let you know exactly how they feel, it's Shifty. A little bit more friendly love bullets going out for some of our teams.
Yeah, that guy doesn't do quiet, as King Matty is found in the feed. Back on over then to Factory. This battle between Twisted Minds and Leviathan rages on. Twisted Minds coming out on top again here. Map 3 has been theirs to lock down this south side. And now it's all about where they try and progress into. They tried living quarters previously. We came up against FaZe. We're told to back down and reset the situation. So now it's assessing how they head upland from here. Circle will drag hard. Somewhere between headquarters and control is likely where we're headed, ladies and gentlemen. For Rock, you will have some of that circle inside the prison, but you've got company in EVOS Esports.
Now we've seen this battle happen time and time again, and a great Thermite from Wars will back them on down. He's going to be able to meet back on up with the vision. You have the cash. If you need to hit that buy station, get Prodigy back on through. But I guess the question is, where can you go that there's a buy station, right? I'm trying to think about on the minimap, where could you go? And you got one maybe potentially down by Grandma's if you want to have happen, but you got to be able to make some ways on through. EVOS, they've been able to grab the roof, though. Trying to get some shots on in, and for Clumsy and J-Tech, it's just a little bit of a stabilization here on the outside of zone.
Yeah, important knock, actually, for Zakar. Just giving Fnatic an opportunity to breathe, because FaZe Clan are considering rolling up towards them. Circle's going to press, Clumsy's going to assess, and nothing too much to worry about. But FaZe, we've had a fantastic tournament so far. Let's find out exactly why as we listen in.
Yeah, look at these guys behind us. Clear our back. We clear our back. Okay.
Row back where? Row back where?
Wait, yellow, you ready? Yellow, yeah, yellow. 120. True skin. He's on the turret. Look at this left kid, why he dead? Go back, Clumsy. 2 on EJ. I'm yeah. No team on guns. Tried, bro. Swing right, Clumsy. Oh, on my body. Tell me when he dead. I'm more. You're gonna die. Inside the hut.
I'm crossing over.
He crossed the tent. I got PA'd on my body. You can buy back too. You can buy back late. You don't buy. You guys are solo. Yeah, your kill. You died. You got the kill. Nice. You can't. There's a kill on the gun as well. You got top 5 already, okay? You can play kills if you want.
Alright.
Your rate should be cleared. You killed the last guy, right?
FaZe, it's been a little bit of a mixy map for them. Clumsy last alive. A little bit of a deja vu from our earlier maps. So he's just trying to make it, but I love the calls that we hear. You can do a late buy if you need to. He has a lot of space if he wants to try and make that happen, because the rest of the fights are pretty much going on up here at prison. You can see Twisted Minds finally able to get into our top 5 for a game. It took them 2 squads to get here, but hey, we love seeing them on in. Now, can they close it out? That is the real question. Aiden currently sitting on 6.
Yeah, Twisted, EVOS, and Rock are all going to be all 3s here, so 9 players in this vicinity. Rob does actually find himself a little bit of an outside angle, finds the crack over towards the control center. Not sure if he knows that the 3 players stood directly beneath him, and kills in the feed as the Falcons cut off Showstopper trying to rotate over. If you're EVOS, you're in the bad position here, but not much better for Twisted Minds. The Falcons can see them. Look at this, Falcons, they're just going to be able to cut down all of these players just trying to get out of prison. No one's able to move. Twisted Minds, they maybe have found the gap. They drop behind the wall, but it's the shot from Diaz Biffle. Currently on 13, ladies and gentlemen. They're going to go ahead. They clean up Twisted Minds, and they know it's 1 player alive only, and they are flying their way on forward. It's just going to be Wars who gets knocked to the gas. Falcons, they had a great game 1. They had a better
better game 2, and they end our first 3-game series here with a win and an even better game 3. Absolutely crazy from the Falcons. I cannot wait to see these scores.
Terrifying for everybody else in our lobby to see the Falcons come online. It was always going to happen at some point. Inevitable, of course, for the greatest players to ever touch our game. But to do it so fast, to do it in such dominant fashion, to move into control and fight, take it away from the 3 teams that want that. That's supposed to be one of the hottest contested spots. It's an area that they've struggled to break down in recent tournaments, and yet they take over it and profit massively as everyone else walks across them. It's like a firing squad at the end.
Well, I think they realize 100 Thieves and all of their quals basically won every game that they got the zone pull. They understand 100 T's not moving because of where this zone is pulling, and neither does Falcons, right? So we watch Soka. He just hangs out his stronghold the entire day, and it's just Diaz, Biffle, and Shifty going crazy, just getting into the mix at control that's there. So keep an eye on that for a couple of these future games that are going on in. But that's all we got for A versus B, because we have a whole brand new group getting ready to come on in Enigma. We're going to go ahead and get that B group out of here, get C group on in, and it's just going to be a whole brand new set of 3 games. So if you are one of these teams in Group A, you're not finished. You got to play 3 more games, and I kind of wonder for a team like the Falcons, seems like it took them 3 games. They're heating on up. If you're Group C coming on in cold, are you going to be able to suppress the Falcons, who are just shooting unbelievably right now?
Yeah, that's going to be a very tough conversation for any team right now. But we take a quick look over to the squads that are going to be in Group C. Of course, joining you soon, Linjon. That's Virtus Pro, Team Vision, AG Global, Novo, Gentlemates, XO Esports, and Inner Circle. So there will be some space as well handed back to the Falcons, because of course none of these teams are looking to fight for Stronghold. XO may be considering it, but when I last talked to them, they were actually looking to bounce out instead. But of course, all of that, ladies and gentlemen, will be coming later, because for now, what we're actually going to do is throw to a quick interview with Hisoka.
Welcome back to the Gadia Esports Arena. I've got Hisoka joining me here. It only seems fit that we would have a conversation first and foremost. You know, the reigning champs. How you feeling, big guy?
Feeling good, you know, just knocking the rust off. These kids are shit. So,
Game 1, impressive. Game 2, you said that you struggled a little bit, or just it didn't go the way that you were hoping? What happened?
We're trying new stuff. You know, it's only groups day 1, so we're trying new shit, and it didn't work. So we went back to the old strats. So yeah.
You're kind of like gaining a bit of a momentum now. Obviously, we're having a bit of a switch around here. We've got some teams coming in. We've got VP coming in. We've got Vision coming in. Some teams that are pretty impressive in the lobby. What are you thinking about that? Have you got different strats, or are you just playing your own game?
Play my own game. I'll find them later down the line. So yeah.
You seem kind of like relaxed. Are you like a bit bummed out? What's going on, Soko? Talk to me.
No, I just want finals. You know, I didn't take any caffeine today. You know, so kind of chill.
But it's group stage. You know, this is the time to just ensure that you qualify, and the finals you can really turn it up again. But, mate, game 3, you've absolutely handed it to them. So, get a bit of pep in your step. Come on, bro.
I will. I got you, Barney. Thank you, bro.
Okay. Thanks very much, Soko. Back to you guys. We are going to go into a quick break. We'll be back very shortly with our next round of matches.
Essa mais um que se entregou com o Guys. Três controle? É, né? Tem nenhum teclado aí? Tem. A fita da outra. Acho que tá 180. Louco. Tem. 60. 30 tem. Mais uns 2 tem. Tem 2 ano passado. Mais 2. Depois. Já? Não é possível, não.
Gents, do you know where Stoker is? We're running a little bit late.
I mean, he should be here. Bro stars in the documentary. It's Mr. Hollywood.
What's up, boys? Still the same guy, you know? What's going on? Am I late?
I'm ordering right. I'm ordering right. I'm ordering right.
Okay. I'm looking left. I'm looking left.
Yeah, I'm
outside prison.
left.
Crack. I'm a PA left. I'm PA left. I'm PA left.
Left. Knocked one.
I PA'd it. They gotta play inside or the wall.
Yeah.
I'm on the right. On the wall. Holy shit.
I took wall control.
On the right. Look at the right, kids.
One shot.
Knocked two. That's Smith them.
I'm playing up. Keep looking green. Last one.
Zone.
Holy shit, you got
He's in headquarters right here.
I'm running at him. Can I get a kill, please? Can I kill him? Please.
Why did you want kills? Yo, chill. Good shit. Oh shit.
Oh, Falcons winning at EWC. I've seen that before, but are they officially on top of the leaderboard? We'll check in on that in a moment. First, though, let's break down game number 3. I have I Hold Shift, Dream Crazy, and, of course, the Man in the Mirror Reflections. I want to start with you, though, Dream. We are watching Leviathan, right? The Europeans taking on Twisted Minds or Falcons earlier round. How'd it go this time?
I'm always rooting for that team, especially because you guys know I love Decky, but it was a little bit unfortunate that they got pushed by both Twisted Minds and the Falcons.
Oh, so they got to fight them both this time.
Well, yeah, basically, they got the double sandwich, but I tell you what, they were looking good game 1, a little bit of a fall off, but it's hard when you're fighting a top team like Twisted Minds, and then Shifty, he's the one that played spoiler alert because the Falcons, they came to life. Shifty and Biffle both going off, both frying. It's unfortunate they got caught in the crossfire.
We don't have the official numbers, but I feel like it's either Shifty or Biffle at the top.
Has to be.
Aiden.
Has to.
Z-Smith.
Yeah.
Almond.
Yeah.
Where did they finish? Because they had a terrible drop 1 and 2.
That is correct, but they were getting challenged ferociously, and that's going to happen over at Factory. Factory is highly contested, much like Control is, and for Aiden, he's used to that because this has been his landing spot even for previous rosters going back to the previous year of EWC, but that's how Factory is going to end up enrolling. Now for them, though, one of the biggest things that ended up hurting them was, yes, the early fights. That's naturally going to happen, but also the zones just didn't favor them. They went all the way across the map over towards Control. So once they finally did end up winning Factory, they then had to go through a multitude of teams. It's never easy.
Shift, were you surprised to see Rock back in our final 5? They were going up against the Falcons in that last fight.
Dude, Rock and FaZe are playing consistent drops right now. I think they're getting a lot of opening space against some lesser teams. In their opening drops, they're finding good kills, they're clearing space, and then they've got the freedom of either the top or the bottom side of the map to rotate around, and it's causing issues for teams like Falcons and Twisted Minds early. But we heard it from Ahsoka at the end. They're back to normal. They're not trying weird stuff, and right now it does feel like our top 2 teams are taking out the belt and getting little BTA MIA action in the last 2 drops.
Well, I did ask you all to follow 3 teams coming in here. It was ROC, Twisted Minds, and Falcons. Let's start with our reigning champs from 2024, Hisoka, Shifty, and Biffle. Did they get off to the hot start we were expecting?
Absolutely did. As far as I'm concerned, Falcons are back on top. Even if they're not in first place, the fact that Hisoka says we're just knocking off the rust and they're still performing as well as they did
and these
throughout
kids are
the series. No, dude, they're the best, man. One of the things about them is they have full faith in Hisoka to be that anchor and be that IGL. So it allows Biffle and Shifty just to go and slay out. The fact that they're putting pressure on control of the zones in this first series and then in control, that's the reason why they were so successful.
One of the things that I nitpicked about the Falcons, because you saw it in, I believe it was like a game final or a scrim or something. Shifty, you hear Soka saying, come, we gotta rotate. Shifty wasn't listening, and there was a little bit of an awkward situation, so I was like, hey, make sure you listen to your IGL. Shifty, he does what he does best. Sometimes instincts take over, but yeah, that was my one nitpick thing. You gotta listen to Mr. Closer. He'll bring you to late game, and hey, flying, frying, everything was just connecting perfectly.
And the thing is, they almost won 2 out of the 3 games.
Correct.
Here.
Thank you. I was about to say, the other thing that this is reminiscent of, watching game 1, watching game 3 in particular, is Falcons take away pivot points on the map like no other team does. Like, talking about the success of ROC, other squads like FaZe, where it's like, yeah, they're doing great, like clearing the North Coast or clearing the South Coast. Eventually, you got to get to the middle of the map. And when Falcons are taking over control and finding top prison control late in the game, it makes it so hard for teams to rotate against them, and it ends up putting them in the mix of having to fight multiple teams at once, where Falcons just got their feet kicked up, rocking teams from up top.
Hisoka is a great player.
Yep.
But I wonder, could Puckett spawn in and just hide in a corner and let Shifty and Biffle do what they do and just bring them back in over time? As much as we love the Falcons, we got to talk about their opposition here in Group A, because they go by the name of Twisted Minds. Aiden and Z-Smith bringing in Allman. We knew his slaying power was going to take this team to the next level. They were off to a very quiet start in drop 1 and 2.
Danjo called it out best. These guys, they will typically have a slow start, sometimes a couple of throwaway games, that if you will, but still, they will come alive. And in this game 3, of course, Z-Smith, Aiden, Allman all doing just that, maybe just being just enough as we tally up the scoreline. But for these guys, and with Allman into the mix, I just really love to see them progress as a team, because Allman as the IGL, I mean, he's so dang good, even being compared to Hisoka as S-tier player ranking, if you guys saw the player ranks last night on the Pulse Check.
Well, I think for me, Leviathan, they weren't expecting to have that much of a fight. I mean, Lays was tearing it up, and at one point almost opened it up with a triple. But for Twisted Minds, again, having to traverse across from factory through prison, ultimately over towards the control area of the map, it's not easy. But, I mean, shit, as far as I'm concerned, Twisted Minds did a wonderful job facing through adversity, and this is a team that has a high skill ceiling that could very well go all the way.
I think the thing that's really refreshing about this team, looking through not how they started, but more so how they finished, is they know maybe better than anyone else when they have an advantage in gunfights that could lead to third-party situations, especially when you saw them that last map, rotating through bottom portions of prison. Difficult, because you just never know who's around you, but they're getting good information, and they're finishing teams very quickly.
Now, there's a lot of talk in Call of Duty. Anyone who's ever played the game knows this. But who's speaking the loudest in-game? Alan, I know you watch the greatest players in Call of Duty across all platforms. Who shoots more bodies, Celium, Z-Smith, or Shifty?
Shifty.
Shifty right now?
Yeah, probably right now. I mean, it's tough. He's going to be top of the kill leaderboard, or at least up there with Biffle. So they have more opportunities to shoot more bodies.
Talk your talk with the magazine, my friend.
He's going to talk his talk.
We got to take a look, though, at the Europeans. As much as we love our North American squads, Rock came out firing. We know Wars, the OG, was going to be able to lead his team, but who was going to be able to top frag for the squad? I was very impressed by Visions and Prodigy. What did you see Dream Crazy throughout their 3 games?
I mean, obviously their game 1 is impressive, but you always saw them in the final moments. But it was their really impressive plays, and Slay's Vision being one of them. I mean, I called them out at the top of the show, being Europe's finest, best. And, well, he was proving that. A lot of long-range shots, a lot of engagements. Of course, we saw them clutch up so many times, Alan.
Yeah, I think the other thing, and just kind of looking into the early numbers, this is currently the closest gapping in average kills per player on the map right now. Everyone averaging about 5. Whereas you compare that to a Falcons team, Hisoka's not in the kill feed as much as the other 2. Right. Those 2 are playing 2v3s. These guys are playing 3v2s, and they're cleaning up as a full group, which is really refreshing to watch.
Without a doubt. And for me, for Rock, one of the things that is so valuable that we mentioned at the very beginning was the fact that they all have LAN experience. They were here last year, so they want to go all the way, and I think they truly can. So for Rock, hugely impressed with their performance.
Rock is feeling good, and they're talking good. Here's Wars with Miles Ross.
Wars from ROC. Mate, map 1, an absolute delight.
We were cooking. I mean, yeah, like I said, we always usually, you know, for the qualifiers and stuff, even World Series and stuff, we usually start a bit slow and stuff and sort of heat up towards the end. This time we've had a good start. Now it's just maintaining it, really.
We could see you in the player cam afterwards have to compose yourself. You had to dial it all back, like, yeah, come on.
Yeah.
So how did you do that? Is this something you've been thinking about practicing coming into this?
Not really. It's just about just chilling and just enjoying the moment. Just, you know what I mean? You know, don't take it too serious. And obviously, you know, there's a lot of money on the line and stuff, but, you know, just gotta chill out a bit and enjoy it, really.
It looked like you were enjoying it in map 2 and 3 as well. Can you walk us through a little bit of 2?
Yeah, no, like we definitely enjoyed it. I mean, there's a few mistakes that we made and stuff, which we'd like talked about after, you know, after the game and stuff, to just try and sort out a few things. But yeah, I feel like overall we played pretty good.
Map 3, a great finish as well. You're sitting well up the leaderboard right now. I mean, what's the game plan from here? Stay cool?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like, you know, all the teams that tried to land on us and stuff, well, it didn't go very well, I don't think. So as long as we just keep doing that and just lock down that spot and stuff, I think we'll be quite good.
Fantastic, mate. I'll let you get back to the team. Thank you so much, man. Good luck. Take care.
Wars was all smiles after drop number 2, but will he be happy as we take a look at the leaderboard? Shift, you have the insight. What are we seeing here, buddy?
That is a very significant start for ROC sitting in second. The funny thing about it, and no one's laughing, Falcons are still up 10 on them after really only having 2 solid drops. It's just that last drop gives you the impression that this Falcons team is going to have murder on the mind.
Reminder, you got to finish in the top 7 if you want to make it through. Dream Crazy, any surprises in our top 7 through our Group A-B?
100 Thieves, baby. I mean, especially the fact that they had technically zone pull, like control is their area. Movie star Koi obviously disrupted that a lot, but for that's just got to be the biggest shocker for me.
And also for Leviathan to be as far down the standings as they are, despite those great plays in Factory against Twisted Minds, it comes to show you they're just not consistent, but they do have huge moments, and I really do. I hope they start to clean that stuff up going on.
Placements.
We do have another round of drops coming in. A new group is about to take the stage. Before we get to that, I hear we have some spicy takes. Let's take a look.
Thank you very much, Chris. We are very much in the arena with non-crushed keys so far. That will be changing very, very quickly, but also your opinions of us will be changing very quickly because we've got some hot takes to go through.
We've got some hot takes presented by Al Habib Medical Group. My first hot take is pretty simple. I think all of the teams are changing everything up. VODs, all of that research we've done about drop spots, all thrown out. People are changing things for group stages. I'm telling you, Chris.
All these research segments for absolutely nothing? That's what I'm hearing, at least anyway. But mine is a little harder than that one. I'm thinking Team Vision are going to go on and really make a run this tournament. I think they're a contender for the whole thing. Lennon dropping 64 kills in the qualifier. The next best in Europe was 48. The guy is on a tear. And to follow that up, I don't think our reigning champions are going to really be there. I don't think Falcons finish in the top 3.
Okay, yeah, the first part was not very hot. The second part, absolutely hot. The Falcons are going to be up there. But I think the big question is, where is FaZe? My second hot take, FaZe, they may not have a drop spot with their name on it right now, and I think that's a good thing. That's what I'm talking about in group stages. Those types of teams are going to make huge waves in this competition.
I can't wait to see it. Let's see if you can break down the nonsense, Chris. We went a bit off track there. I do apologize.
Reflections. Which one of those 2 gentlemen failed med school?
Without a doubt, Chris Todd. Are you kidding me? First off, Vision, that's a great call, FIFA. Like, that's my boy. But then to say Falcons won't finish top 3 after a performance like that, he's shocked.
The mustache man has been sipping the EU Kool-Aid. He does not have faith in our NA squads, but Shift, you do. We're about to see some from Group C. You excited?
Yeah, I've got more faith in Virtus Pro than Ton has in his mustache. I'll tell you that much. Wow.
Dream, final thoughts on this one.
Well, I was going to ask if you all can rock the mustache on finals day, you know, like maybe just get some matching, ton matching.
Give me 3 more weeks. I might be able to get there. For now, we got to go to a break. We come back. It's the second round of groups. Don't go anywhere. It's EWC.
Primeira deu aquele time ali que eu não tenho o nome. O segundo também não tem o nome. IKA. E o terceiro que tá Perdi o celular que eu tô assistindo. Bagulho. É fora da realidade, né? Ah, não deu prédio. Três mapas ainda aí. Rebirth. É? Não tem mais. 9. Esse cara 6. É isso mesmo, foi 3. Ah, pô, você vai até tarde, louco. A Evos nem é tão forte no Mundial de Warzone. Tô começando. Segundinho, rapaziada. Começar acho que a próxima partida, hein? O rank demora muito, mano. Até sono. Minha partida vai rapidão ainda, hein, galera. Like aí, rapaziada. Seguir o canal também vai dar nada. Meu sono, começa a partida, cara.
The party continues live in Saudi Arabia. Welcome back, everybody, to the Esports World Cup for Warzone here in 2025. It's looking like 2024. The Falcons out on top early, but it's still day one, and we're about to now turn over a whole new group. Dream Crazy, Group A versus Group C. How do they stack up?
I mean, okay, well, if we're looking at Group A, Group C, I'm looking at Virtus Pro first of all right? Virtus Pro contesting Vision Esports at Chemical. This team obviously is a huge team that we're looking at because Sage obviously was the player on that team that didn't get to play last year. He was coaching, so coming into here, I'm looking at that squad right away.
And of course, this will be 3 drops for A and C, and then C is going to stay on the stage to face off against all the teams you just saw from Group B, including 100 Thieves and Movie Star Koi. But let's break down this Group C a little bit. Reflections. I'm looking at the leaderboard and I see Virtus Pro.
Yeah.
Right behind them, though, is Team Visions. Right. Are you going with the top NA squad or the top EU squad in this group? What do we like at the top?
Oh, it's so hard for me, man, because I'm a big fan of Sage. His story is incredible, and he's just happy to be on that very stage play. Because last year he was a coach, this year he's competing, and let's not forget Sage is literally a world champion, winning the World Series of Warzone Global Finals in London in 2023. Now, Vision has FIFA Kill, and that's my boy, and he's looking to be a champion himself. But if I had to go with anybody, I got to go with Vision because I'm always backing FIFA Kill up.
All right, so let's dive a little bit deeper into this Vision squad because everyone knows FIFA Kill. They know Lennon. Play for 100,000. But what about Echo, the new face on this squad? Are they a threat to some of the big dogs in the competition?
I think with Echo, it definitely elevates this team because the other 2 pieces of this puzzle really didn't have a good showing last year, DWC. This has got to be the squad that has to work. And so far, looking at them through qualifiers, it's provided. They were able to find 177 total points, put them first overall in EU. Yeah, they're looking real solid in terms of figuring out this map this year.
Can we talk about Lennon and how much he's grown as a player?
100%.
The Bradford Biffle, as his name has been called, you guys. So he's been absolutely eliminating his opponents. You'll catch him talking smack too. Like, we're talking shooting bodies. If he gets confident, I'd believe it. He's going to be taking out the lobby.
The other team, though, that we are expecting to go big on the scoreboard once again is Virtus Pro, and you're going to be familiar with these faces. Noobs, of course, playing for Fnatic last year. We talked about Sage. He was here coaching with the Falcons. He was not very happy to be coaching, to be honest. I caught up with him. He's like, you know, I love being an IGL. I kind of feel like I'm not able to do everything. Well, he now has one of the best guns in the game to tell what to do. That's Dongy, who had a last-minute team last year. This squad could go deep.
Shout out to Seymour with the Dongwick call-outs, all right? Dongy is sensational. I mean, he is incredible. You partner that with Noobs, who's had so much success in the past, and then you bring in Sage. This roster looks to be one of the strongest rosters as far as I'm concerned in our tournament. In fact, we had him in our power rankings as like our favorites. But for Sage, again, I just want to say, by the way, he's just such a good guy, and he has so many opportunities, and he loves each and every one of them. But Noobs, though, again, a guy with an incredible past, and he wants to make his future even better than the last. Noobs is simply that guy.
Yeah, I mean, he's a great support player. I mean, he'll hold things down. And, you know, I wanted to add a quick extra note about Dongy because in this tournament, you guys, endurance is key. Dongy, even watching scrims on him, he was like, I think 20 kills above Shifty. He's going to be the one that will outlast everyone.
And Shift, if you watched Dongy last year, I wasn't even sure he was 18. I was like, are you sure he's allowed to play on this stage? He's got facial hair now. He's feeling confident. He's rocking an orange jersey, not a pink jersey. Look out for Virtus Pro. But they're not the only ones. We have people like All Gamers in this group coming up, and we're going to see what one of the most OG players in this competition can do. You have Rated coming in, and he's been around since, what, 2012?
Yeah, he's been around every form of competitive Call of Duty as well. On top of that, it just comes down to, will this team be able to keep up with all the top heavy slayers that we're talking about? Your Dongies, you're now going up to Falcons and Twisted Minds as well, so throw in Smith and Biffle into the conversation. Someone on that team needs to establish themselves as being able to dominate, take over, and play those 2v3 moments that we've really highlighted for teams like Falcons. That's the one question mark about this team. Can they do it? Because there have been questionable moments in their past.
Great call outs there. We have a lot of great personalities here in Warzone, but 3 of my favorites are all representing with the OG esport crews. There you go, by the club name of Virtus Pro.
Hello, my name is Miles Ross. I'm here with Virtus Pro. I've got Sage, Dongy, and Noobs. I'm going to ask them some lovely questions. Last year, you didn't compete as a team together. No. How did this happen? How did this couch come to be?
You know, just a little bit of conversations here and there, and, you know, seeing the results of how tournaments went was kind of just a deciding factor for us. I feel like we all had it on ourselves to be like, oh, if we had a good year, then, you know, but I think we all, like, came together towards the end, and we were just like, we got to be the team to beat this year. So we kind of just formed it, and since then it's been really good.
Well, there's a big whisper going around. There's a little whisper, but there's also a big whisper. You guys, you know, are here to threaten the dynasty. You know, how do you feel about that?
I mean, I'm ready to raise the crown this year, honestly. I'm so ready. I've been waiting for it for a whole year, honestly. And being here last year and not being able to compete in coaching hurt. But, I mean, it gives me a lot to work for, and it gives me a lot to look at, and I'm just looking at that trophy and waiting to put it in for that confetti, honestly.
I competed here last year with a different team. We didn't do too well. My first LAN, I didn't do too well. Last year, I got second at World Series. And I hate that feeling. I want nothing but to win. I want to win everything. I don't really care. That's all I'm here for. I just don't want to do anything else.
We came second last year at EWC, and I mean, that was definitely a dagger, especially being like 10 points away from the victory. But this year, I'm definitely looking to win the whole thing.
Sage, former teammates, it's an interesting and ongoing conversation about wanting to prove something, you know, how you feel about it. Is there anything you would like to say for yourself? I mean, what does it mean to you to play against them?
Getting my hands on them this year definitely feels a lot better. I feel like I could definitely get in there and just make sure they don't ever come back and breathe again.
Boys, feeling pressure coming to this tournament? Obviously, you've got the, you got the love, you got the fight, it's all there, but in the back of your mind, how do you as competitors get rid of that pressure? Or try to turn it into something different?
Obviously, there's build-up to events. You get excited. You get a lot of different emotions. But as soon as you sit down, get your hands on the controller, and you play on that stage, it's a different type of mental. You lock in. So that's really all it comes down to. It's just locking in at that stage on the day.
It's just like a switch for me. Like right as I put those earbuds in, the headphone over, like it's just game time for me.
I've been Miles Ross. This has been Virtus Pro. See you in the next one.
That is Virtus Pro, and while Sage answered most of the questions, I want to know who is dropping the biggest numbers through their first 3 drops.
Dongy.
Dongy, the man plays at a different speed. We're excited to see him, but there's another squad we want to give a shout out to, and my man Gataga has his club Gentlemates in action. They fell short in the CDL. They're looking to bounce back strong here in Warzone.
Well, you didn't really set a high bar there, Chris. But no, the thing is, this is a 3 Frenchman squad, and I think the only question here is how well are they going to vibe? How well are they going to chem? Did not have the greatest performance in EU quals, but there is a lot of ceiling behind it. I think particularly, I'm looking at Enkyo out of the 3. He's shown that in other forms of Warzone, he can definitely be a top slayer. It just comes down to, have they gotten their roles identified? And more importantly, what do they want to do on the map? Because you've got a handful of top tier squads that are looking to beat them up.
Absolutely. I mean, this squad for me too was a question mark because they were a team that was rotating POIs. Some were like, okay, are they going bio? Are they going here? Are they going control? But for the Gentlemates, I think Alan put it best. Enkyo, a lot of pressure on him, but he was up with Gabe, Rookie of the Year last year.
Yep. I'm looking through Group C. We have the top EU squad in Team Visions. You've got the top Middle East team in EXO Esports, and you got number 2 NA squad in Virtus Pro. Falcons, of course, had the invite, so Virtus Pro officially number 2 on our leaderboard. Who finishes highest at the end of this one? Give me your top 3 for Group C.
Top 3 for just from Group C specifically?
Group C only.
Virtus Pro. No, I'm going to put Vision, Virtus Pro, and then I'm going to go Inner Circle. I really feel like Inner Circle is going to be
with
my
the
roster.
Apex squad.
Honest to God, dude. I feel like Inner Circle is going to be that roster. But what's interesting about all this, if you don't mind me going on a little tangent for a second, you have 4 rosters from Group C who land in bio and chemical. So it's going to be highly contested. Now, FaZe did a really good job, right? But FaZe likes to land over in that area. So now they've got 4 teams who are going to be joining where FaZe is currently landing. So therefore, it could be a bloodbath over on the northeastern portion of the map.
All right, well, Tommy is coaching Inner Circle. Tommy used to play with TBE. That was Tommy, Ben, a.k.a. Almond, and Eddie, a.k.a. Noobs. So he knows where his buddies like to go. This is resurgence, though. It could get weird. Final predictions before we kick off Group AC.
Between A and C this time?
Yeah, I'll expand it to you. How's that sound?
You know what?
Let's make it harder.
That's hard. Yeah, that is definitely harder with Falcons in the mix. But I think Virtus Pro, they've been doing their homework. I think they're going to take the cake.
Yeah, they've been able to watch.
I think outside of Virtus Pro and outside of Vision, Group C is going to get flippin' farmed. I've got Group A running up the score against Group C in this one. I think you're going to see a lot of teams in A bump up.
Scummin', Nate Dogg, and Rated from All Gamers may have something to say about it, but they didn't in the qualifier. They're going to be my team to watch.
Right.
Novo Esports, though, is another team coming out that a lot of people have been chatting about. What are expectations for Novo if you're a fan at home?
Well, Vortex is that guy. He's a leading slayer. He's a person on the battlefield that you cannot discredit or count out. I do still feel like A is most likely going to be the dominant group here, but for Nova with Vortex, I fully believe in him, and he could very well surprise everybody.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to give our players 2 more minutes to plug in their controllers. When we come back, it's going to be party time live at EWC. Don't go anywhere.
Salve, mano, Santos Lucas. É bem-vindo, moleque. 1000%, tá difícil aqui, hein? Começa logo essa partida, velho. Tá maluco.
Welcome back, one and all. While we're still getting the stage ready for this next one, we want to break down the action that you're about to witness. Now, these are drops 4, 5, and 6 on a 9-drop day, but it's our first look at Group C. So that's where I want to start the conversation. We already talked about some of the favorites in the group, but let's show some love to all the teams that qualified. Team XO is one we were talking about during the break. Why? Because the Saudi fans here in Riyadh are amazing, and we know that they get behind their homegrown talent.
Yeah.
XO is probably going to be the team to cheer for here in Group C, right?
I think so. I mean, Hamoud is a guy that I've been pumping up since last year, really 2 years ago, whenever he was introduced onto the World Series of Warzone global stage in London. You were, Dream, one of the people hyping him up, but I became a big fan of him last year, not representing Falcons, but representing Falcons, I believe, at the World Series of Warzone. So he's got history, but a Saudi local. He always brings the energy, and he was a part of the roster that was the only roster really to challenge Team Falcons last year in Stronghold, which means he's not scared to go up against the top teams in the lobby. I love Hamoud as a player. He can drop big numbers, and I do feel like his success is overdue. It's a matter of what he can do with this new roster from XO Esports.
Yeah, and I mean, watching them in the meta qualifier, my biggest question was, because we always seen Hamoud with or Zizix or Jawad, who's on EVOS, right? So different teammates, and he was with, you know, also Crims as well. So seeing him with Notorious and Penguin, I was like, how are they going to do? You know, it was a little bit up in the air, but they were playing really good, locking down Stronghold, the green side, and it was all credits to Penguin. I talked with Hamoud. He said, you know, IGL, he slays too, and he was leading them in late game.
Well, the thing about Hamoud is, like, this is his now third LAN event, like on the biggest stage, right? On the major stage. That is invaluable experience, and now bringing in 2 new guns, as far as I'm concerned, like, I think he's going to be the most valuable member on the squad.
One extra note, they get extra practice too, that region. They have better practice.
That's a good point. I think the other thing about it is, like, whenever we see someone who is kind of an up-and-comer, like Hamoud is, now he's the veteran on this team. How does he take over that role of being kind of a mentor to guys who've never seen a stage like this before? It's a tall ask, especially going into this opening set of groups playing each other. It's going to be a battlefield for him.
Now, remember, no one thought VKA was going to win a game in our previous group, right? They were one of the lower-seeded teams that came in towards the end of the qualifiers. I feel like XO is in that same place. If you can stay alive, you could go deep. But here's a look at VKA. This is a team that we wanted to show some love to, because from Group B, they're going to be playing later on tonight. They already have a win. The question is, can they stack up some more frags?
You know, I got to give credits to Azen, because he just switched from mouse and key to a controller, and we saw him sniping on that dockside by control. They really shocked us with controlling that side of the map.
Final predictions. We got VP, Team Vision, All Gamers, and Inner Circle as 4 of the squads that could make a challenge to Group A. Well, our players are ready. It's time to find out who's going to get it done.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Goj. I've got the amazing Ton next to me, and really excited to see what Group C can bring us here, Ton.
We're really excited. It's going to be an interesting one. We changed things up from what we just seen before. Those first 3 games were insane, but we've got a few drop points to talk on here, and we're going to be jumping in very, very quickly. So let's quickly cover. Control Center was very heavily contested over those first 3 games. We are likely moving away from there over towards more the northern side of the map.
Yeah, it's going to be a battle for chemical, a battle for bio. You heard the desk. It's going to be a battle for all, but I think Control Center might be a little bit more quiet this time around. Folks, get ready for game number 4 of the day, but the first game for Group C, it looks like, holy cow, VP starting out with a bang. Was that a team wipe? I don't know what that was.
I mean, nobody dropping just yet, but everything getting very, very mixy over towards bioweapons. I think for me, that was one that was really looking towards Gentlemates and Team Vision, potentially going over towards that side. But Gentlemates up against Fnatic is typically a matchup that we'll be keeping an eye on as things do go on. Very big EU battle to kick things off.
Yeah, this is a really important battle over here in Bio and Chemical for multiple reasons. I think one of the main ones here, though, is that VP has been one of the most strong teams in Rebirth Island, and to have a team potentially contest them, it doesn't look like it was much of a contest as we swing over to that Bio side as Inxie and Zakar. They have been crushing it. Well, frankly, Ton, they crushed it in the first game, but they've been a little quiet in the next 2 here for Fnatic.
They were a little bit, but somebody else is actually getting involved here. Inner Circle starting to get in on the fight as well. Axion trying to stay alive, the rest of his teammates still along, but Gromalock doing what he can only find the one, will fall. Big fight going on between these 3 teams here, and right now, I think if you're INC, you need to survive.
Yeah, this is a huge moment for Inner Circle to really prove themselves. Bray 18 years old. They win out in APAC, just like the Des talked about. Now they're trying to win out in Bio. See Obs get back into the mix, of course, Resurgence, and unfortunately, Hollow gets cut down quickly. Teeny goes in for the trade, picks up another. Inxian alone and, well, fully alone. That's a nice wipe there for our APAC team.
Yeah, no, it's a nice start for them, to be honest with you. In a circle, finding their way over, picking up the pieces, and bioweapons is entirely theirs. I was really curious, actually, if we were going to see Virtus Pro start to make their way over from Chemical. They decided not to. They're still Luna.
Yeah, it's a good shout. A battle here, as per the usual with Twisted Minds. This is a battle that will continue, folks. A couple battles, Control, namely, is going to be quiet, but this side, the factory, it's going to be active all day today and tomorrow, and it's going to be this fight right here. Twisted Minds wins out yet again. I believe the overall belt for factory is now 2-2 in 4 maps, as Decky's team in deep trouble.
Yeah, I mean, they had a bit of a slow start to the day, did Twisted Minds, but they're very much warmed up and up and running over towards the factory side. Interested to see, of course, what the squad of AGAL are going to be doing here to kick things off. That's not necessarily the hottest of drops or the hottest of starts for them, but things starting to get a little more mixy over towards the prison side. A lot of teams fighting over headquarters right now as well. A lot of movement down towards factory, as you mentioned, at least 3 teams down.
Yeah, EVOS, an opportunity to continue to make a name for themselves. Of course, if you watch a lot of Warzone, you've seen some of those names before, but on the main stage, they still have a lot to prove as we swing back to the fight that has been going on for all 4 of these maps. I just mentioned it, and Twisted Minds still on top in this fight, still making sure that Lays can't slay out. Man, that player so dang good in the first 2, but unfortunately for Decky and his team, can't get anything going in the 4th.
Yeah, Falcon's starting to get interested over towards his factory side. They are the shots that's coming in over towards Noobs. They're full firing them down, keeping them down there over towards factory. A couple of the teams have kind of moved themselves away over towards the harbor side. Falcons on the hunt once more.
This is classic Falcons behavior. We saw what they were able to do in Game 3, one of the biggest games of the day, absolutely the biggest game of the day. And frankly, the Falcons really play 2v3, as you see Biffle and Shifty play together looking for trades. They're okay with dying, and they're able to trade out 1. Gets the cleanup, will get cut down, but guess what? Hisoka is all alone with 100 miles to himself in Stronghold.
I mean, that's a good trade for Twisted Minds, right? Falcons get themselves 1, you get yourselves 2. Not a problem whatsoever, as teams now starting to make their move. Circle coming in towards the southwest side of the map. Bio and Chemical and Engineering. Somewhere we said was going to be busy, entirely cut off. So teams going to be fighting for a little bit of purchase over towards Industries.
Yeah, a quick shout on this map view, by the way. As you can tell, Team 9 in the salmon there. That's going to be Team Vision. We expected them to land straight on top of this VP squad, and I think they did. Got wiped almost immediately. VP kill able to rack, stay alive, plays down towards Harbor now. We'll see if they can regain as VP is on the hunt. Sage picking up 1 on Zakar.
Yeah, that's Fnatic falling, but they had a really good game number 1. Kind of went under the radar a little bit, but the kills are being put up by them. Can they continue to do so? Here's Dongy. Our first look at one of the guys that a lot of people have got their eyes on throughout this tournament. A couple of kills coming down though, very much a 3-way fight. Which way is it going to go? Teeny will find his way through, and that is squad 4 wipe. Fnatic out early doors.
Yeah, Inner Circle came to play. Shout out to Taylor Reflections and Oboe on the desk. He was shouting him out. They're looking good. I don't know if it's the coaching from Tommy or just this team really is that good, but a perfect third party, even though they're on the back foot up in Bio. They've completely restabilized. And now VP trying to restabilize, get back onto the hunt as we see a couple teams inside of prison still.
Just another note, actually, Fnatic have obviously had themselves, FaZe Clan have had themselves a very good start to the tournament. Right now, just trying to survive and hit a bit of a regain. Had a very, very slow start, so keep an eye on how things are going to go. But Dongy now starting to get eyes on our Australian team over towards the water side, but now for a little bit of a fight around prison. Not the best spot for them, they'll get out of dodge, but the fight does continue. Diaz and Co, Biffle and Co, I should say, sorry, over towards Control. And where did they win those games from? It was Control. They currently have entirely that building locked down.
Leviathan somehow still on this map after what looks like they've been wiped 3 times. Their anchor still alive on the boat outside of Factory, so we'll continue to keep our eyes out for that orange team. See Extra J go to the top, take a look around, and yes, there's a couple people down below them. This sandwich has been going on for a while as well. Neither team really able to get better footing than the others. High ground here in prison isn't always the best position, but our zone is tending towards, well, frankly, the majority of the zones we've seen thus far are likely headed towards Control, or maybe the land out in the open between Docks and Control.
And I think the only thing is for Falcons here, everyone's kind of ignored them. A lot of action going down towards the southeast side of the map right now, and that is right where we are now. Prison is not necessarily the central area of it, but around Factory, plenty of teams in and around it. EVOS Esports over towards headquarters might get caught between a few.
Yeah, and Biffle continuing to just farm kills wherever you can find them.
usually playing right next to Shifty, and right now all alone. Looking for kills inside, seemingly having the upper hand. Look, I'll take Diaz Biffle in a 1v1 any day of the week, including today. Havoc's a great player, unfortunately out of here.
Now starting to make them move a little bit here. Falcons starting to maybe spread their wings, because right now nobody's going anywhere near control center. They don't want anything to do with it. And after that previous game, I'm honestly not too shocked, Coach.
Yeah, and it does look like VP. I was going to say, it looks like they've got their anchor up in the water tower. So pretty much alone up there for a while. Decent high ground position. Should be able to fly over to prison. No problem and maintain the high ground position. VP beginning to spread a bit over top. So we take a look at Twisted Minds, who, again, really a slow start to the first 2 games. But the last 2, including this one, really strong as they continue to farm this Leviathan team. They just cannot get stabilized, and even catching Thermite, Molotov, anything in between, they are in trouble as, guess what? Vision here looking to finally get a few kills on the board. They really had a bad start here.
Yeah, they've had a bad start. They've kind of been caught in between a few different teams. A lot of action going down towards the bottom factory side. They were kind of lingering more towards the harbor, now starting to get involved, but getting cut down. Echo with the first one to fall, but look at how Aiden is going. 6 kills to his name already. Twisted Minds having a much better time.
Well, let's take a quick listen in with this team.
Yeah, 20, absolute, Smith. I'm tapping. I'm coming now if you want to wait. Dead. You fucking dog shit, Lennon. Let's fucking go.
Let's go, baby.
Is that their anchor? We can push him out. Yeah, last. We have time. With you. He's trying to run all the way to gas. He's about to run to gas. I'm looking. He's weak on the buy. He res, crack, climbing left, crack. Dead. Nice, that fool. I get that fool. They might try to come back in factory really fast. I'm gonna get the height. I think you're right. I'm gonna get the height and look. I'm gonna buy another Yui. We need to try the 3rd HQ in a sec too. Yeah, we can hold it.
Vai morrer mais gente, né?
This is the Twisted Minds we've been waiting for. Extremely clear comms, a few choice words for their opponents, and they are farming right now. Watch out for Twisted Minds in the in-game. They can push up into new. They are playing outside the zone right now, picking up a ton of kills as we head over to AG Global.
I mean, talk about 2 personalities who are going to go up against each other. You see Aiden clapping immediately over towards Lennon. And that's what we do love about BR, right? It's what we love about Warzone. Now teams starting to get themselves set up as we do go in towards the mid-game. Into circle 3, things starting to get interesting, things starting to get a little tighter. With Smith now, you're just trying to survive, but to be honest with you, we've seen a good game so far out of Twisted Minds. They're closing that game.
Yeah, they've got a big game on their hands right now. I think we saw Aiden on nearly double digits. But you're right, because we were playing on the outskirts of zone, battling in can be quite difficult if they're being held from prison. And it is King Madi up above, raining terror, raining hellfire as Alman and Aiden just try to find the right angle. I don't think they've got any streaks to try to play this cover, but enough damage on King Madi. He actually backs up. They're going to push up down below. A perfect push from Twisted Minds to get safe.
And they said they wanted to make their way over towards headquarters, so they've been forced into prison. It's not necessarily where they want to be, but they're safe, and that has to be the important thing. Circle about to close which way. Are we heading right towards the center? And once again, do they read it every time? Control center, Falcons, #1 team, currently sitting in number A spot.
A lot of folks said history is going to repeat itself at EWC here with Warzone, and history is repeating itself just from game 3 to game 4. Good grief, the Falcons have power position, in control. We'll see what they're able to do about it. Twisted Minds go all the way underneath and unfortunately get punished for it. Inner Circle is here. They got here very early, and because of that, they're getting paid.
Yeah, they've had a good game there as well. Can they keep it up over towards the latter stages? Kind of in the middle of no man's land right now, and they are being farmed. Cams will find orbs, and all of a sudden, everybody else starting to cast some eyes over towards that Australian squad. They'll manage to find themselves some cover, but everybody else now fighting for the real estate in and around prison. Control center is going to be that spot, though, towards the end of the game. We're really going to see a fight between these teams in prison, whoever ends up being left there, and of course, the Falcons.
That's a really good shot. I'm pretty impressed with our team number 7 there in yellow. That's Jawad's team. Well, just maintaining position in headquarters since the very beginning of the game. We actually saw, I think it was Robstar on top of that tower. I think it's circle 1. So watch out for this team playing high ground. Likely going to have to pull off of that position here in probably the next circle. Twisted Minds staying together underneath, but Robstar up in the tower.
The only problem is for me here is that they've been in and around headquarters. Everyone's around them, but are they putting up the numbers? Well, 4 for Robstar. Not a bad amount. Curious to see how the rest of his team have done, but Hisoka finding Lennon. Echo and FIFA kill, turning it round. Team number 10, AJAL, out. Very much at the hands of Team Vision, who haven't necessarily had too great of a game, but that may well help them on their way to a decent score here.
Yeah, and that AG wipe is more of a story than just getting killed by that one team. It's because of this Team 7 winning out in headquarters. AG has been on the run. So unfortunately, because of that, they get punished and are full out of here. The zone, by the way, if you can tell, pulls directly to control, and with no 100 Thieves in this lobby, or Movistar or Koi, it is all the Falcons all day.
That's Leviathan out of the game here as well. They kept it rolling, but I mean, everybody's starting to drop now as things getting chaotic here towards the Twisted Minds fight. Looking for the Australians, they've been wiped. No problem for Aiden and Koi. He's sitting on 11.
Oh, we just pushed into the top 5, so the best multiplier you can get if you're not going to win the game. So here we go. Who's going to get the 1.6? Likely the Falcons, but let's see if maybe there's a third-party position where two teams can push at the same time. That's exactly what's happening. Twisted Minds says, oh, Cams, you guys want to go in first? Sounds good. We're coming from behind. Unfortunately, getting shot in the back. King Madi still playing spoiler with Extra J up on the hill.
I mean, they've done so well to 3P this one. All of a sudden, Aiden could think they're in an unbelievable spot to get themselves to control, but here come the Falcons. They're putting the suppressive fire down. That may well let TM in.
Good grief. King Madi, Extra J, completely in the blender, and they are out of here. We only have 3 teams, and it's 3 of the teams, well, 2 of the teams that everybody's talking about. Twisted Minds versus the Falcons. We talked about it at the top of the show, but look who's in the mix in the middle. Novo has made it to the middle of the sandwich, and the meat may be there. I don't know if it's going to be the meat of the points, but they've got an opportunity. Shifty finds the angle over the top. We catch the tail end of the fight, and Twisted Minds out of here.
And Novo have got here pretty much unscathed, but it's all about the rotation that's going to start going. We can already see one player from the side of Falcons has made his way. Shifty in a little bit of trouble here. Up top, can he find anything? But his squad Vortex is tagged up. The break is there, but we've already seen Falcons start to make the move. Shifty, he's just a linchpin from this angle. Hisoka holding off. They're in 3 different directions. Which way do you look if you know? But
a perfect setup from the Falcons. It's like they've played this a million times, and they cut them down without even hardly losing a plate to their name. Completely unperturbed. A back-to-back win for the Falcons.
And I think the only thing they will say, we've seen plenty of kills towards the end of that game. They won't put up ginormous numbers throughout the rest of that game. They'll get the 1.6 multiplier, but it doesn't tell you the whole story. They have so many teams scared of them. Control Centers was theirs. As soon as it started pulling towards it, we called it that this was their game from about 5 minutes ago. Yeah, they hold it down, they find what kills they can, and that'll be a decent score in game number 4.
I mean, that is textbook Falcons. I think one of the things we talk about with this team is that they're always fighting 2v3. They send out Shifty and Biffle. Shifty and Biffle not only go fight, but they also scout. Yeah. They get to control early and they say, hey, there's nobody here. You guys want to win the game? They called the zone perfectly. He said, well, that was easy. Thank you very much. And because of that, they're going to be at the top of the leaderboard, or rather remain at the top of the leaderboard.
Incredible work from Falcons. I mean, realistically, who's going to control them? I'm not too sure. Control is all theirs. Can anyone contest with Falcons?
We're going to head to a very short break here in the booth. We'll see you later.
Espetacularmente, tamo junto, mano. Bem-vindos. Eu lembro como o pretão aí morre. Agora é uma luta, rapaziada. Vai vir resumo. Até a próxima partida. Tem mais 7 partidas, 6 partidas. Partida, né? Não, tem mais 6 partidas. Passar no... Ah, não, pretão, cara, agora. Se eu não me engano, ele vai também nessa hora. Ele me deixou ele ir lá, né?
Come to the wall, come to the wall. I'm holding your top mini.
Last team. I'm
holding your top mini. One just crossing me.
Yeah.
One's playing you. I got P'd where I was. I'm going right. I got P'd where I was.
I'm gonna stay here, okay? I'm dying with it. On my top. Cracked one, cracked two.
Stay down, City. Stay down.
One shot, one.
One's in the smoke. Yo, sit down to the buy. Sit down to the buy.
On the buy, almost cracked.
On the buy, cracked. I can't. Yo, bike is still alive.
On my top, knocked.
Bike kid's not looking at me.
Bike kid, absolutely knocked.
I'm holding the kid on you. Cracked on you.
Job. Nice.
Hey,
D.
Sozinho. O bagulho vai pegar no pé dele, ó.
Yep, that's about 50% of the games they dropped in that they're now walking away as winners. Falcons with superior positioning. And Alan, you called it out 2 minutes before the rotation actually went down, that the Falcons are simply cutting off everyone on rotation.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's this thing about you could be super critical and be like, yo, why do you guys keep dropping Stronghold? No one's there. You're not getting early kills. They don't care. They don't care. Because once you get a free drop, you get your loadouts, then you've got the world at your essentially in your palms. If the circle ends up being on the northwest side, you fight through control. We saw that now in back-to-back games. If it ends up going towards the southeast side, you rotate through headquarters. No problem. Now we've got the circle for high ground. If it goes to the eastern side of the map, this is where they're most impressive. They rotate late from either of those two POIs to the top side of prison. They follow the circle, and then they're high ground controlling you the entire way. These guys don't make mistakes. They wrap the map better than anyone else because they go from central points of interest, and no one wants to challenge.
I think that's the biggest call out. They still have high ground at all points during this game. Excellent off angle by Hisoka at the very end. But can we talk about some of the early action? I saw Virtus Pro members constantly in the kill feed. They had like 14 kill zone before they went out around 11th. You don't get a multiplier if you don't finish in your top 10.
It's unfortunate that did happen, but with the way that they are getting those eliminations, just a couple of corrections that, of course, IGL Dongi, I mean, he's Dongi, he slays, he knows the game. I think that with the boot camp that they went through too as well, they're not worried. They're getting the kills.
What did you see, Taylor? Well, one of the things about Virtus Pro is, again, they're landing up towards, biochemical, so that's going to be a highly contested area. It makes sense they're going to pick up a ton of eliminations, but Group C favored that northeastern side. So I wasn't surprised to see them drop early, but I was impressed with the 14 points they were able to accumulate, which begs the question now, how did they change things up? Because the point multiplier was reduced from 2x to 1.6x, right, from last year to this year, but it's still important to get those placement points.
That's one thing I forgot to say was that fight vision, right? There were so many teams that were on that chemical side that we were wondering, like, are they going to switch those POIs? Where are they going to go? Bio, obviously, Gentlemate's got cost the crossfire, but for this next game, Alan, I don't know. It's going to be difficult for these teams to come up.
Yeah, I think, here's the other point about it. That's one drop for Group C. They're going to have time to, and for Virtus Pro, you say, okay, hey, we're doing good in the early game. Let's just stay alive. You finish top 5. You got 5 more. You're chilling if you finish top 5 at that point. So I don't think you're sweating if you're Virtus Pro. I'd be a little bit more worried if you're some of the other teams that find themselves in the mix. I mean, there is just a lot of squads in this group in particular that finished outside the top 10. So Group C is in a little bit of trouble early.
I'll be honest, if you're in Group C, you just sat there, you watched 3 games, and then you come in and you're Gentlemates and you get spanked without a single elimination, my head is gone right now. How do I regroup knowing I still have plenty of time? I have 5 more drops left.
Plenty of time. They've got the fan base behind them as well, right? Flying out like, what, 60 or so people to be out there in the crowd. They might even be out doing, I don't know, Falcons and Twisted Minds for the home team. But that's not the performance that they were looking for. But you said it best, Shift. I mean, it's game one. Plenty of games for them to go. If you don't mind, I do want to highlight Twisted Minds, though, because they were battling fiercely against Team Vision, and we highlighted Vision off the rip. Obviously, FIFA Kill coming into the mix, and we witnessed a massive battle over on the factory side. Now, one of the things I want to highlight that Twisted Minds did better this game than I think they have ever done in the previous games they played was rotating up from the shore side from factory up towards prison. Alleviating that pressure from the top prison teams was critical, and they were able to do so in great fashion, and therefore take bottom prison, ultimately rotate out, and they were also being gate kept from inner circle, who ended up trying to take them out of tunnel, but they ended up sniffing it out, reading it, and then of course they got finished off by Falcons over in control. But for me, that rotation was critical, and it showed that they truly understand their position.
What do I need to do to get one of those plushies? I saw the plushie. I was like, I need that little pink brain guy to hang out with me in the studio. No, I love it. Ellen, as we take a look forward here, Group C about to drop back in. Novo Esports is one that we chimed in just a little bit about. That is a squad that I want to put eyes on early in this game. They finished in the top 5 in our first drop for Group C. Expectations going into drop number 2.
I mean, the thing with them too, all of them are alive, right? They were baiting and trading each other so efficiently that going into this next drop, I feel like that's going to be another team that we're going to see on the top. But for Group A, they've obviously Falcons setting the bar really high. If you are at this Group C for this game 5, I think there's just so much pressure on them as well. Yeah, they got that warm-up game out of the way, but they got to come out swinging.
Nova was the second-place team. That's great for qualifier points, multiplier points, I should say, but you need to drop some more frags. Is there a way to get the better of Shifty, Biffle, Hisoka on the high ground? Is there a way to have a more coordinated attack? Because it looked like they're a little too slow, and Hisoka made them pay.
I think that's more of like a how do you win a championship conversation, not as much a how do you get out of groups conversation. Because Novo, second place, 14 kills, that's solid. Like, if you can keep that and just consistently find yourself in a final battle versus a team like Hisoka and the rest of the Falcons, they're chilling. Like, you're in a good spot. That is a conversation that is going to have to be had, though, because so far, outside of maybe one drop where Falcons are trying something different, no one's able to beat them at their own game. So that is a really strong point, but I think if you're Novo, expectations are low. You have a second place and a good number of kills. You're chilling right now.
Taylor, there is a look back-to-back. Our FaZe Clan and Twisted Minds, they're both sitting there in Group A. They are down to their last 2 drops. Who do you think finishes higher on the leaderboard at the end of the night?
Twisted Minds, without question. Again, their rotation from factory in that last game up towards bottom prison into control was wonderful. They were also getting pressured by Biffle from Team Falcons. Team Vision joined into the mix, and they took them both on in great fashion. In fact, even backing Biffle off, who was then forced to go over towards the control side to challenge Inner Circle. For me, Twisted Minds, but FaZe, I'm just going to say it. I'm so impressed with the way they performed today. From after I was hearing they were going to be one of the bottom teams.
I got a dark horse watch for you, Chris.
Hit me with it.
CT Gaming.
What?
Currently averaging a 6th place finish. 5th, 3rd, 8th, and 4th in their 4 drops. They just need more kills. They're currently consistent, though.
We'll keep our eyes on them. It's time to jump into the game. We got Goj and Ton on the mic.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chris Puckett, an amazing analyst desk. A great breakdown, and Ton, a great first map for some of our Group C teams.
Yeah, no, they had a very, very solid outing, especially Novo Esports finding that second placement. Cops kills, not necessarily setting the world on fire, but 14 will do you. If you would offer them that game again, they would snap your hand off. As a guy who did a hot take segment saying the Falcons may well not finish in the top 3, I'm feeling a little silly right now, Goj, it has to be said. But hey, if they can keep this up, we kind of knew they were the team to beat. Let's not get it twisted. But there are some teams who maybe need to step it up, maybe see what they're doing. They're sort of saying, okay, with scripts, you don't want to kind of mess anything up here. When is the time to test it against Falcons? But now I'm looking like Twisted Minds, FaZe Clan, teams who are looking like they are likely to go through. Give them a go, see what you can do.
My hot takes are feeling great. We definitely have some shift outs and FaZe looking good. Let's drop into map number 5 of the day, folks. Number 2 here for Group C. And it looks like things are shifting up quite dramatically as Shifty trying to get into the mix here on Inxian, which means Shifty and I think Biffle have both landed bio
Outra
just
partida já?
north of this
Caraca,
fight that we
começou
will
rápido, hein?
continue to see in this group.
I mean, the
This
confidence is
Grupo é
overwhelming, and they are
Poxa, pro
delusional
grupo
at the
agora?
moment, just dropping in on teams
Aí,
in
Bob,
completely
ó.
different areas.
Aí,
But squad's
mas-
already been wiped. We're
Aqui,
already
Bob,
losing
ó.
a team. I think that's Fnatic
Ah.
gone in the blink of an eye. All three wiped
Eu
one
vi
in
o
the
bagulho, foi o
combo,
olho
kicking.
dela.
That is absurdly quick. Everybody gone, and that's Fnatic out of the scoring within 20 seconds.
This fight is one of the most important fights we will see for most of the day today and tomorrow, as these two teams are in a group stage. But one of the fights off screen is that wipe on Fnatic's team. Shifty and Biffle landed bio. They landed bio, wipe Fnatic. They get pushed out finally by the Gentlemates. They basically said, hey, Gentlemates, here's your POI back. How about you go win bio with our help?
Incredible work from the Falcons boys to actually just have the wherewithal, and that's to show different tactics that they have on the board, right? They're not just about dropping stronghold, looting up, moving control, doing their route. It's very much that they can throw a different look at every single game and still dominate. But Cams and Coast continue to do well here. Novo with a previous very, very good game, still keeping things alive and kicking here. XO Esports, we yet to really get going in game number 1. Now we're to game number 2.
I really like this Novo Esports squad, and again, as we had mentioned, the battle for Kim and Bio is an important one, and the control fight, we didn't think it was going to be all that active. It does look like Novo is not uncontested here. They are contested, and they're winning that contest after a fantastic last map, but Hamu's going to try to punish it and make me look silly, picking up cams, and in transition, Vortex as well. All of a sudden, Novo Esports in the back foot.
Yeah, great shots coming out from everyone in XO Esports. That will be control over towards control center for them. They will take that all day long, but back over towards the factory. Everything was really kicking off towards this side of the map in the previous series, of course. Arm and Nicole looking to try and get things going. Had a really good game. Number 4 for them. Number 2 for some of the teams coming in now. So we go into Group C versus Group A. Having a look across the map, though, things settling just a little bit. We can already see a move being made from Falcons over towards control. Keep an eye on how that's going to be going. But still, the fight continues over towards Factory.
Yeah, pretty important piece here is, of course, the continued fight for Factory here with Twisted Minds and Leviathan. But we actually see that I think it was Lennon who does get actually punished from the tower by Rated with AG from on high. That fight continuing. Rated continuing to play spoiler as per the usual. He'd like to pick up a few more kills as we see the Falcons doing what they do best, which is swing over to control and wipe everybody in their path in a 2v3. They pick up Penguin, even the odds, and unfortunately nobody wants to fight Shifty and Biffle in a 2v2. Hamoud tries and gets punished for it.
The problem is everybody else splits, but another team are getting involved here. You can already see Novo on the way again.
Perfect execution from Novo. Another perfect third party. And they lose Havix. Unfortunately, Hamoud trying to go crazy, but Vortex punishes him and says, no, this is our drop spot. And the Falcons continuing to help other teams turn the tides of these battles for POIs.
Yeah, Falcons currently at Stronghold. The zone is closing up towards them. They'll have to make their move and then go towards the living quarters side. So things could get mixy over towards the factory side. And things do continue on. Oh, thank you very much. I'll have that free kill. No problem. Scumming. Going to take that one all day long, and there's been a bit more of a fight over towards headquarters this time. We can see AG are over here, of course, alongside EVOS, who have had themselves a couple of decent games. They just continue to get those placements, trying to find the kills. Rated is there to pick up the pieces. Yeah. This man has been around as long as I have. He is an old man these days.
He is. He's still really dang good at this game, I gotta say. And this fight, an important one here in HQ because it is Ultimate High inside of that tower. You saw Rated picking up a couple in transition. Scummin now playing Ultimate High and punishing one. Here's some footsteps, or maybe just wants a different position. And it is the Falcons, one of the Falcons below him. They're able to pinch on this, picking up Biffle before Shifty can get there. That's the best case scenario. But Robstar continues to try to fight this in HQ as Biffle now from behind picks up Rated. They didn't know he was here. I thought they heard footsteps. They allowed Shifty to catch up with him, and now with Rated down, they've got a 2v1 inside of this building. AG entirely on their back foot, have nowhere to go.
I mean, that kind of works out for EVOS, right? They were the ones that wanted headquarters. AG are forced away. Here come the Falcons, and now drop AG. Wiped in the blink of an eye, and everywhere Falcons go at the moment turns to gold. Hisoka trying to get himself over towards the top of Robstar, though, so Hisoka's going to fall. Biffle and Shifty are nice and safe here, but your linchpin, your anchor, is then just gone. They're going to have to reposition here right now. They're not quite as safe as they would like to be.
I can't wait for the analysts to break down that play. I don't know what IGL call it was to give up HQ and push down to Grandma's, but it was the wrong call. And Biffle, I guess, predicted it perfectly. Right place at the right time. Trying to take top prison. See if Jawad can maybe play spoiler. Robstar does have an angle on this, so at least info will be gained, and they can definitely trade. Biffle knows he's up here, of course, because the Soka got cut down. But there is a fight down towards Factory as well we've got to keep our eyes on. Not only is Leviathan still alive, but so is Twisted Minds, and so is Vision, and Robstar unfortunately will not be joining them in the Alive category.
Bit of a problem here for Virtus Pro and Gentlemen. They're kind of having their own battle over towards Chemical and Engineering. Yeah, okay, they're farming away, but they're not getting big kills. There's not a lot of activity towards the northeast side of the map. Everything's going on over towards Headquarters Factory and, of course, inside of Prison. So maybe a change up and drop as things do continue throughout the rest of today, potentially come from two of those teams.
We do see FaZe on our screen. Again, I'm not saying I was right, but they are looking pretty good right now, at least in terms of the first group. You see VP has maintained control for the most part, as it does look like the Frenchman, Gentlemates, coming down from Bio, being pushed out by the zone, trying to get fault here at Chemical, and Noob's kind of by himself. Gets traded out, actually, I believe by a PA, that he just couldn't get down the stairs fast enough. No big deal, but it does give him a little bit room to work with. Gentlemates should be able to push inside, and maybe try to force Sage out of here.
Yeah, again, both these two teams kind of fighting on an island right now. 3 versus 3 consistently going in up against each other, and Enkyo looking for a little bit more. They didn't have the best of first game, but Enkyo already with more kills than his team managed in the previous map themselves. And the pickup is going to be there. Should be able to get the res on Grom as well. This is working out a lot better for Gentlemates, who having a significantly better game too.
Yeah, a couple quick updates, by the way. Gentlemates, yes, they've taken control of Chemical, but it is, I believe, XO that is completely taking control of control. Here's a quick look at that map. That pink lavender color, 13. That's going to be XO, so they've completely went out of control, and it does look like Falcons have regained over an HQ and are maintaining position there rather than top prison. It's just a little bit too big right now. We see a lot of fights happening here in the kill feed, and a couple folks getting knocked. Nothing incredibly important necessarily, but player advantages across the board. We'll see if anybody can execute on it.
I think Biffle's the one who has made his way towards prison from the Falcons side. They're looking to try and get a little bit of purchase now if they can. And it's just a free route for NQ and Co here, right? Gentlemates can quite happily make their way through Industries, have a few kills, plenty of cash, can get things rolling. But the problem for them is going to be high here. I mean, they need to get themselves over towards the prison side. Big fights going on there. Towards the other side of the map, though, still lingering around Harbor. A lot of these teams who've been Harbor, Chemical, Bioweapons haven't really been able to get things going. Again, as mentioned, maybe a switch-up could come, but Circles have not came that way.
Yeah, and for the looks of it, I was about to say Twisted Minds on their heels, but no, they are out of here. They are in the lobby. Finally, Leviathan has struck back here in map number 5. These two teams consistently battling. Leviathan on the upper hand this time around.
I look over towards prison as well. Falcons are starting to make some inroads there, but still as we continue over towards Harbor. Right now, if you're Team Vision, you're very much on your own, but you have to make it up the hill. That's going to be the problem. You can see which way the zone's pulling. We'll see where that's going to go. We've got a couple of minutes before things do go that way, but Hala trying to keep things going here. Big fight going on between themselves and Novo, and this is really nice from Gentlemates now. I can hear it, getting excited.
It's huge. We obviously 2 EU squads, but right now it is Gentlemates all day, every day, including today. Good grief, a nice wipe there on Novo, who technically I believe was top of their pool, their group after our first game. They fought here in game number 4, so in game 5, Gentlemates on top. They got a lot of kills to work with, but like we just talked about, we need some multipliers, so we've got another fight on our hands as a team from Control came swinging down towards Ammo Shack.
Yeah, XO are on the way over as the fight over towards prison continues as well, but here come VP. They've kind of got a good of an overlook here across everybody else. So let's listen in with VP.
Não, ele vai ser prensado nesse bagulho.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. Gonna be a lot of kids in the sky soon. Hold back to you. Okay, I get that now. I'm getting out of the tower to get that.
Ah, o bagulho era assim, tô travando.
Let me show you, by the way.
A placa.
I got it done. No resurgence, no resurgence.
F10K, eu tô na terceira divisão do...
I'm gonna grab this money. We have money, we have money. We always have enough.
Tá subindo. Aí cai, aí sobe de novo pra terceira. Mano, o clube, você não tá nem jogando, mano. Os caras tá... Só que os caras não param, os caras tá jogando mais... Valorante, tá ligado? E eu também tava zoado, não tava conseguindo ficar no PC, agora não tô conseguindo aparecer aqui. Aí os caras não estavam nem jogando. Eu tô jogando mais ultimate.
Comms seem clean, and well, patience is a virtue. Virtus Pro seem to have plenty of virtue as they continue to be extremely patient around this water tower. Unfortunately, the Falcons They may not be patient. They have the high ground, and they are pushing every equation they can find. They have the ego that is bigger than this entire map, and it doesn't really matter. They're not getting punished for it.
I mean, it's just their positioning every single map. I'm sitting there watching the minimap. You guys at home don't have that luxury, but every single time you can see they just weave their way into the middle, and it is just inevitable every single map. Some teams are going to have to figure out how to do something against this right now, because Falcons are starting to run away. Plenty of points to their name, but we have seen some of the teams over towards the bottom side of things after the first map, and we just seen about 7 seconds starting to get things going a little more. The zone's starting to come in, inviting teams, inviting that pressure, and inviting players, particularly to the killing factory that is Falcons.
Yeah, Virtus Pro was in a pretty decent position, but the Falcons pushed them out and take one, and obviously I don't think they're getting that player back. Now they're down to one, Donkey down. Sage in trouble by himself. If there's any player that can play his life well, it's Sage. Shifty getting traded out here as Sissoko picks up one, but I think Sage is just going to try to make sure to try to stay alive to top 5. Unfortunately, I think it's Notria's just out in the middle of nowhere. Sage, there was no way he knew anybody was over there, spotted somebody, but Ahsoka picks it up from the back. VP is out of here in 6th. They just barely miss out on the multiplier yet again, not capitalizing on their kills.
And Gentleman's out as well, but the thing is here for Falcons, they've lost a little bit of control over towards the top prison side. They still have members in and around it. Hisoka's able to call somebody back in, so that's Shifty back into it. Biffle is already in lower prison, but look at the team who have made the charge here. Inner Circle had a good game number 1, now in complete control of Prison Roof.
Yeah, Prison Roof, a huge boon for them. The big question is which zone pulls off, and I was going to say, this Inner Circle team has moved to the Inner Circle and now on top of Prison as well, kind of trading blows up on top of Prison. Gentlemates do have 2, so we lost 1 inside, but they are playing this extremely slow because they know they don't have the advantage. Falcons the same. They also only have 2. One of the only teams with 3 is the team on top, Inner Circle. The other team, though, Team Vision, they're still here. Not hardly a kill to their name, but they're alive, and they've got all 3 breathing.
They may well just sneak themselves inside the prison, and that's going to be the important thing here. The circle's closing down. Which way is it going to move? This is big for some of these teams moving towards the other side, and this is nightmare fuel for Team Vision. They've got to get through prison, somehow unscathed, or they may well just go around. Starting to make their move, but they have maybe been spotted by some of the members over towards the top side. Obviously having a little look. Bray is up here with them. To be honest, looking towards it, this feels like Inner Circle's getting to lose.
Yeah, this is a very tough zone, but it's not a huge boon for most. The only team with the advantage is Inner Circle. A fight underneath, though. See what Hollow could do. Gentlemates, they get snuffed out, and it is the Falcons coming in to get the cleanup on a couple. Pretty full wipe now, and FIFA Kill also getting cut down as well, so no one with a massive advantage aside from Inner Circle. They can still maintain position in this zone on the roof. They don't have to get active. We thought Virtus Pro had some patience. Inner Circle, now it's time to exercise yours. Have to have patience on top zone, shoot down amongst your enemies.
Yeah, it's 2 players remaining for the side of Falcons, but constantly just chasing down Team Vision. Looking over now towards Inner Circle, still in that prime spot, still have that advantage. But it depends which way this circle goes. If it goes over towards the other side, if it comes off the side of prison, they could be in a really bad spot.
It should just collapse here, and now the question is who's got an advantage? Top, yes, sure. If you've got gas masks to play with, you've got the resources, you're going to be able to shoot down. Everybody's going to get just pinched into this wide open space. Player advantage is still Inner Circle. You jump first, you might get shot first. Everyone's trying to stay patient, and as per the usual, the Falcons making a crazy gas rotation. This is what they are known for. They almost categorize this play, and unfortunately getting caught. Bray has rotated early. They've jumped all the way to the shack. A perfect execution. They've lost obs in transition, but they have the only remaining piece of cover on this map. Inner Circle are going to be your winners unless they absolutely sell, and they're going to make sure Echo does not stand back up to shoot back.
Yeah, Echo drop, but Biffle's in a good position to maybe do something here, but into the center circle we go. Just no way they can do anything. Biffle. We will try, and he will try again. Just not going to happen this time out. Big win coming in for Inner Circle. Sensational work from them. Positioning was key. Falcons forced up prison, and Inner Circle took it with both hands.
A strong map from Inner Circle, man. They played positioning perfectly. The thing that rattles around in my brain, though, 1.6 multiplier is a huge boon. I don't know how many kills they had. I don't think it was all that many. They got to top prison early. They pick up several in transition. They played the final map perfectly, the final zone, and they punished the Falcons. But you got to remember, the Falcons just went first, second, and they slayed out again.
I mean, we can see the points. We'll keep that surprise for later, but things are starting to get a little stinky for some of the other squads. When you look at the numbers Falcons are putting up, it may well only be day one, but our current champions looking solid as ever. Another high placement, another high amount of kills. Falcons still the team to beat.
Well, folks, we're going to head to a very short break here in the booth. When we come back, it's going to be the last map for Group A and the third for Group C.
Shit, right?
Ah não, ela podia descer e limpar o carro. Sim, isso eu concordo. Não, vai tipo parar o carro, vai parar o carro. Não. Isso é o quê? É nada, o carro tá enchendo o bagulho. Vou deixar o carro desligado. Entendeu? O bagulho é travado ali, não sai. O cara tá em cima das duas rodinhas. Como é que sai? O bagulho não abriu tudo? Também não. Ela é burra. Era pra ter ido antes, ó, mas o bagulho já tá enchendo já. Ela vai tentar sair ali, ó. Ela vai tentar sair por cima, se eu não me engano.
Vai quebrar o cotovelo.
Aí o que vai acontecer? O bagulho vai ligar de novo. Vai ligar, o bagulho vai pegar tudo na cara dela.
Nossa, que sorte, mano. Se eu tivesse que dar o vídeo.
A outra moeda, ó. Não, o engraçado é que tem. O bagulho tá sugando lá faz mó tempo. E ele já tá. E tem gente na água e não sugaram ela. Sugou a água. Ah tá, você vai meter a mão aí. Eu falei que ia ficar com o cu aberto ali. O bagulho vai puxar, cara. Ele não vai morrer afogado, o bagulho vai puxar. É muito ar, fi.
Eu vou morrer afogado.
É isso aí, não tem nada a ver, parça. Isso aí é só uns panos. Como ele tá fazendo força pra tentar tirar o furico dali? Não lembro, acho que ela morre ainda.
I'm stuck here.
I'm looking at the ladder.
Dead him.
Where? Deep left.
Play left. He's selfing, by the way. He's selfing. The guy.
Where'd you knock him?
Shout.
Huh?
He's
still cap.
I got naded from cap. Ahsoka. Rails.
We need this. I'm challenging. I'm on win.
Nice. Oh, it's a 2 solos. One more. 2v1.
Where's he? Como é que tá?
Let's fucking go, baby!
Até o máximo, filho.
Good shit, bro.
Good shit, bro.
Come on, fucking go, boys.
Let's go, Oops. I'm fucking talking about you.
Wow, maybe Taylor Reflections does know ball. He called Inner Circle when no one thought the Apex squad was going to do anything. You called it at the start of the day. They just got the job done.
Hey, without a doubt, Inner Circle, they look special. I mean, Shift, we were watching them right throughout the APAC qualifiers, and I think you would agree with me. There was something about them that just simply worked for us.
Now, remember, Navi got top 5 for APAC last year, Shift. This year, this is the team that knocked them out. But I know you and Dream were focused on some early game action. What did we spot?
I mean, let's just talk about the fact that Shifty landed Bio and contested Fnatic. Shifty and Biffle landing Bio, contesting Fnatic, and completely wiping out early. That really changed the face of the game.
This is a really scary precedent to set if you're playing anyone against Falcons right now, because last year was the story of no one tested a stronghold. Now they're so comfortable rotating off stronghold that they're like, you know what, whatever. Let's just go and test people everywhere else on the map. And that is something that's going to have to change. If no one's going to try to bodyguard them over towards controller headquarters, Falcons are just going to drop down early, get a couple of early kills, and then say, all right, well, let's go back over to Ahsoka and get our free farm.
Plus, he has advanced UAVs the whole time.
Without a doubt, because they have so much money, because they're slayed out the entire lobby. What Shifty and Biffle do that's so great is they make the entire lobby uncomfortable. They made Twisted Minds uncomfortable over at Factory. They've landed over at Control, made 100 Thieves, Leviathan uncomfortable. They've now landed over at Bio, making other rosters uncomfortable and eliminating Fnatic.
Great call out here. Virtus Pro is not off to that hot start I expected, and Dongy, he was at high ground at one point. They're talking about their rotation in, and then all of a sudden he jumps off of the watchtower, and they all three get wiped. Was that a panic moment? Is that needing better leadership? How do you have a team like Falcons playing positioned perfectly, and then other top 3 squads from different regions struggling?
Well, Shift, actually, I think this is for you because you were complimenting how well Falcons were on top of the prison rooftop early on.
Yeah, I think the thing is for Virtus Pro, the question mark was how was this team going to vibe and where were they going to drop and how could they control the tempo around them? If Dongy's going to be sitting on top of a water tower, that is not what you want to see if you're Virtus Pro. You want him down into the mix. And if he starts to get anxious and antsy like that, where he knows there are major squads in front of him, he's going to want to be in the party, not be the one opening the door for everyone else. So
now,
there's a level of frustration there, I think, for Virtus Pro.
Great call out there. And Reflections, you were calling out that EVOS was able to finish top 5 a few times so far today. They had an opportunity going up against the Falcons. How did that fight go down?
No, it didn't go too well. I mean, look, because Falcons have been dominating everybody, but you have to appreciate rosters that ended up going for it. Now, this was big. Robstar's holding top watchtower at this point in time. His Soka goes for it the first time. He ends up getting absolutely denied and melted. Now, mind you, this is his natural rotation. He goes from Stronghold up towards Green and normally up to this lighthouse tower in order he can so he can watch over, of course, on the prison rooftop. But the beautiful thing is he doesn't give up. His Soka then comes back down and he ends up taking the bottom of the lighthouse. Shifty then takes over, takes Robstar out, allowing his Soka to take once again the anchor spot and overwatch the entirety of prison from the lighthouse tower. Doing so gave Falcons control of prison.
And we will get to more clips, but right now I'm told the players are ready to rock. We got 2 fantastic casters to bring you another. another drop.
Tem placa aí que é pra pôr.
Thank you so much, Chris Puckett, and our amazing desk. And Chris, I gotta say, Mr. Chris Tunn, that that last map was a lot of fun. I think our analysts know ball. I think Puckett's right.
It's crazy, isn't it? And it's almost like they're gonna jump. Sensational work. Look, I think you know, we were having the conversation in the break though. It's like, right, okay, Falcons are doing this right, and they're doing that well, and they're doing this well. But what do you do to stop it happening? That's what some of these other teams kind of need to start figuring out pretty quickly, because they are dominating these lobbies time and time again. But we've seen a potential route to some teams to potentially do something about that there. And the clue came from the switch up that Falcons did. Yeah, we've seen two players land over towards bioweapons. We've seen Shifty, we've seen Biffle go that way. And when they did, that leaves somebody like Soka completely isolated. That could be a route in for one of these teams. Could well be Falcons just testing the waters to see if any teams have got the balls to do it.
It's a tall task, but you're absolutely right. If you know that Shifty and Biffle are getting extremely active early, if you could somehow either drop or make your way over to Soka, cut down their safety net, this team is vulnerable. Oh yeah, but that is an extremely tall task, especially because Soka's got the entirety of Stronghold to himself. It's going to take a while to round him out.
But it was crazy because you seen as soon as Soka went down, after they didn't grief by jumping over prison, but they got so aggressive. Soka falls, and all of a sudden Shifty and Biffle have to slow things down. But will they slow things down here in map number 3 of our second little block? I'm not too sure. Keep an eye on the number 1s on the map. I'll let you know when they go.
Yeah, maybe for Group C, the answer to that question is, well, let's just get through this game. So the Falcons are done for the day. Folks, I don't know the exact points. I'm thinking the Falcons are up by over 50 on second. I can't believe how many points they're putting onto the board. But as we go into the final map of the day for Group A, the final map for the Falcons to get mixy, let's drop in and see what happens, where they go, and who do they try to grief.
They do it again. They do it exactly again. They're going in a different direction here, though. The EU teams are about to find out once again what they're doing all the way over towards Chemical almost immediately. Last time out, Fnatic got wiped, and the EU squad's on this side.
Everybody dropping into the mix, and immediately we see some pretty normal fights that we were expecting. Of course, over here in Control, it's been a fight between XO and our Novo squad. They're trading a few blows. Off screen, though, I think Chemical is getting real mixy with not only VP, but also the Falcons and also Team Vision. It is nasty over here, and Shifty is somehow still alive, at least for a moment, with just a pistol in his hand as he gets in and can't quite get it. As Sage says, not today, buddy. Might be former teammates. Don't like you anymore.
Yeah, well, Perverse, bro, that's a couple of kills towards their name. They will take that all day long. A nice way for them to kick things off. Now they've got Team Vision who are getting in amongst it as well. They also find the trade after Echo did find one, and of course, the pickup comes through. But now for the side of Falcons, look, they just default back to it. It is just entirely free for them to move over towards Stronghold. We'll keep an eye on how things are going for them, but once again, we were speaking about the teams who are dropping over towards Bio, dropping over towards Chemical. They are not having a great deal of luck when it comes to that late game, but that circle tells me we may well get a little bit more mixing towards the end.
Yeah, it's a really good shout. There's been some really good fights up there, some cool moments, but scores-wise, not looking fantastic. You can see Biffle, as per the usual, hunting this time by himself. Goes to headquarters early, saying, okay, where is this AG squad? Where is Showstopper and Robstar? Oh, I hear them. They're up in the tower, as per the usual as well. And the question is, how do you even approach that, if you do it all? As Shifty's looking for some guns.
And I wonder if the question is for them that they really did struggle to get control of that as quickly as they would have liked on that last recession. They maybe are sending Shifty out that direction just to try and get it done a little earlier, get them a little bit of purchase. Biffle will actually fall, though, sorry. It was Biffle, not Shifty, who's making the move. Not going to get much going there. This fight over towards Control still ongoing, and it's been a fight that is kind of tested of the entire series that we've had in these last previous games. Teams fighting over Control. It's been these two teams time and time again.
Yeah, the key here is, of course, when players respawn with this resurgence timer. It closes, you know, about 3/4 of the way through the map. Try to pick them up before they land, and Havix this time says you might be on the ground, you might have even a gun that you like to use. Unfortunately, it doesn't matter. X trades here. It looks like no truce, though. Trying to punish back, can't quite get the better of one. Therefore, Vortex alive. I think the advantage still technically on the side of Novo, at least for a moment.
And Hamoud actually gets the kill on Shifty, who was trying to get in amongst the party, doesn't get involved.
Yeah, and Hamoud also gets cut down, so Shifty may not really get into the party, but got Hamoud weak enough for Vortex to clean up. This is best case scenario for Novo to get back on top of control and back in control of the POI they'd like to start in. And after that, Notri is full out. I don't think this team is fully wiped, but they are definitely not coming back to control, not anytime soon.
I haven't looked over yet. Robstar and Co may well have been out from that one. Not working out for them. Headquarters as well. So after, and once again, you can see Falcons are on their way over there, as well as AG, who are already over there themselves. So they need to try and find some kills as well. Falcons are not the ones you want to try and find, but looking here for the Australian. Can you find the turn? Comes you can sit down. Teeny deals with him, no problem. We'll have you as well. And the shots from Teeny are crispy. Surviving on a win of prayer here, but managing to find some kills along the way.
Teeny's alone. His teammates are over at Ammo Shack. That guy doesn't care. He said, let them come. I want everybody in my sights. He is shooting beams right now and is thinking about maybe trying to pick up some shots from top roof onto some flyers. But you can see the Falcons, they go towards headquarters and can't quite get control of headquarters. But this time, they're going to get on top of this factory and maybe look over Twisted Minds, who I think currently are winning their fight against that Leviathan team.
Yeah, they're changing it up. Headquarters control wasn't really working out for them. Shifty, though, will find Nate Dogg almost immediately. So now if you are, of course, AG, going to try and get away from that. You try and find the kills themselves. Here they go again. The deadly duo. Biffle and Shifty haven't really got things going here on map number 3 of our second set, but look at try and find a kill here now.
Yeah, Aiden in trouble in a 2v1 technically. See a little bit of help coming from the bot side, and Zeesman actually gets cut down, so now with the advantage, they're going to push the equation on Aiden, especially with Hayes in hand, pushes up, gets the kill, takes him down. There is still one alive. Their anchor is out on the boat. Shouldn't be found out too quickly. Almond by himself, hiding, laying in wait, hoping his teammates can get back alive. But Shifty and Biffle know exactly where he is. UAV's in the sky most likely. They're going to try to hunt this player down as fast as humanly possible.
Yeah, they're trying to get a hold of him. This is a big moment now for Twisted Minds to just try and survive. Looking over towards the rest of their squad. They have managed to find their way in, so they're absolutely fine. Armin survived long enough, but will he survive much longer? I'm not sure. Just looking over towards the general meta and how everybody is kind of starting to make their way in different directions. A lot of a migration, I feel like, over towards the top side. Chemical engineering, industries, bioweapon, starting to get a little bit more popular.
Now their anchor's been cut down, lays off screen, landed on Soka, and they won that fight over in living quarters. Stronghold outside of the zone currently. The Falcons gonna have to slow down. We're gonna swing over to another fight. Inxian. This is the team that actually got shocked by the Falcons last time, trying to make a better map out of it, and unfortunately, not getting hardly anything going this map. Fnatic started so strong for Group A, and now they're in deep trouble as one of our first water fights on screen. Inner Circle getting the better of their opponents pretty easily.
Yeah, Fnatic dropping. Haven't necessarily had a great time with things since map number 1, to be honest. They absolutely thrived throughout. But then since then, it's really been a bit of a mid-performance, but they're not doing too badly whatsoever. Now the move's starting to be made by Team Falcons. They're making their way up through Factory, Harbor, and moving very quickly. A lot of teams are going to start getting involved here. Fights are going to start breaking out. Falcons, this is not clear cut for them whatsoever.
It's a big pick here from Team Vision. They just picked up one of Twisted Minds, Linen.
3 big teams here.
The Bradford Biffle about to see the actual Biffle on his screen as Dongi VP comes in for a potential third party. Not going to bring the whole roster. Dongi's just trying to play spoiler, and he gets sniffed out, so he's going to back up and make sure he plays his life correctly.
Team starting to just try and find a position. Falcons are here, but are struggling to weed out Team Vision, who are now starting to get involved. Echo's dropped one, Biffle finds another. Big fight's been broken out, but you can already see Hisoka backing off because this one is not as easy as Biffle and Shifty would have liked. Bit of a 50-50 trade there. Echo will find Biffle, and that's a nice win for Team Vision. We'll get them a couple kills on the board, and if you are Virtus Pro, though, you didn't get involved in it, but you're still alive and kicking.
This is a key fight. Hisoka was alive by himself, fighting Almond. If he would get caught down there, this Falcons team would have gotten out early for the first time in, well, I think all of our maps at this point. But they're all alive and certainly breathing as we head back to control. I think Novo technically in control of this POI as Hamoud is just fighting for his life with a pistol in hand. Likely not going to get a lot from this. It's control for the first time, maybe, I don't know, in a long time at the very least, not in the zone here in just the third.
Twisted Mind's getting very aggressive over to Falcons, who have not been able to get things going. This is probably the most precarious situation that they've been in quite some time. This between two other very big boys. Biffle is going to be able to find Lays, though, and we'll keep things rolling. 9 kills to his name. Feels like his name has been creeping up every now and then, but 9 out of nothing.
Yeah, it almost doesn't even matter what your placements are at this point. They're so far ahead of everybody else, and they're picking up a crazy amount of kills, even if it does feel like they're on their back foot. They've got control of this boat for now, as Almond's trying to find an angle on Hisoka and maybe take down the Falcons. Of course, Biffle with the majority of their kills. But it looks like Factory is Twisted Minds, Team Vision is Harbor, and everybody else is on the north side of the map.
Phase out of this one. AG got involved over towards the prison side. Managed to fight with Dongy. Look at him lighting up the kill feed, looking for all three. Is it a solo team wipe coming in from Dongy, looking for Nick? Can he find him? You absolutely believe he can. Teammates meanwhile being back in. The self-revive is there. He will cut him down. Squad 10 dead. Dongy does it all on his own.
There he is. Virtus Pro waking up finally, trying to get a little bit of blood from Group A before they face Group B here. We've got our controller cam on screen showing how fast Twisted Minds can move. That's Aiden on your screen right now on the right, Hisoka on your screen in main. So we see a couple of our different players' perspectives and see where they're at on the map. It looks like Twisted Minds have moved all the way into HQ. This time they're taking the high ground. The Falcons are playing low side on Factory with Twisted Minds completely out of the picture on the low side. They're going to try to take some fights. Twisted Minds taking high, looking over Prison. Will actually be able to spot out Novo Esports, who won the fight in control, now into Prison.
The circle's coming in 20 seconds. We're about to find out which way we are going, and that will be a big indicator. So who comes out on top on this game? There are teams very well split. There's a lot of room in between Prison and moving down towards this Factory side. You can see the team that are over there are Gentlemates. They've currently got Prison control. We're about to find out if it even matters.
You see Virtus Pro tends to like to keep people up into high ground. They're going to get off the water tower and I guess get into the mix. They're looking at Team Vision and they said, this looks like a fight we want to take. Going to go play low side here with Twisted Minds on high. They're going to look for Team Vision down below. Lennon by himself for a moment and actually gets punished for it. It's a huge pick from them. A couple players flying in, several folks in the water as Decky actually picks one up for free. VP in control of Roof here. Now playing underneath, just picking up Viva kill. Team Vision, after having what looked like a great early map, all of a sudden in deep trouble, losing two with one instantly respawn.
And who's there again, though? Falcons now trying to get control of Factory. They smell blood in the water, and it's Twisted Minds are in a lot of trouble. Team Vision, though, they get it done, but Neil fancies two. He manages to find one. Hisoka's there for the pickup. We'll see you later. Twisted Minds sitting in second. Team Falcons are the one who wipes him.
A statement has been made on main. If it hadn't been made at this point, it's been made again. A reiteration and some body shots. The Falcons on top of our leaderboard. Twisted Minds likely inside the top 3, but not inside the top 5 on this map alone. Twisted Minds are out of here as Team Vision is just searching for a home. And unfortunately, this is not the one you want. Shifty has found an angle and picked up one. Echo now on the run.
Shifty will fall to Sage, though. Virtus Pro starting to get involved. Hisoka will find Lennon back, though. Another team does drop. That's EXO going to be gone. But still, once again, they always seem to find themselves in the middle of the zone. Their survivability is commendable every single time. Team Vision have one play, and once again, they are already in the zone. We're moving over towards Zone 5, and once more, Falcons in prime control position.
Unfortunately for Team Vision, they're stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Tough.
Which is going to be Virtus Pro and the Falcons. Biffle down below, yeah, hiding out. There's an angle here that VP could find. Well, Shifty up above. They know exactly where he is. Biffle's not going to give him an angle. Biffle's on 11.
Big fight. May well be for the game. Virtus Pro have themselves involved, but here comes everybody else now. Novo starting to get themselves in and amongst the mix. Is this the first time that the Falcons will be felled? And yes, it is. They get caught between a rock and a hard place. Novo swoop in, Virtus Pro positioned to pinch them the other side. Falcons are gone. Anybody's game.
Anybody's game, but frankly, Novo Esports came here to make a statement, especially against Virtus Pro. They would love to shout for EU, and unfortunately, it might not be them shouting for EU. It might be the Gentlemates who've been playing this backside, and they've been playing pretty slow, really being patient before they get into these fights, and have found angles to make sure that Novo, they get cut down. Trading of blows between Novo and VP actually goes to the side of the Gentlemates.
3v3 for the game. Let's see which way this one's going to go. Seems that Virtus Pro are the ones who want to get aggressive. Dongy looking for an angle potentially. He's got noobs up above him. You're kind of just stuck here if you're Gentlemates. That's the problem. They're going to have to start making the move. The positioning is very much there for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, Virtus Pro got the luck of the draw.
Big smokes.
There's a lot of skill and a little bit of RNG on this game, and one of the big RNG plays is this zone, and because of that VP, a massive advantage, and the kills that we thought they would have the entirety of this matchup. Gentlemates, they're fighting for every tooth and nail that they can get, but it's not even close. Virtus Pro, your champions of Game 6.
Incredible work once again from Virtus Pro. Positioned themselves so well, time and time again. They were sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard for a little while. They will no longer be there. It's a big win for them up against Gentlemates. But a big win, honestly, for Group C. They managed to get themselves all top three teams. Well, the ones from the group who have only managed to have 3 games. That is a nice one for them to get themselves on the board and get themselves accelerated. Team Falcons once again in the mix, causing problems. Not quite able to repeat what they have been able to do over the previous spot.
Yeah, but you got to remember, first, second, and what, 6th? I mean, come on, that's pretty good. Virtus Pro, though, looking like the Virtus Pro we've been watching all year. I think that's the key thing to remember. They were probably near the bottom of the leaderboard, like you mentioned, in their group in 2 games. After the 3rd, most likely at the top. I think I saw Donkey on over 14 kills, and if he picked up a couple of those last couple, he could be at like 16, 17 by himself, which is unbelievable. That's what we were expecting. That's what Puckett's been calling out when he's talking about his Donkey kill.
Yeah, I think we've seen a solo team like I think it was AGL, just got wiped up face the planet by Donkey on his own. A big catalyst as to the reason why Virtus Pro go on to win that game and catapult themselves up that leaderboard. Really interesting game. It was nice to see it pull more towards the factory side. We've seen some of those teams who have been involved in quiet games over towards that side of the map get themselves involved towards the latter stages. Gentlemates, yes, okay, get themselves a 2nd place finish, but that multiplier doesn't count for a great deal when you don't have many kills.
Yeah, they were playing extremely patient on the backside. It was actually pretty reminiscent of what Virtus Pro was trying to do in the first 2 games in this matchup. Playing really patient, playing kind of the weak side, slow rolling into some of these fights. This time, though, Virtus Pro get a little bit more active when they take a look after the first 2 and see that their scores are low. Good grief. Dongi says, well, I'm just going to get Mixie. You guys stay alive. And it works out perfectly for them, right? And that's the strategy that most of these teams try to implement. It just takes a special skill set to be actually able to execute on it.
Seen a big fight over headquarters as well. I think that was between AJL and I believe seen EXO over towards that side too. It was a really tough one. Actually, you've seen immediately that Falcons, as soon as that circle wasn't pulling in their general direction, they're making their moves so early. And their moves were, well, made well enough for a 6th place, but they'd be happy enough with it.
That's exactly right. Well, we've got an interview down on stage. Let's hear from Barney and the crew.
Welcome back to the Good Esports Arena. Thank you so much, gentlemen. I've got Teeny here from Inner Circle, because we got to talk about that really impressive Game 5. Let's start out strong. Rotations were clean. It was awesome. Bray was obviously throwing you guys out with the comms. Talk us through those last moments of that Game 5 win.
Honestly, Bray is a very, very strong IGL, and I think the row that won us that game was the call from tunnel to control. When we popped the events, and then we seen everyone had their backs to us, so we just climbed up the ladder, shot Falcons in the back, and then ended up holding out everyone and ended up winning the game. It was just easy as that, you know?
It was. You make it sound easy, but honestly, you made it look easy as well, because, you know, holding out that circle at the very end just looked like it was just clean-up crew. Now, I want to talk a little bit about Tommy being in your back as a coach. You know, he's got that, he's kind of legendary status, let's be honest, within Warzone. What's he helping you guys with? What's the focus point of him being with you, and, like, how has he helped?
Just giving us, like, tips of what they're doing with us. Just honestly giving us experience that we don't have, you know? Just letting us know, like, just teaching us how to play the game properly, you know?
I think part of it as well, is it mental, like, strength as well? Because coming to an event like this, you know, the bright lights got lots going on as well. Does he help you with that side as well?
Yes, of course. Just his experience, like, it's just great to have him in our corner.
Yeah, man, I'm sure it is. Teeny, I'm going to let you get back to the guys, and congratulations on that Game 5 win. You guys are doing well. You've got 3 more maps to go, though, until we end out day 1 of the group stage. We're going to go to a very quick break. We'll be back with you guys very shortly.
E a força pra levantar o bagulho agora.
told you, kid.
Vai dar tempo. Ah, lembrei do final desse aí, né? Sobrou os 3. O que aconteceu no último vídeo aqui? Os 3 sobrou. 2 não, os 3. Humana, a irmã dela e a minha. Dentro do metrô. Fui tomar um café aí no bagulho aí, cara. Não tem nada de hoje. Um cafezinho quentinho. Que nojento. Imagina de você, eu tomando café.
Depois de mocota, voltou a...
Não vai dar tempo. Se ligar, mina. Pro pescoço. Ele.
Aí ele ainda foi o mais suave. Vai quebrar o pescoço.
Perdeu 6 dentes e morreu. A mina pra roda passou por cima da coluna. Crack.
Para de zoar, ó. Para de zoar.
É a outra quebrou o pescoço mesmo.
Olha, como que isso aconteceu?
O pescoço enganchou, amigo.
Não.
Dá meus frangos lá, parceiro. Põe meus
O
frangos aqui.
pescoço dela
Antes de
deu
eu apertar pra
360.
começar o filme.
O pescoço dela deu 360.
Ele enganchou o pescoço.
E a outra que a roda passou por cima da garoba. Ela caiu, a roda passou por cima da garoba dela. Quê? Não, pode trazer aqui. É que você não assistiu a final do outro. Do 3, né?
Não assistiu.
Não, do 3 ela não assistiu o final, não.
Não, então.
Quer dizer, ela não assistiu o 3, né? Uhum. É, rapaziada.
Pô, bateu a cara e quebrou os dentes.
A menina foi pior. Lá do meio. O caminhão foi todo nela. A outra ainda pegou o lado ainda só. Aqui, pai, passou.
Pegou o lado?
Pegou o lado e a roda. A dela pegou no meio, filho.
Pegou só a roda, louco. Parece que tava passando a lombada de... Ah, esse aqui é
Vai começar, Lolo. Escada.
The left door. We have no info.
Não, foi isso aí.
Yeah, push door. Try to end it. What's the
Get out for now. They're smoking up.
I'm about to tell them to go right. They're trying to help out right.
I'm down here with you, okay?
Yeah.
I got a molly.
They're playing bottom right. They're trying to go bottom right.
I'm here, I'm here. I'm hitting with that ball.
É sim. Claro que tava buscando no celular.
I'm down low. I'm here.
And they're in the
Ele foi o primeiro a morrer.
Crack the money. Good fucking shit. Come on. Come on. Like you said it. Let's come on, baby. Come on, baby. Good fucking shit. Come on.
What do you say? Huh? That was our game.
Come on, baby.
That was our game. You called it.
Era o 3, era o plano 3.
That's the dong we all know and love. Fantastic performance, dropping some big ones on his opponent's forehead. We got Allen, we got Dream, we have Taylor here, all breaking down game number 6. But at the end of this, we have to recognize Group A is done. So let's start here with Group 6, or sorry, with Game 6. What did we just witness, Taylor?
First and foremost, Inner Circle, 10th place, but Teeny was tearing it up. You had a chance to hear from him, and clearly a lot of passion, having a veteran in his corner to be able to coach him up. You can clearly see how much of an impact it's had for the Inner Circle team. Of course, they've got one more opportunity to continue to play, but the big narrative was Virtus Pro. They finally wake up, and they did so in wonderful fashion.
Yeah, this engagement even right here that we're seeing on your screen, right? He had a lot of eliminations on that Shack side. Taking over Red, that was super important. And, well, in these final engagements versus the Gentle Mates, Noobs obviously reigning supreme, and then down low, you can see Dongi, Sage, locking it down, picking up those eliminations, and surely it was a great win. But I have to shout them out because they left Chemical early. You guys can see them rotating on the other side of the map, right? And they rotated late back in. So they left Team Vision alone.
All right, so Twisted Minds fell early. Later we saw Falcons out of the mix. It makes it a little bit easier to win the game. But Alan, if we're looking big picture across 6 games, we've got 2 winners from Group A. That was Falcons. We got 2 winners from Group B. That was Rock and VKA. And now we have Inner Circle and Virtus Pro from Group C. A very balanced field so far.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing for me about this Virtus Pro team, kind of going from what we saw from Drop 1 to what we saw from Drop 3, you're letting Dongi go out and slay again. He's not sitting on top of a water tower playing observer. So that's just one of those things, again, role identity, finding ways to get your balance of what your roster's built for. Let Noob slow things down. That's what he did when he was playing competitive multiplayer. Let him lock things up. Let Dongi go do Dongi things. Profit.
Virtus Pro only 3 drops in. They still have 3 more to go, but a team that is done is FaZe Clan. Did they get enough done in day number 1 to feel confident about their spot in the top 14?
Well, that's going to be the tricky thing because, yes, they're going to have to be sitting on the sidelines hoping. I believe sitting in 4th right now. Yeah. And, well, they picked up a lot of good kills, right? Early game when it came to flank and locking down this prison side. And that was the biggest question for FaZe. Where are they going to be landing? Well, we saw them taking over around the prison side, taking a lot of heavy teams. And, well, again, I got to shout out Clumsy because there's so many engagements where these guys stayed alive.
Yeah, a lot of hype for flank coming into this one. Clumsy caught my eye. Biggest strength of FaZe so far.
Slaying presence.
Okay.
The other side of that question, and where I think the conversation's going to have to be between them tonight, is how do we rotate better? Currently averaging 8th place, not what you want in terms of fighting up against other major squads, not just in your group, but when you get a chance to play up against B and C again. So I think that's kind of the conversation point for FaZe. How do we turn that slaying presence from the north side of the map into actually seeing an end game? because so far they really haven't, at least not in the last 3 drops.
Just one more thing to note, we're seeing a lot of close action gameplay with LC10s. The sub last year was the Superi, so now we see that with the LC10 and like FaZe, all 3 members, you see that in their hand. They're winning with close range.
Absolutely. I think one of the teams using that as well is CT, right? They are playing short range battles and they are surviving. This is definitely my surprise on day number 1.
Without question, 60 total eliminations throughout their 6 drops, so it's easy math. They're averaging 10 per drop. Great stuff. Problem is, kind of like FaZe, they're not getting to a late game circle. Their average placement's been solid, still sitting over in the top 7. They did have a really poor drop in their 6th drop most recently, but the thing about it is they're finding good kill presence, specifically out of one of the top slayers from the region that got resolved, looking super solid. He's at 27 total so far today, so he's providing. It just, again, is a conversation for CT, a dark horse. How do we do well to get to an end game and survive versus the other top teams in the game?
Last year, I got a chance to catch up with King Matty from Ecuador. He was saying how excited he was to be here at EWC. Now he's alongside 2 Mexican stars. What is the ceiling for a team that's been consistently going deep every round?
Well, for that, I mean, you just never know. I feel like even if you're a top team, right? Expect the unexpected. And for some teams, they're like, oh yeah, these other regions, they're going to be burgers. No Mickey Mouse regions here, especially for APAC, as we saw, of course, Teeny slaying out. So, you know, they got to be feeling pretty good. You just got to keep the momentum up.
Taylor, how is the fan favorite, Twisted Minds? If you look in that venue, I think there's more teal jerseys than any other color.
As it should be. Twisted Minds were hyped up coming into this event naturally because they have some heavy hitters. Almond being one of them, of course, Aiden, and then you top it off with Z-Smith. I really feel like this roster performed incredibly well. What, 2nd place, if I'm not mistaken, unofficially in ways, just behind that of Falcons, who ended up dominating. But locking in Factory is never easy. But again, this is Aiden's playing ground, and I really feel they did a wonderful job, especially with the first 4 zones they were given, the first 4 end zones, having to rotate from Factory through Bottom Prison all the way over towards Control. That's the longest rotate you could possibly imagine, and you're going through the heaviest hitters. So for Twisted Minds to slay out as well as they did with as much pressure as they had from Falcons and other rosters, and to make those long rotates, and to finish in 2nd, I think they did a sensational job.
Also, too, they were saying in the last couple weeks how Aiden's discipline has immensely improved from last year.
Good call.
So, I mean, like, yeah, they played with DJ Moss. They were doing really well, but Aiden really has stepped up in just being more disciplined, playing slower. Of course, Z-Smith just does his thing, and Almond, I mean, we know what he brings to the table.
Twisted Minds is very much in the running for the club championship here for 2025. If they want to win it, they need some help from their Warzone team, and we talked to Aiden about it.
I'm here with Twisted Minds, Smith and Aiden. Fellas, high kill games, but not necessarily a win. It's enough to keep you afloat.
Yeah, I feel like we're still in a pretty comfortable spot. We made a couple mistakes, but like our big thing was to just like after we make mistakes, adapt, and I feel like we were able to do that. But we're pretty calm right now. We'll make sure we're good for tomorrow.
Speaking of tomorrow, Smith, anything you want to share about what you're willing to change? Things that have challenged you today, maybe?
I don't think we're really going to change anything. It's just more of like adjusting and a little bit of a confidence thing. I feel like we're playing really well for the situations we're being put in. I mean, we have a lot more points and we can't even get out of our POI right now. So, I mean, we haven't won a game. Our placement's kind of been high and we're still like fragging out. So just placement comes with everything.
One placement could change it all. And what's the competition like? Because this is a qualifier, essentially. Everyone here has earned their place. Is there a high level? Can you feel the difference in this kind of tournament?
I feel like it kind of just feels like we're at home. I mean, it doesn't feel really any harder here competition-wise. I've been just trying to keep the mindset of like almost pretend like I'm at home, just be loose. Like you don't want to be thinking about it too much. Like, oh, I'm on the big stage. Like I feel like that causes nerves. So I'm just playing my game personally, and I feel like nothing is like more challenging than even when all the qualifiers and stuff.
Ice cold here in Riyadh. Guys, thank you so much for your time. Good luck tomorrow. Thank you again, gents.
Thank you.
Oh, it's back to the desk.
Thank you, Aiden, Z-Smith, and Miles Ross. Always fun to catch up with the Twisted crew. They're pretty okay with today's performance.
They're good. They're good. I'm going to make an early call. Just going to say it. Aiden, you need to find a way to challenge Falcons early, because I don't want to see them do the same thing they did last year, which is, oh, we only got 2 games left. We got to find a way to beat Falcons. They need to get in the mix earlier and take Falcons out of the picture.
Do you go for that risk?
Yes.
I feel like that is an explosive maneuver.
The question is, how do you do it, though? Biffle's the only guy who's been challenging him. From the rest of the roster, you've got his Soakover and Stronghold. Shifty's typically on the opposite side. It's hard to take on all 3 at the same time.
I do have a great suggestion.
Okay.
You go back to your hotel room right now, and you load up the YouTube stream. Why? Because you can go back and watch every single game. They are done for the day. They should be feeling good about their odds of making it into the top 7. For now, though, things are just heating up in the Qiddiya Arena as well as the Boulevard. Isn't that right, Miles Ross?
Here on the Boulevard, there is an incredible selection of food. There are games to play, things to see, people of all ages. We've got ourselves brand new games. We've got some retro games. And we have a game that is eternal. I'm going to be knocking the teeth out of some zombies. And who doesn't love zombies as a COD player? Oh, my friend. Time to rock. Thank you, brother. Let's do this. I've got to get all the teeth with 3 hits. It's not going great. Or is it? I'm the winner. See? That one, please, sir. We've got to go back. This is how we do it here on the Boulevard. That's my boy. Or maybe I'll give it to Barney.
Ok. Poxa, tem que responder não.
Aqui, ó, aqui, ó.
Porra. Acho que pra outra. Não perde nem pra ele. Tudo tem vento. É o vento. O bagulho tem que ser na madruga, parceiro.
Ele pegou a milhão, os caras.
Quer saber do jogo, é? A burra, não é a burra, vai matar. Mas sua burra, sai daí. Mano, tá bonitinho, tá de morrer mesmo.
Caiu na água.
Ah, agora ela vai pensar, vai cagar, né?
Vai parar.
Lembra que pra aí é só, mas vai acontecer.
Ixi, mano, o cara morreu. Segurando o banco.
Como não? Você cair dessa altura na água, seus olhos estouram, filho. Já pulou o muro? Quer pegar pular o muro pra sair de boa. Ah, deixa eu passar ali no maior pai daquele ferro ali, ó.
Ferro aqui, ó.
Só segurar no ferro aqui, ó.
Dá pra ir. Cuzão, olha ali, ó.
Fica aí do lado, burra.
Não, ela vai conseguir. Duvido.
Mas que vai acelerar o passe ali. Vai conseguir escorregar e badar o.
Boa, juntaram o óculos da SEGA. E a SEGA é aquela bonitona lá que montou o feito lá.
Não, pera aí, como tu enxerga, cara?
Não, vai ficar embaçado, mas dá pra enxergar ainda, né?
Como enxerga, cara?
Dá pra enxergar.
Segura, amor, segura!
Segura meu bem, hein? Ah, mas é água, pessoal. Dá pra salvar ali na
Fica aqui, ó. Não, anda mais.
Não, que água,
Não, aí ela caiu de boa ainda.
Those sassy wombats going in a circle. They took game number 5. We're 6 games deep, and we're about to re-see Group B. They went up against the Falcons and crew in their first 3 drops. Not the easiest path, but we did see 2 winners from this group. We'll highlight them in just a second, but first, can I call out a squad that we need to watch? They're at number 2. They go by the name of Scythe, Anxiety, and Big Man, aka 5 Fierce. A lot of excitement for NA's 3rd best team in the qualifier. But Alan, I feel like they're getting exposed here in Riyadh. Is it jet lag, or maybe just don't have all the tools that they have at home?
I'm thinking of a 3-letter word, and that's sus. But outside of that, the
Ela
best
se cair
thing
na
you can
água,
say
você vai dar
after
uma amenizada.
the first 2 drops, 14th, 14th, then a 10th with 12 kills, so maybe not as sus, but a little sus.
All right, well, they're dropping out early. We'll find out, is it their drop spot or what is going on? I think the happy surprise for all of us is VKA, a team that comes in after cheaters were booted out.
Yeah, and I mean, VKA surprising us all, the French phenoms, and I mean, Aizen, who just recently again went from mouse and keyboard to controller, but control, right? We saw them a lot on that far most control dock side, where a lot of teams regain, right? And you can pick up a lot of eliminations, a lot of regain kills, and then of course we saw Aizen sniping. So having a huge game 2 win, you guys, first place, and I mean, well, with that average, I think in the kill line, they're doing pretty fair. But it's just their late game placements, and of course that win that really sent them over to the edge and surprised us all.
Aizen hitting some headshots. That's what we like to see with our snipers. Not a lot of snipers finding success, but that could be a team to look out for. Who else is in Group B that deserves your attention?
Rock Esports, without question, 6th place during the EU competition, but one of the big things coming into this tournament, and even the competitors saying themselves, they felt this was the #1 EU team they were going to have to fight off against. Rock Esports, Wars, Vision, Prodigy, all 3 of them LAN experience, not only on the World Series of Warzone stage, but also last year, 2 of them competing in Guild, the other one, I believe, on Savage Esports, if I'm not mistaken. So the point is, they come back with a vengeance. They come up and they team up, and, well, I believe top 4, if I'm not mistaken, from Guild last year. So high expectations for this roster, one that can truly surprise the world.
And they already took a game here, as we had 2 winners from Group A, 2 winners from Group B, and 2 winners from Group C. Just how strong is this group as a whole? I know we have 100 Thieves that we haven't even talked about.
Yeah, it's interesting because I think when we looked at when the groups are put together, at least I was expecting that Group C was going to get farmed. Not the case. Outside of a couple of firsts and maybe a follow-up runner-up from ROC, Group B has not been a force whatsoever. Caught off guard massively by what Group A was bringing to the table. They need to have had a good little come-to-Jesus moment in the backstage, rather, to get ready to go for this next 3 games because they're all in a little bit of trouble.
Well, Group A is done. We still have 3 more drops for Group B and Group C. They're all going to be in the same lobby, and we have some massive hitters. There is a live look at Eddie, a.k.a. Noobs from Virtus Pro. A lot of experience playing with Fnatic last year. This year, an even stronger roster, if you ask him, adding Dongy, who just led the lobby as he takes home first place in game number 6. Who else do you have eyes on? This squad has been pretty quiet. Rated and squad are running out of time.
They definitely are. You know, Rated as an OG, without question, coming in with Scummin and Nate Dogg, all gamers. A lot of expectations on their shoulders, but definitely not the best performance in their last group stage. But you asked another roster, Movie Star Koi coming back into the fold. They were impressive for multiple reasons, and one of the teams to, at times, really challenge and put Falcons at risk.
I need one-word answers. Who is going to win this game from B and C?
Vision.
Vision.
Gentlemates.
Gentlemates, the Frenchies are going to take one. What do you got for me?
Movie Star Koi.
Movie Star Koi. Big shout out to our Mexican squad. We'll see what they can do. I'm calling out Inner Circle, APAC, under the leadership of Tommy. Let's go back to back, baby, as we head back to the studio.
Well, Chris Puckett, you always have a way with words, my friend.
Certainly.
Excited to be back here in the booth to round out our day number 1 of the Esports World Cup here with Call of Duty Warzone. We are having some new faces join back up in the lobby. Some of these squads already feeling a little bit of the heat already, and I'm excited because we have a couple little changes when it comes to the map and some potential drop spots.
Yeah, absolutely. We are going to see different contests now with Falcons being out of the equation. Suddenly we can turn a potentially more fair eye towards Five Fears. Their landing spot is typically over towards Stronghold, so it's time to find out exactly what they are made of. They may well be contested by XO Esports, but that's likely a more balanced discussion than it was when you were talking about the Falcons. We're looking at 3 teams potentially contesting Control. Go back to 100 Thieves, Movistar Koi, and Novo, so that could be a bloodbath for us all to enjoy. Rocky Sports might actually get Prison for free. That's kind of like how I was looking at the minute. They might get a lot of the lay of the land. They look great already in their opening games. So what do they do when they don't have those hot contests? Can they pick their fights carefully? And then also towards Chemical, we're going to get a lot of action. So we are in for some absolute treats here to kick us off.
Yeah, we said coming into this event, the key difference maker between some of these teams is which teams could adapt, right? And this is sort of one of those moments. You're rounding out your day where some of these teams are coming on in. Everybody's just trying to play their last final 3 games of the day. How are you going to change depending on the games you played earlier today and how you're going on in right now? Let's get ready, folks, because I think that this game number 4 is going to be wild as we get ready to drop on in. And by game number 4, I, of course, mean game number 7.
Oh yeah, I was totally with you actually. Wait, what? It's game 4 for everybody out on that stage, but of course game 7 across the day, but don't worry about that. I was right with you there.
It's okay.
Knew exactly where you was going, but ladies and gentlemen, we are just seconds away from watching our players descend from the skies to close things out here on day 1. Group A v Group C, and we have got a heavy zone pulling off towards Harborside.
Now let's see where we're looking at, and a little fly through over Stronghold. I'm seeing some trails land on in Enigma. And that is going to be Five Fears. So seeing Falcons out of the lobby, they want to go to a POI that they feel a lot more comfortable with. I don't play them, try and make it happen. But look at this down at Control. There is a lot going on. And same thing at Factory as well. We see Lennon and Echo. They've landed on over here and are looking to get active early on.
Yeah, just off screen, by the way, sorry. 3 teams landed on boat, which was interesting to watch. But we get a bit of a glimpse at the back end of this. It's going to be Vortex and Co. This XO Esports, sorry, not Vortex and Co. Who will win some of the fights against Netods, but Volcom then trades it on out. Javi will be there to clean it up. You survived just long enough in order to ensure you come back in. But VKA were the other part of this equation, and Kazu, he's tucked himself in just to stay alive. It's basically a 1v1v1 here. Javi will come out on top. Netods, though, has landed in behind. Can Go stay up? Yes, is the answer. But still that 1v1v1 going on as players float from the skies.
If you're 100 Thieves right now, you're loving this. You had to deal with so many contests through your first 3 games of the day. You get a little bit of a break, you come back in for the last 3, and well, hey, all the action's happening down below you. You finally get Control Center for free, and you let all of these teams who are trying to play spoiler to you have to go ahead, battle it out down on the boat. And you're loving that because you're just watching all of these kills happen to the kill feed. Well, yes, they could go towards you. Hey, you are just feeling a lot more secure, and that's what I think 100 Thieves needs in this first game of our last series of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. You can drop your anchor and just let the rest of your boys go on the hunt a little bit. As we see Gabe pick himself up in the feed. There's a reason for that, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. I will talk about that later. We're on with Inner Circle. Team, you're going to get aggressive here, but potentially a little bit too much, as he ends up being covered over by some of this Gamax roster. That's going to be 10x in the distance. Sucker's up close. Orbs, what can you do as he continues to assess this push? Sucre, I mean, don't get me wrong, it would look gorgeous on mainstream if you could pull this off, but that's a close range to be trying to pull out a sniper rifle, pistol in hand. Now, we'll still have that cover from 10x over the top, but also there's going to be the third player, Elo Lam, on the opposite side. Could they set up a pitch if you just stay alive?
It's going to be really tough, and you can see he's just trying to maybe find any type of angle. Bray's going to be the one to jump up on the top. Pistol in hand. Sucre, he is going to be able to at least find the knock, but there isn't a full there. Bray, he's going to move on forward and find them, but Wars from distance actually brings down odds. So just like that, for Inner Circle, Bray kind of has to play his life and probably tell Tini, hey, just bleed out, it's A-okay, we can get you back on, and we are still very early game with the resurgence timer. For Alatu, hey, guess what? 9Z, they are back into the mix, and they are just trying to hang on here. PA will rip across, no worries there. But they obviously kind of at the end of that first series were feeling very, very good. Glad to see them back on into the mix for Virtus Pro and Gentlemates still looking to get active here at Chemical.
Notrius will come out on top in the fight against Sage, so just managing to keep his squad in it here. The XO Esports roster with plenty of company, of course. Virtus Pro, we've seen what they can do already, and looks like they're just only getting started. Noob trying to hold the high ground, looking out on over the top. He's going to try and give out intel, and also finds a knock onto Notrius to make it even better. As teammates float on in, that will give you the 3v2 numbers advantage. Your third isn't necessarily going to have the weaponry, but the numbers themselves will just hand you the advantage in the fight.
And I wonder at all, is Gentlemates going to maybe see this happening, hear these gunshots, and are they going to rotate over? Are they just worried about holding down their own POI? Looks like no movement for the time being because, well, Inner Circle, they trying to come over here and land at Bio. So no opportunity for movement for Virtus Pro, though. They're going to go ahead. Managed to hold on to Chemical for the time being, and you are just a little bit farming this XO Esports roster here right now. Yet again, Hamoud found on out, taken on down. We can see, okay, you got somebody is trying to get active on over here. One member of Gentlemates has entered into the Chemical side, but you might just be an easy picking for the time being. Bromalock looking up over the top as Enkyo looks to get active.
Yeah, the Gentlemates are here to take part in this fight. Enkyo's just going to shield himself from the Semtex and won't find much purchase as Noob to Sage flood on forward. Bromalock and Hollow unable to provide that support from distance. It's a nice side shot at least to back Donkey down for the moment. That's probably all you're going to get. Yeah, a circle, by the way. We did get a quick look at the full map. It will continue to pull off towards this direction. So all the fights happening now could have huge repercussions for later.
Yeah, and I like that sort of patience from Virtus Pro. They easily could have tried to maybe ego on top of Chemical against some of those members of Gentlemates, but they get their one A-okay, don't have to worry about it. They back on up, they are fine.
We had a moment there where the kill feed said that 5 Fizz had been wiped, but I'm seeing the top still 14 teams, so maybe you've just about squeaked back in. The answer is yes, you get one in, so a bit of a delay on that kill timer. However, you survive for a moment, and never mind, anxiety found, so we will see 5 Fizz eliminated, so that stronghold landing might be there free right, most certainly not on the cards.
Notrius, last member alive at XO, gonna go for a swim a little bit, hang on out here. Looks like he can get the other teammates back on through. A lot of movement happening up towards this prison side, though. Elalam throwing a little bit of a shoulder down below. Vision with the heat check. Prodigy slides on forward. It's now a 2v2. It's a great sort of bait right there from Gamax. As Elalam continuing trying to hold that door. Great play from that squad in the tunnel. Bait them on in, be able to get the trade. Elalam currently sitting on 4. Not a bad way to start this game.
No, I said before we came into the whole day that this Gamax roster are a bit of a dark horse, really. They've had LAN experience, they've brought in Sucker and surprised everybody. Qualifying from North America, a bad team doesn't do that. And you see a couple of kills coming up in the feed. The Scummin finds Blast. 100 Thieves that will trade that out with Grom. Also then being found by Walls elsewhere. And it's just a bit of a feed here for everybody. VP will lay claim to more of this Chemical land as they send Inner Circle packing, gaining so much space on the map that really they're gonna have to go on the hunt to find any kills, otherwise just locking in for a late position.
Yeah, and I kind of love, I was looking exactly, I'm like, wait, where is Team Vision in all of this? Because we've seen them getting active, and I look kind of down on in, and they are landing towards that factory side, down towards the boat. So everybody looking to get a little bit active, and well, VKA, part of that crew, as we see Sukra get taken on out in the kill feed, and that is a wipe. So very quickly we went from no teams eliminated to 3 teams being eliminated, and we are just ending our second circle.
Yeah, Gamax there needed a bit of a heat check. You had the 2 players pushing in through prison. They get found, and at the wrong moment, Sukra is then cleaned up by Vidati. So unfortunate timing for a team that looked like they were just about finding their footing. XO Esports looking to fight over this ball. Gets caught climbing up. That's FIFA kill. Vision Esports here then to try and lock this down. You do have support from your teammates. One on factory roof, one floating in the sky. FIFA kill just decided to do this himself. LC10 in hand. Can you stay up for now? Notrius trying to flood that out and finds the finish.
Yeah, would have loved to maybe see a little bit of help there from Echo. It's not going to be enough. Lennon, I think he tries to land, but he's not going to be able to stay alive as well as Notrius will find him. So a nice little 2-piece there from Notrius on some members of Team Vision. You can see in our upper left-hand corner where the zone is pulling. This feels like we're going to that sort of split harbor red final end zone. And when we look at some of the teams that are there, I think we have a lot of squads who have this same idea because it is a nice little layer cake happening at red.
Yeah, VKA have got a big amount of action to hold off here. This could reward them greatly later on. Can you third-party the situation though? And yes, you do find Volcom as he also finds Nate Dogg in turn. So you're going to understand that you're full 3 right now, fighting against the remainder of squads. So not only is that a couple of kills on the board, do you spot the leg of Goat Clamp? Aizen, pull out the sniper. Do you see him just slipping away? Katsu trying to chase after that, and eventually Goat Clamp somehow not spotted. Fish in the water will swim away. Kill feed, by the way, 5th kill being found. So Vision Esports continue to be in a little bit of a blender. Echo was the only player up for them for a while, and yeah, in trouble. Virtus Pro looking to hold this rotation down. That is actually going to be the Gentlemates trying to find their way out of this industry building. Not going to be easy to do.
Yeah, I mean, the zone is pulling them away, and that's what I'm a little bit worried about here, Enigma. You have to go up this sort of a ladder area, and it just feels like maybe 2 ships passing in the night as a member of Virtus Pro. Not even looking over here. Could have caught them on the steps if they need to. The smoke will go ahead, cover their backside, but you're not out of danger just yet. You enter that prison courtyard. You have some members of Rock looking down at you as well. It does look like Hollow is found, but Grom, he's there for a good trade. PA rings out across the top, and well, we're starting to see Blast get in the mix as well as Gabe Kuhn. He slides out here, is able to find Gromalog. That's going to leave Hollow be the last one alive. Just as Enkyo spawns back on in, hiding in a corner that is there. So a couple of top teams starting to get active here at Prison.
Yeah, weird series of timings happening just as everybody kind of slips and slides past each other. It all benefits the Thieves, though, as they find kills in the feed. Hollow's trying to tuck himself away, and the Gentlemates will be eliminated. Gabe Kuhn with the punishing blow towards the end, trying to collapse back in towards this courtyard. He's going to Volcom for company. You've also got Rock Esports deciding to swarm towards this. You see Vision Esports eliminated early here, far earlier than they would have liked in 10th. But Rock have kills on the board, 6-4 Vision himself. I was wondering just how much they were going to do with the fact that not many people were landing Prison, but this circle has dragged so many squads rotating through here, and they are loving that.
Yeah, that is what you have to be really sort of cautious about, is yes, you've sort of cut your way up into Prison, but you know you're going to have to play out of this. But I think if I'm thinking about where the zone is ending, you want to play from this Prison side up, down. You don't want to have to kind of play from the bottom up, but when I'm taking a look, you can see squad number 6 on your minimap, VKA. They've already laid claim to sort of red and this area. They're set up for final center zone. They're going to be feeling very, very solid. But I think for 100 Thieves, if you could do exactly what Blast is doing, hop on up, try and get some of those kills, it's going to be great. Unfortunately, you're not going to be able to do it uncontested because Rock, they're playing from the other side. We see Wars with a sniper in hand, and he is trying to land those shots and play a little bit of a spoiler.
Skull just turns the tide on that whole fight there. You actually have a knock come through onto 100 Thieves, but his PA actually covers over and does enough defensively to knock one of the Rock players. So you set yourselves up then 3v3 for the rooftop control. Got to be a little bit worried about the hanging around of Novo in behind. They are underneath, so it's not a threat right now, but could always play that late gas rotation. Thing is, this next circle's dragging everybody off the top of Prison, so at some point, one of you has got to abandon ship and send sail into the wind. And, well, you get this kind of cross-trade situation. Blast just trying to provide coverage, cracks one, backs one down, but now could be Spawn. Beautiful movement to get himself out of that situation, but Vision will find Skull in the feed.
I mean, great way for Blast to be able to play his life and stay alive. But look at the kill feed. Actually, looks like Vision is still alive.
Okay.
We were a little bit baited here. Not only are they alive, but they're kicking Enigma, finding kills in the kill feed. They're going to go ahead, play over towards this double-story building on the outside of Gens. And look who's surging on forward, though, Virtus Pro. They're still here. They say, hey, we understand you don't want to drop on us, but we're going to try and answer on back. Lennon, he's able to make the trade, and you can see maybe a little bit of frustration from Virtus Pro there. Not expecting Vision to be in that position, and next thing you know, hey, they're right back into this game.
Yeah, Rock and Novo trying to hit this rotation down, by the way. You will lose pretty much everybody if you are Novo. Cams does just enough, but Prodigy's there for the trade. So Novo out of here into our top 6. To give you a bit of a lay of the land, you will have B-Daddy still holding that main ground, but you do have all 3 remaining in Vision who have claimed Harbor, so everybody else got to figure their routes in, and it's not going to be easy heading downhill in very much so open territory.
One more team needs to be eliminated for us to be into our top 5, get to that 1.4 times multiplier. And with the amount of kills that we are seeing on the board, a couple of these teams can absolutely make use of that. Gabe Kuhn, he's looking to get a little bit active, but overheats. You can see Prodigy, not only does he knock Blast, but he's able to find Gabe. Foles coming on in. And is that going to be it for 100 Thieves? No, you got Skullface still alive, just trying to hang on for that placement multiplier. But while Rock has been here at the top, they're trying to be able to clean up 100T. Well, Team Vision, they have the high ground. They have the ability to use this sort of roof as a little bit of look over, and Prodigy, he's just ticking out in the gas.
Set it up then. Couple of solos, couple of swimmers. Prodigy's going to tuck himself into the shag. 3 on one rooftop, 3 on the other. Who blinks first? Well, Lennon will find the kill. H-Mood will also be found by Netods. 2 swimmers remain then. Otherwise, It's hold your ground, stand your buildings, but the zone will pull the direction of the French Vision Esports have to go.
Yeah, you have to start moving here, and well, the early rotations are great. Skullface in the feed, he finds net odds. That is a squad getting eliminated. He's doing what he needs to do, and that is stay alive. And the fact that he's finding kills in this multiplier is huge. FIFA kill, he's gonna take a lot of damage. Jumps over the top into the water. Meanwhile, his teammate Lennon playing from the inside. Could be a little bit of a wrap coming on in. Moving on forward, Skullface down below, it's a 3v2v1, Lennon, he's gonna be the one to find the slide, brings down Skullface, add another one to the tally, puts him at 8. You're looking for the final kills though.
Vidat gonna hold the high ground here. Kadzu, Aizen, when do you swarm? When do you drop onto Lennon? When do you give him trouble? Well, Lennon will find one. The thermite, absolute perfection, is also gonna bottleneck the door, but it's not enough for him to hold the Frenchman who laid flame to the end building early and swatted away all challengers. Will stand tall, draw the line in the sand, and cut everybody down for the victory here in map number 7.
Hey, they win a game against Group A, they win a game against Group C, and I think if you are a fan of this team, that is what you wanted to see. It was not a fluke that they performed in those earlier games. They come back on in, it's a fresh set of teams, and they look absolutely lights out. What's more importantly about some of those kill fights that we saw there, Enigma, it's the early rotation. They understand where this zone is going, they understand the power position, the building they need to be in, they set up early, and not only do they give up kills to try and make that happen, they let all the kills come to them. And that's how you're able to get high elims and take advantage of that 1.6 times multiplier.
Yeah, I love the decision as well from them to set up around the sniper rifle. It meant that they could just bat everyone at long range, find a couple of armor breaks, slaughter a couple of ones before they ever get close, and use the SMGs when required to finish the deal. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are done then with map 7, and we will see you for map 8 on the other side of this quick break.
Mentira que ele não viu o bagulho. Eu também tô não. Esse parceiro. Olha lá, presta atenção agora, cara.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
Assista ou antes do muro da tapete. Eu pensei que eu não ia nem receber o do dia 20 passado. Recebi.
Esse mês aqui agora?
Esse mês aqui esquece. Esse mês aqui é pela caixa agora. Acho que tem que comprar. Esse mês e o próximo. Mas já tá em análise, já mandei os bagulhos.
2 vezes não?
2 vezes, né? Mas eu recebo tudo de uma vez. Mesmo. Completo. Uns 3 mil. Meu salário é quase 2 conto, louco. O salário é 1.993. Novembro vai pra 2 mil. É o disso. Não, é boa, velho. Segunda a sexta. Ruim é o quê? O ruim é a cansa. Outra pessoa, os caras de Não, acho que é isso aí.
Tem que ir antes, é pra passar na primeira ótica E a segunda ótica que é lá perto do quase 4. Então, aí eu tenho um pouquinho de... Ele aqui, cara.
Mas aí ele devia te passar o certinho onde tá já, né? Vai descer em um ponto e se ele não tiver nem, já tem que andar pro jogo.
Un qui passe à gauche, un qui passe à gauche. Ok. Entendu. Un qui passe moteur, un qui part moteur. Ok. Un moteur et un à gauche. Il y a juste un baliste, si jamais. À gauche, il passe en dessous à gauche. Ok. Don't tweak, it's fine. 3v2. Water. Crack water, un HP. Dead. En dessous. En balle dernier. Ensemble. 3. Vas-y, go. 2. 1, go. Il m'a collé la thermite. One touch, nice, come on. Bien joué. Come on, baby, frère.
They won game 2.
The French stars are popping off. VKA not expected to be here, and now you've won 2 of our 7 drops. Welcome back in, everybody. It's Chris Bucket alongside my friends. We've got I Hold Shift, Dream Crazy, and Reflections. Can we just start with you, Alan? Before the match, I asked you which team from Group A or B was feeling a little sus, and you said it's the team that had more than 4 fears.
Yeah, they've got maybe more than 5 fears at this point. Free drop at Stronghold, first rotation in. Beep bonk, speak bonk, later.
And this cannot happen because Stronghold, if you're watching the previous 6 drops, is so highly contested. So if you're giving it for free, you got to take advantage of it. Who was able to take advantage of the power positions throughout this game?
Well, I would say first and foremost for 5 years, by the way, been challenging Falcons, been challenging Ahsoka over in Stronghold since
There was no Falcons in this game.
I know there wasn't, so they thought they could take it over and do a good job, but then all of a sudden they don't. As soon as they go Stronghold, it's wide open. It's not for them. No, but as far as this game goes, we were asking some questions. Who would be performing well? And without a doubt, VKA shows out those things. Along with Vision, second place. Vision no longer has to battle against Twisted Minds. They no longer have to battle against Biffle, who's getting over there and getting Mixie. And therefore, Vision has a much better run, second place, their best game yet.
Also have to shout out Skullface right there in the final game moments, as we've seen 100 Thieves lose control time and time again. They finally won it and did the business. And of course, Gabe and Blast getting those eliminations and taking out Gentlemates down at the water tower.
Can we talk about this though, Alan? So many times we see players just come out of nowhere and take over a scene. But to come over from mouse and keyboard now to controllers, when in 2 games, VKA is in 4th after that running. We look at the top, Rock Esports has been able to drop a lot more eliminations. Any other shockers here?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is even though 100 Thieves have not been able to put together good placements, they are still finding a lot of success getting the kills. So that's helping keep their score, really get them in the mix. The thing about it is they need to find a way to pull consistent placements from here on out. That's the biggest thing. They've really fallen short in their first 3. Now you're starting to see what their potential could be. Just comes down to seeing if they can get it over the finish line. That's always the big key as we get deeper and deeper into this event. You have to be able to win if you're going to find a way to raise the championship trophy at the end of this.
And looking on that right side of the screen, there's so many squads that are running out of time. You got 2 drops left. Otherwise, you're probably looking at an LCQ.
Yeah, I was just looking at that Gamic squad because of some of their landing spots. I think they're like G4 at the shack, by rotating into prison. And I know, like, as far as these lower half teams, do you switch up your POIs? What do you need to do to pick up eliminations? But also, they're not making it to late game.
Last map, I was told that maybe you should challenge the top teams early in game. Would you give that advice to any of the squads that are back in points?
Back in points, challenge the teams early in game that are at the top. That's a tough call, man, because you become a martyr at that point. Who wants to be the martyr? Who wants to give up their potential spot, just a direct route into the finals, just to maybe help a team avoid LCQ? It's always a tough call.
Just one more thing, though. The players that are doing good are the ones that are just like, I don't care. I'm going to go out and fry, and they're picking up kills. So maybe these squads need to play more confident, have that mindset.
If you have been keeping track of the score at home with a pen and paper, throw it away, because my officials have put it into digital format. So pull out your phone and screenshot this bad boy right now, because here is your first official look at the standing shift. You are the closest of all of our analysts. You said, no way Falcons are under 110 kills. They're up to 113, 167 points.
See, the next closest kill tally is 70 freaking 1.
Insane.
Like,
Wow.
Put a leash on these kids. That's unbelievable. And I think, again, the scariest thing about where Falcons are is not just their total score, it's the fact that they're getting strongholds, plus control, plus headquarters for free. So they're rotating into the late game so wide open. As you start to look down the leaderboard again, what we're looking for here are who are the top 7 teams to get that instant bye into the grand finals playoff bracket. So far, if it were to end right now, how about Inner Circle, man? You want to talk about teams that just do not care?
Yeah.
We saw that happen versus Na'Vi in the APAC qualifiers. Na'Vi could not get a finger on them, and so far Inner Circle seem to be doing that against the world's best.
All gamers running out of time. I'm looking at squads like Gentlemates, XO, who can have a big finish. You have 2 drops left, and look at 100 Thieves. 13th is not where we expected. NA's best. They're looking to finish on top of the leaderboard next.
But they've got time, and that's the important fact about it. 2 more games to go, and they also have tomorrow as well. So plenty of time as far as I'm concerned, but I would not have put 100 Thieves that far down the leaderboard, at least at this point in time. And by the way, I do want to point out, Chris Tunn once again did say Falcons, for his hot take, would not place top 3.
What an
so
idiot.
I just want to make sure that stays alive.
Yeah, shave your mustache, Tunn. You're embarrassing. Let's go back to the casters to get game number 8 underway.
Thank you so much, Desk. I love all of the banter that we hear from you and love how you break down all of that. But we are getting ready to head on in here into map number 8. I only had so many French phrases prepared because I thought we were going to be saying them about the Gentlemates. But VKA, hey, they're giving us another reason to use them as well. But they're not the only team who did good in that last game. Let's talk a little bit about Team Vision.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a weird one because they rotate away from Harbor, actually, and what's obviously where we end up playing to go and contest Factory. And many people would have called that out as the wrong move in the long run. However, they actually end up with more points because they get a hell of a lot of kills. So it's certainly working for them. Remember, group stage is all about getting kills, finding points, not necessarily your final placing. It helps, of course, to get that multiplier, but it's not the be-all and end-all. And with them right on the cusp of that top 7, as we get a look at that full leaderboard, they'll be feeling very confident about qualifying at this point. However, still plenty to go yet. And Rock Esports as well, who are in this. They've been phenomenal so far through their performances. Can they continue their prison dominance?
And I know we talked about 100 Thieves a little bit coming on into this game. Currently sitting 13th on the overall. But a fantastic last game puts them in a right position to have 2 more bangers, and they could be finding themselves in top 7 looking at day number 2. Let's get ready to get this next match started, though, Enigma, because we brought in some new teams in the last game. We saw some new rotations, some new drop spots, some new aggression coming out from some of our squads. Now that some of the heavy hitters have made an exit. But let's get ready to drop on in, and I don't want to spoil anything, but I can't wait for you guys to see this zone, because let me tell you what, in the words of professionals, it's bad.
Oh, it's a dragger all the way up to one side, ladies and gentlemen. You're going to see it in just a second. But I'll tell you something, 5 Fears, they've had a couple of difficulties so far. If they don't manage to profit from this one, I don't know what we're doing. But then again, they're going to be contested heavily off towards Stronghold. We've got XO Esports in the vicinity, as well as the Gentlemates all deciding to scrap it out. And there's very good reason for that, ladies and gentlemen. If we don't get a circle finishing here, I don't know what the hell the podcast is telling us.
But here's the thing, Enigma. It's not all of the Gentlemates, it's only 2. Because the final player in Hollow, he's on literally the opposite side of the map, over in Bio, just by himself. That's there. And 5 Fears, they thought they were going to be getting Stronghold for free. Nope, not the case. XO Esports, they were dropping a Stronghold here as well. Maybe looking like, hey, we think that we can take 5 Fears down. We think we can take this fight early. But I don't think they were expecting to find the little French demon Enkyo running amok.
No, absolutely not. But now you've got to fight this XO Esports squad. You've got HBird, the local here in Riyadh, trying to provide protection from the top tower. Spots Gromlok rolling below, and some great shots will catch him on the rotation. And Enkyo also found and dealt with by Penguin. So that then will have to reset the Gentlemates and their fight and their quest so far to get themselves into this tournament. It's not been a strong day 1 for them. XO Esports, who've also had their own difficulties, they now have 5 Fears coming back at them. Big man gets the initial damage. Can you slide out and find it? Well, the protection coming on over the top, I've got to assume is from Penguin up there towards the right, doing just enough to keep his teammate alive, as they do lose 1 in the fight. So a bit of a reset, a bit of a go again. And HBird, he's looking good from this top tower if he can continue protecting his boys down low. They're going to do well. Scythe and Big Man fall yet again. 5 Fears being absolutely sent packing.
Yeah, you lose one player very early on, but it's not a big, huge deal, right? You have the other players who back on up. Khmud and Notrius do a great job of just kind of looking over a couple of your teammates there. You can see Anxiety has backed on up, just trying to slide around this picket booth, stay alive. Not going to be able to. So for XO, they do a great job. They sort of win this fight at Stronghold. Gentlemates, they got active a little bit, and they kind of get a couple kills that go on in, and next thing you know, hey, we see a little bit of a different sort of style. I'm only worried with the Gentlemates. Having two players land here, die, and then go all the way back to bioweapons is when we took a look at the zone, it literally cuts off halfway through prison. They have a fat rotation they have to try and make. And for 5 Fears, well, looks like they are still trying to hold on to this location.
Yeah, scrambling bit by bit, piece by piece, being pulled apart here. Hmood going to get on the aggressor. Trying to find his way up and into this fight. It's not clean, it's not tidy, but you're there. You get one of your boys being knocked, you're there to instantly find the trade though, so it's enough. 5 Fears will continue to be in this region, but honestly, it's actually going to be VKA looking at this, considering rotating in and finding themselves another early rotation to build off the strategy that found them a win in map 7. Hmood's just going to hold this top tower for now, continue to dish out a little bit of damage, and 5 Fears, well, Anxiety, you're dealt with, you're cut down. Your boys will be here, but I don't know how much longer.
Yeah, I love that this battle's going on at Stronghold, but maybe let's go ahead, let's take a look what else is happening elsewhere on the map, because with basically half of this map immediately being out of zone, we know how much has to be happening elsewhere that's going on here. I saw Gabe Kuhn in the kill feed doing a nice little trick, bringing himself on down with the Molotov so he could keep the loadout alive for his teams. We can see Gentlemates after that having to regain back at bioweapons. We can see them moving on this sort of northern side of the map as well as they're starting to go their way on in. They're not going to be the only teams that are there as well. You got one member of Inner Circle behind them, just kind of hanging on out. Virtus Pro, they've made their way onto the inside of the prison courtyard. So surprisingly, for such a drastic circle pull, we haven't really seen as many of the, I guess, rotation fights that we would normally come to expect.
No, an interesting one that has happened early though for me. Rock Esports will be the first team to fall. So you end up in a situation where they've had so much dominance of prison, you end up in a spot where so many squads have to rotate through there, and I think they just get overwhelmed in the end.
Yes.
Enkyo here, up high in a fight against Noobs. Out goes the flash. It does connect for now. And, well, a couple of snakes, a couple of pop-ups will come through, and Enkyo just going to back down for a second. He doesn't have support. That's the big question here. Smoke's going to try and allow him to escape out the backside. Noobs reads that, tries to push up, doesn't find the timing. Gromlock will find Sage in the feed. This fight will continue. Gromlock also finds Teeny. Gray dies to FIFA kill. So the Inner Circle, they're wiped out of here. Of course, a lovely story at the minute, but it's not been a great back-to-back set of games so far.
No, I think that Circle kind of maybe threw away their plan just a little bit, did not let them establish themselves where they really wanted to. But I got to give some credit to Virtus Pro, right? They get pushed out of their POI very, very early. We saw them have some absolute dominance from that location in that last game. So now that they have to do something a little bit different, that they have to adapt, looks like they are still successful and they're still looking A-OK. 100 Thieves, they're doing a great job. They're still hanging out here at control. Let's go ahead. Let's take a listen to 100 Thieves.
I'm going back to tunnel. Find it. Yeah, I'm watching tunnel. Plus 20. Tunnel side. Yeah, watch top tower. Yeah, it's the top tower.
De nada.
Give me 3. You see top 3 boat. Yeah. Dude. Yeah, we need money. Yeah, we can start looting. Dude, we can get a lot of kills from like kids flying in, bro. Should I try and grab this recon? Yeah. Yeah, grab it. Okay. Water right here too. Could get a UAV. Yeah, we could loot up. Another one flying? Can we get angles? I do not have angle right now. 3, 2, 1, flash it up. Crack. I cut the right, push 20. Absolute. One ball, water. Absolute. Yep. We're both shooting 2 different kids. That's all. I'm just looting up right now. We do have enough for advance. On the fire side, yeah. Yeah, we just got to play for that fire side,
Seems like it was a little bit of a slight miscomm on some of those players flying on in, but more importantly, though, I like the strategy.
Yeah, no, I love the fact that they're slowing it down. Let's find some money. Let's set ourselves up for the later game, play around the recon. I don't mind it at all. We've seen so many teams try and just punch their way in through various POIs and be cut down early. 100 Thieves refusing to fall to that, keeping themselves locked on the final objective, and that is to work their way systematically across the map. Move over. We'll see Novo in trouble here as Javi's cut down by Big Man. Somehow Fine Feet is still in this fight despite all the struggles earlier on. Never mind, Vortex will deal a blow. That turns it into a little bit of a 2v2. Slide on out, Sight's gonna be here, and Volcom trapped between a rock and a hard place. Well, truly, Vortex will finish that. A couple of kills in the feed as well for EXO Esports. So we are seeing that squad of Movistar Koi in trouble. Just one player remaining for them. Anxiety trying to hold on here in Stronghold. This battle just back forth all over the place. 3 teams scrambling over it. That circle's going to let us know where we're going off to next. At best, you're going to be between Stronghold and Living Quarters. So these fights down here, very important.
Listen, I ain't Rebirth Island without a little bit of a stimmy shimmy, that's for sure. Able to play your life, get on out of there, which is huge because you're able to stay alive long enough to get your teammate back on in. You can see Anxiety is here. Big Man gonna go ahead, get his feet on the ground. But in the middle of that whole battle, you know what I did see? It's still Hamoud at top of the satellite tower, raining it down from above, still being able to find those picks. So EXO Esports, seemingly they figured out the Stronghold strategy, which is basically take a page out of the Falcons' book. Go ahead, hold it on down, especially when you get zone, and just look over all of this entire area. Take your picks where you can. They want to be able to play down here, but a number of other teams, they want to play from that top side as well, splitting a map in about half and half right now. So while these teams battle it out down here, you can have the whole other half of the lobby up on top. For the time being, well, Novo, you're basically just trying to get as many kills as you possibly can. 2 teammates eliminated. We are still a little bit away from Resurgence being disabled, but we are missing 4 teams.
You're right to make the call about the Resurgence still being up, but not for much longer. Vision Esports, they recognize an opportunity to third party this situation. They swarm. That's going to be shot in the back by Dongi, and Sage as well gets spotted up high. So Vision Esports aware that they're being contested right now. Feed the kill, guiding the sniper rifle over the wrong side of that fight. And will instead decide to push forward, find Scum in and AG Global. Well, I will tentatively say white, because that thing's life was up at times, but I think we are good to call that one. Scum wasn't expecting that, I don't think, and ended up being cut down at a moment where he probably wishes he'd just stayed up in the fight. Movistar Koi, they're still alive. They're in this Living Quarters as well. Next to be contested by Vision Esports as they think about the push, but it's trying to break this down. You do have the numbers in a 3v2, but you got to play this together.
I think if you are Vision right now, you're doing what you can. Try and break this trophy system. Do what you can to make sure that you can throw all of your ordnance up through this window. But there's really only one way on in to this building, unless you have somebody who wants to try and hit this nice little hop up on the outside. But I think for the time being, they realize saying, hey, it isn't worth us trying to throw some life away. Just get a couple more kills on the board. On this top side, though, take a look at this. Virtus Pro, they've moved on up towards headquarters. And it's going to be Aizen and Kazu actually find noobs in the meantime. And for 100 Thieves, they've gone ahead. They've spent all of their money. We heard them talking in that listening about grabbing an advanced UAV, and that is going to be so crucial for them once this zone pulls on how they want to go ahead and try and play it. They have a pretty wide open cut down into this zone, and we can see them. They're rotating all through the bottom side. We have Gamax all out in the water as a team. EXO Esports holding the satellite. A number of trios just picking their POI, picking their power position, and they do not want to move.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, if I'm EXO Esports, I'm a little bit nervous because yours is on the edge of the circle, so likely going to be you moved on shortly. Living Quarters teams as well are going to have to consider that rotation in. It is probably going to be the squads that are holding themselves in these mid-buildings. That is Squad 11, also known as Novo Esports, and of course the 5 Fears, who, for me, relatively central zone, probably feeling best about their POIs. Sure. But, I mean, kills-wise right now, a couple coming through for 100 Thieves as they navigate their way down. But all teams right now kind of trying to assess the route. They're giving a bit of breathing room.
I think 100 Thieves has a realization that VP is above them. They would love to be able to take out a strong team like that in this lobby, get some more kills on the side. And it might be easy when we have VKA holding top green. They have their sights set on Virtus Pro as well. Damage going in from across. You can see Blast, he gets the knock onto Sage. VDOT's good for the full. And already it's just Donkey, last one alive. Blast currently on 9, getting a little bit back to the form that we have seen him do through the qualifiers and through recent events. Really starting to feel himself, really starting to have that confidence that we know and love coming out of him. It's just Dongi alive. Can he manage to get inside this building? It looks like he's able to. As you can see in your top left corner here, folks, let's watch where that zone pulls on over.
Kazu's the linchpin here for me because he's in a spot where we can look over anyone rotating through this area, so he could be a real problem for multiple teams. They are going to have to rotate away soon. Movistar Koi positioning himself down beneath. Also got one play out towards the shoreline just in case of late rotators. But this spot here, this VKA location, is the one that's caused so many other teams problems, and 100 Thieves over the far side, giving them the room, set themselves up center zone instead. As that circle tells us exactly where we're going to go. My friend, it is out in the open as much as you could possibly hope for. This will turn into a bloodbath real soon.
I think the only people who are set up for this is 100 Thieves. They're kind of right on the edge of it. They can gatekeep this VKA squad, Donkey, finally gets dropped from Virtus Pro. They could hold out Movistar Koi. They could hold out VKA if they want to. And if they're able to do that, they just turn their sights down below at all of these teams down here at Stronghold. Finally, XO Esports, they start to make the move. They hop on down, being above Novo. Just laying in wait. Do you start to make this movement forward? On the other side, there's a lot of teams that are starting to move as well. You can see Movistar Koi going clamp. He's good for a nice little two-piece as he finds it. Team Vision on the other side. 5 Fears, they are hanging on as well. Great shots across the way. Notria is going to hit that stim. Tries to reset the health regen. Maybe you can play from a different angle onto Big Man. A beautiful play from Notrius to find a member of 5 Fears. Cut them down. And we are at that point where if you're getting knocked now, guess what? You're not coming back in unless it's bot.
The zone pull's outrageous, by the way. It's right into Stronghold, pulling off towards this bottom corner where Vision Esports had actually set themselves up. And they've still got all 3 members. Needed a couple of revives, but you've actually managed to find the kill onto Anxiety. Blast finishes off what's left of DKA, so the 100 Thieves are still holding the high ground. Got to find their way across. However, you lose a couple of bodies if you are Vision Esports, and that could well destabilize your defensive hold later on. It's a bloodbath. It's all over the feed. It's Novo Esports being eliminated. Gamax are here to join the party. We're down to our top 6 teams, but pretty much everybody is in bits and pieces except for XO.
Yeah, if ELOM can get Sukra back up, that is huge. But 100 Thieves, they've made a fast rotation. They want to get a little bit active. They're still up as a 3, and Lennon, he's still alive and kicking. He's still in the kill feed. He's currently sitting on 6 right now. And I think they're just looking to hold the Smite little corner of the Stronghold. 5 teams remain as Blast finds sight. 5 Fears finally get some points on the board, and it's a great angle for Blast. Swings out onto the outside. 12 kills to Rasim's name. He's looking to make it even more.
Gabe Kuhn and Skull go on the hunt, and they find all of XO Esports. 2 high, 1 low, squeezing, throttling, and suffocating anybody in their path. Vision Esports, though, they'll actually find Gabe. And Lennon and Echo are here to join the party for sure. 3 teams left, only 4 players, though.
Heavy Skullface, he's just trying to do what he can, but Nenons goes huge! It's a double kill on the Echo and Lennon! Just like that, we get down to a final 1v1. It's Skullface, it's Nenons, 100 Thieves! We were looking for them to get on the leaderboard. Finally, they do it. A monumental game from Blast, showing everybody that they are the team we expected them to be.
It's the rotation. It's the way that they find themselves from that far side, up near living quarters, into the Stronghold fight. What they do is they just kind of tuck themselves in towards the rocks and then hug that southern wall, slipping basically through the side of the building, through that alleyway that so many people kind of forget exists, and they're just finding a couple of free kills on the backside that allows them then to get on the aggression late on once there's bits and pieces of other teams. It's just a wonderful job from 100 Thieves. That composure that we talked about earlier, when we got that listening, we said they're controlling the situation, they're not panicking, they're not throwing their life away, and that shows big time there as they seal the deal. And they've not been bad so far, they've not been awful, but that is much more like the 100 Thieves we expected here in Riyadh.
Yes, we expected greatness from this team. A little bit of understanding that maybe they only win games when they get the control center pull. Not going to be the case this time. Great movement out of them. And well, let's see if they can keep it going, Enigma, because we have one more game left here today. We're going to go to a quick break, everybody, and we'll be right back with our last final game of the day.
Good shit, baby, come on.
Oh, Nicky.
This land is calling.
Acho que é bugou, velho. É bugou aí.
Ele não quer andar com nada que eu... Eita, porra. Papel, tenta mexer no celular, a vida concentrada, a partir do que começou aqui aí. Acho que nem você colocar o fone, ó.
I'm top. Come top. Yeah. I like cross smoke. Yeah. One more top. I locked it. Come on. Reloading. Mama. What's the doorway? Yeah. Bad. Nice. Keep below us. Right control. Fuck, I don't know. Fuck, I fucked up. My bad. There's two in there. I found on accident, bro. You're good. It's a do one there. They're coming out. 1v1. Oh, come on! Good fucking shit, bro. Good shit, baby. Come on. Let's go, bro. Come on, man. Let's fucking go, baby. Let's go.
Somewhere in Texas, Nate Shot is smiling ear to ear right now because Blast and his crew just pulled up a big dub. We got to talk about another team, though, before we dive deep into 100 Thieves. Ellen, we mentioned everyone on that right side of our scoreboard needed to have a big game, and we highlighted 3 teams. XO was one of them.
Yeah, and they were a team that switched up at their landing stronghold, contesting 5 fears, but it was just these 2 teams that just kept going back and forth.
Tell them what you told me. Hamoud was farming them.
I was going to say, yeah, that's literally what I was going to say. Hamoud being the player that he is, quiet anchored, just farming them, sniping, getting those picks in the tower.
It doesn't look like Stronghold is the place to be right now for a certain team, but for others, they are really scoring big there. Who else had a crucial Game 8?
Crucial Game 8, 100 Thieves. I mean, without a doubt, right? Getting that win, we talked about how low they were in the standings. Granted, 2 more games to go, but 2 more games isn't a lot. That can pass very quickly. So for them getting this victory, it was critical because now I think they probably unofficially break into about top 7, if not, probably around there. Skullface, he never loses his once. Like I said, solo YOLO winner from 2023. He's going to win every time.
Great call. Still not a better solo YOLO winner than Scump. But I will say, how about Team Vision, bro? They have actually had 2 very salvage drops after last game in 7. They had to do a long water route to get themselves a buyback, ended up finishing in the top 3. This game, same situation, kind of way out towards Chem, had to go all the way down through boat to get over towards Stronghold again, and they somehow found themselves in the mix, the late circle. So considering they have gotten blessed at all by circles, this team is rotating and playing very well to get to the late game.
You were speaking of circles, and like I was talking about that Hamoud team rotating outside of Stronghold, which they thought Zone Pull was going to go there. Guess what? It didn't. And a team that was also in the final standings was Movie Star Koi and Novo Esports, which that was a team that was holding Hamoud's squad. So pretty cool to see them up there in the standings, Chris.
Now, I do want to call out Koi finished 2nd in that game. Nito drops a double kill, a 2v1 at the end. They only get 9 kills. So, Koi, I know you're playing for the win. Maybe we need to start fragging out a little bit more. How do you do that with just 1 drop left?
If it was last year, playing for the win would have made much more sense with the 2x multiplier. Now that it's 1.6, you've got to slay out. For Movie Star Koi, we know they have the ability to do it. We witnessed it when they were playing against Group A a little bit earlier, so I know they can slay it. Now it's about getting the confidence and just full sending it. You have respawns for a reason. It's Resurgence. Now it's time to get active.
We're going to get active here in just a moment with our 9th drop of day number 1. Before that, let's take a look at our overall standings. What goes with bad vision at home? them on their phone. Go ahead and walk me through this, Alan. What do we see?
Yeah, the big bump here is you look at the teams that were on the right side of your board and no longer are. Right. Team Vision has a big bump up right there. Virtus Pro cracks into the top 3 in terms of, again, not just looking at this overall, but on top of that, also things like World Cup standings, which they're going to be looking for in particular. But 100 Thieves all the way up to number 2. That's a significant jump. Did not expect that, but hey, that's what happens when you get a win and a lot of kills with it.
Yeah, I mean, credits to Blast. I mean, right, he was really leading that charge in the final game moments, and then, like, he had an engagement against Movie Star Koi, I think, where he decided, let's back down, let's take the high ground, and even though Gabe messed up, they still were able to close out.
Now, I do want to call out a few teams here. 100 Thieves in second, Virtus Pro, and I look a little bit down further, you got Rock Esports and VKA. All with potential to win this final drop.
And Vision.
Who is going to finish in second?
Ooh, seconds. Man, honestly, I'm feeling Vision. They've been highly consistent. Second place in the last game, third place. Well, excuse me, second place 2 games ago, third place in the last game. And if they get blessed by Zone over on the factory side, I could definitely see them taking it and overtaking the 100 Thieves spot in second.
Ellen?
I'm just going to say Movie Star Koi, man. I mean, every one of those individual players, and I'm just going to throw a random team out there just because, you know, we know our top NA team are looking pretty good, but you got to give them their flowers because they were sitting dead last, I think, in scrims. The last 4 scrims, 100 Thieves was like, we're going to push you out. We're going to make you, you know, beat burgers. They're not. They've been doing really well and could make it and qualify.
Casters, I know you're not supposed to be biased, but I need to know who finishes in second tonight. Is it 100 Thieves or Virtus Pro?
Well, Chris Puckett, I can only say one thing, buddy, with my full chest, full bias. I'm thinking Thieves, baby, after watching that last game. I mean, for them to go from that right side of the leaderboard on the overall in one singular game to jump to now second overall, to me, you have to be any of these teams looking at Enigma saying, hey, all it takes is one game for us to get into the mix.
Yeah, and I think as well the way in which they executed in that previous game, the composure, the control, not just to lock down control, but then how they played it in from there, very impressive indeed, and signs of that squad coming to life, finding their footing on land after a couple of difficult early games. I think, honestly, though, I'm not going with either of those. I think I'm going to agree with reflections and talk about this Team Vision lineup. I think that if they get that zone pulling off towards their side, they look really good to hold it. I think earlier on they had that situation where they rotated away a little bit early on the hunt for kills, and that, well, it got them some kills, but not necessarily the placement. I think they've been consistent all damn day, and I'm looking to see them leapfrog their way up into that second place. But of course, for many of our teams, it's about finishing inside the top 7 today, and we have quite a few squads that are a mile off that, and unfortunately, one of those being my Gentlemates. You've also got Gamax, all struggling right now, need to find the form online. You do not want to be going into day 2 staring down the barrel.
Yeah, if you're one of these teams, you need to be as consistent as Enigma is with his EU bias.
Yes,
that is for certain. If you want to try and be in that top 7, to be able just to skip our elimination day and find yourself sitting pretty for our day of finals. But I love that you bring up some of these squads, like the Gentlemates, right? Here's the thing, right? We know how good this team can be in different game modes.
Yeah.
But we went in to that EU qualifier. You and I sat there and casted it. We did all of our prep, and we said, Gentlemates is a team that is going to be a problem. And what happened? They barely squeaked on in to find themselves here. I had hoped that maybe they had, you know, done their study, done their prep, figured out some of their issues and what they wanted to do. It just feels like maybe they haven't been able to.
Yeah, one of the problems was in those qualifiers that they were trying to do the Falcon strategy from last year because Falcons weren't in the qualifiers, and while it gets you there, just about, the problem was that they then had to change their strategy completely coming into LAN, and I don't think they've had enough reps really to just figure out what it is that they want to do. They won't get too many more before we start talking last chance qualifiers. That's a typical spot to be in, of course. So yeah, they've really got to come online, have the Frenchmen. But then again, as much as I love them, there is of course plenty of other talent out here to talk about, and that is the other Frenchman, VKA. Yeah. God, they shouldn't be here, quite frankly. Handed an opportunity. They're only gaining that bonus opportunity by 0.6 points. If the Germans had picked up one extra kill, they'd be here instead.
Yes.
So VKA not missing a beat here, showing up and doing a fantastic job, leading their own revolution. But if we are going to see the climax to day 1 and line up so many of these stories into day 2, we have to, of course, drop into map number 9. And my friend, we're just seconds away from seeing where that takes us.
For some squads, it's a Cinderella story. For others, it is a horror novel in the writing. Game number 9 of day 1 of the Esports World Cup for Call of Duty Warzone here in 2025 starts now. This is your last opportunity to get those points on the board and feel good about your chances going into day number 2.
And I will spoil nice and early, ladies and gentlemen, we do get a zone that pulls heavily, seemingly either towards Harbor, Chem, Prison, maybe somewhere in between the three. You know how we can be here in Warzone. But the action kicks off early, in control of all places, and 100 Thieves, despite a very impressive previous map, find nothing but shotgun shells to the damn chest as Volcom, the rest of the Movistar Koi, run amok.
That was Game 7. We saw Movistar Koi land down on the boat. Game 8, they're kind of nowhere to be found. And here in Game 9, when push comes to shove, well, hey, they answer right back on the top of the 100 Thieves. And, well, we had our questions about the Generates, but I'm looking at the kill feed, and I'm seeing Echo going crazy over at Bioweapons. Great job from them to be able to find a lot of those kills that are there. And, well, surprisingly, up at Grandma's, XO Esports, yet again, have moved.
It's an interesting one, this, because every time we've tuned into AG Global, they want their anchor in that tower. They are not finding the win for that. Consistently bullied away. They need to find a way to get themselves going, because the thing is, you can't really have your Slayers in Scumming and so, for example, pushing out and finding those kills if your anchor isn't in position, because it leaves you highly exposed. It's why they're struggling to get going as we tune in with 9Z Globe and that squad coming in from Argentina. Talking about a couple of these boys coming into this weekend, they'd never flown long-distance planes before this tournament. An insane story for sure.
Yeah, love seeing them being on in here. Would love to see them get to our finals day, because they have a very, very cool story that deserves to be told. They've had some moments of greatness, oftentimes off the back of Elatu, who loves to stay up in that tower, and I think make it a little bit difficult for AG Global to be here. But as I'm looking at this kill feed, Enigma, I am seeing AG Global seems like maybe they've won this contest here in our final map of the day. As we can see, Scummin and Nate Dogg, I think, working together in tandem to make sure that they can bring them down.
Yeah, for everything that I was trying to set up about the lovely story to do with 9Z, by the way, they are the first team won. So I am sorry, gentlemen.
They call it the Caster Curse, baby.
In full flow, as AG Global finally get a hold of the tower. We will tune in with 5 Fears. Of course, a lot of eyes on them for good reason right now. They are starting to find a couple of kills and managed to stay alive a lot longer than they probably should have in the last map, but it's a hell of a rotation for them from here. Stopping them en route will be AG Global, of course, holding tower. You've then also got presence in this headquarters region from XO Esports, and off towards factory side is going to be none other than Team Vision, so not an easy crossing from this point on.
No, not at all. We see Skullface getting a kill on the Goat Clamp in the meantime as well. But look who's starting to move their way on in. It's Novo. They want to get active here at Control. We knew this was going to happen when we walked into this group stage. Obviously, with both Movistar Koi and 100 Thieves being in the same group, we said, okay, we understand this contest can happen, but what's going to happen when they go against the other groups? And we're starting to see that now with Novo starting to get a little bit of a third-party action rolling. And when we kind of see on our mini-map right there, it looks like 100 Thieves, they've decided to kind of disperse for the moment, figure out a different area they would like to hang on to.
Yeah, indeed, and well, we get a look at Rock Esports in prison, and Noobs is going to back Vision down as Virtus.pro want to fight for this. Rock Esports went down very early last map, and it's all about how they're going to fight for this. Noobs does a great job over the top to find Prodigy. And what do you do here if you're Rock? Well, Wars goes down as well, so Vision's just going to have to try to get the hell out of here. The problem is you're going to land in Noobs' lap, and that will be Rock dealt with. Had a fantastic start to the day. You could argue the first 4 or 5 maps better, well, first 4 at least better than many would have expected, but the last 2, they'll want to watch these ones back and do a bit of odd reviewing, because it has not been a good climax today.
No, it is not. In 5 years, well, look where they are. They get a little bit of just desserts playing alongside this Grandma side, answering on back to XO Esports. So as the zone has pulled a lot of these teams outside of that stronghold area, kind of up here towards this prison side, you got to take the fight to somebody when you're on this rotation. And, well, it looks like the 5 years starting to be able to maybe find some of those kills that they have been so desperate for. The problem is now that you've made your way on up, you have this team who loves hanging out here and loves farming some of these teams that make their way towards Grandma's. And you're starting to see maybe a little bit of success finally for AG Global, as this is what they've been known to do. It is hold down this headquarters area and just kind of keep their heads on a swivel and shoot at anything that moves.
White Shot's going to tell us a couple of things here, but one of them is that 5 Fears are starting to collapse on towards this AG Global fight. Nate Dogg's going to get aggressive here, so I'm trying to provide support over the top using that Cypher. LC10 though for Nate Dogg. He's going to try and get aggressive. It's just avoiding being isolated. You want to get into this fight, but with your teammates backing you up. So trying to bait them in up the stairwell. Scum's going to send out the Prox mine, but the problem is you're kind of arriving in bits and pieces. Nate Dogg needed to recover, put plates in, so Scummin then tries to help. He gets found. 5 Fears might have punched their way through another hole, and they're trying to solve a couple of the problems that they've had by just simply playing together, turtling and using their numbers to flatten anything in front of us.
Yeah, Nate Dogg not able to get on out of that one. Just gets caught on the hop on over. So it's going to be only one player left from AG Global, who has made their way into prison, which seems all fine and dandy until we remember that, well, Virtus Pro, they had made their way on up. Down towards the industry side, though, we can see Gamax already still trying to be able to bring it to the Gentlemates. And wow, what a win from Elolam. Nice little slide shot to make it happen. Can he find the second? No, he can't. Noobs there to play a little bit of a spoiler. And I'm looking at this mini-map here, Enigma, and well, Noobs just kind of by himself, just slides on down out of prison, goes and finds that one. And it looks like they're just going to kind of push on back to Chemical. You got one player who's just hanging on out back there, and that should be enough for Noobs and Dongi to kind of start flexing out of this POI that we know and love.
Yeah, especially considering the way the situation is going on that side of the map. So many teams are trying to recover this. They could just go and mop all of that up. You do get Orbs finding one here in a circle, just trying to find a couple of bits and pieces of this 5 Fears team. But with 5 Fears coming out on top in this engagement, Anxiety and Scythe continuing to roam through prison. There will be company from AG Global potentially. We move on over to the fight that's happening at Bioweapons, 100 Thieves, recovering. You've got Hollow down low. You've also got Netodds assessing this one from a distance, just trying to get his boys back in. They will spawn on the opposite side of the map, maybe float on over. This Bioweapons could be huge. It's probably a chemical zone, to be honest, towards the end. That's where Virtus Pro are going to largely set themselves up. But a regain here would give you a great rotation for later.
Yeah, I do love that 100 Thieves have basically just cut all the way across the map, decided to put their feet right here at Bioweapons, because I agree. I think this is, if you can't hold Chemical, hold the next best one, and I think that's going to be Bio. It lets you look down towards this north side of the map, it lets you hold all the southern side. If anybody tries to make their way through Industries, you're going to have a great idea as well. Glass engaging that drone, just trying to get an idea of maybe where there's some people around him, and I think he's going to get an idea that potentially Hollow is sitting underneath as well. So do they go ahead? Do they try and make that happen? Not entirely certain. Virtus Pro at distance, looking to just be a nuisance for 100 Thieves for the time being. And well, right below them at Industry, you have the Gentlemates as well, who are still hanging on. Hollow, 0 kills to his name. Don't usually expect a lot from the anchor, but you also at least expect something.
Yeah, it's been a difficult game for Gentlemates and non-most of them for their anchor, and it will get even worse as he gets shot in the back, and I don't think you're getting away from that one. You're absolutely not. As Gabe finds you, Gromlock and Enkyo then going to try and reset in the Industries as the circle squeezes yet more teams off towards the chemical side of the map. I can tell you that AG Global have a bit of lands across. They also have company from a hell of a lot of teams here in prison. 5 Fears being one of them. They continue to survive for now. Novo Esports being the other. So at some point, those 3 teams are going to meet each other, and it's going to get very messy. We've seen Novo dying in the feed to 5 Fears, so they're coming out on top in that little bit of an engagement. The wide shot gives us the perspective that we want. This fight will last a bit longer. However, once we start talking that 4th circle, it will move everybody. So you want to be in the best possible position for rotations.
Yeah, I was just kind of looking over this. I'm like, man, there's so many teams at prison right now. Like, where do you try and play out of this? I think AG Global probably has the best idea, and that is just to kind of play from a different side. Unfortunately for Nate Dogg, though, he tries to join up with his teammates, and he just gets taken out from the sky. And, well, we're starting to see a little bit of a battle here at Chemical from 2 teams who make no surprise. They know this fight inside and out, as it is Team Vision tries to make their way on in, but Virtus Pro, it is just them running as a death ball right now, as they just absolutely put to dirt both Lennon and Echo. Thankfully, FIFA kill, he's still alive elsewhere. We'll see them get brought back on in, but I think Virtus Pro, it's a little bit of a slap in the hand saying, hey, no, this is our POI. It's not yours anymore.
Well, a team that has been trying to recover is 5 Fears, and let's find out how they're doing that with the listening.
Just kill him. Repop. Here, money. Do not let these kids cut in for free, bro. I have to come for the master. Has to. Yeah, I'm taking the top height. I'm up. Let's go. I left it to you. Just pop him. Okay. You have a P. Remember that. He's sniping, bro. It's landing them. There's 3 of them. You have a P to force anything. Yeah. They're rowing.
Go turn around. Just bang up the solo, Zach. Bang up the solo.
Cracked, bro. They're fucking in the gas, bro. Get it.
I'll stay down. 1 shot.
Tempered. They have quick armor. They're gonna armor up quick. We're good for the zone. Go camp. I'm grabbing this armor box. Go camp. That's free. Yeah, you see the solo, yeah? Go sit.
Scythe doing a lot of the leading of the comms there, just trying to give his boys an opportunity to calm. You could hear the nerves when we first went in, I think. They recognize that they're in a better opportunity than they've been most of the day. But Scythe just assesses what we've got here and how we can play this out. And it's a great rotation actually into Chem. And you start to get damage. You find purchase as well onto Virtus Pro as Noobs is cleaned up. I'll say, by the way, in the back, Team Vision did not get wiped. They just about are surviving over towards Prism side. So Killfeed giving us a little bit of a do-si-do there, I think is the term you use, my friend.
Yes.
But this is an incredible rotation, actually. Out of Life Fears, they find themselves into Chem. They've got Virtus Pro recovering nearby, and everybody else, they're going to want this land, and they're going to have to do it mostly in bits and pieces.
Yeah, you have a couple big squads around you, though, who see the position that you have, and they want to take it from you. Also, while that fight was going on, we watched the Gentlemates get taken off the map as well, so they're going to be away from that top 5, that 1.4 times multiplier that they are desperately looking for. But for 5 Fears, I'm totally in agreement with you. That listen-in didn't feel good when we went on over. I wasn't feeling super confident about it, but hey, guess what? It was enough for them to be able to get into that positioning. For some of our other teams, though, it's about where can you also play if you can't manage to hold Chem. We watched Team Vision. They wanted to try and take Chem. They lose the fight against VP. They have to back on up, so where's the next best spot? They want to play underneath here at Gens. FIFA kill, sniper in hand, hoping to get an opening pick.
Interesting fight going on off towards this north side. We are going to get a look at it. 100 Thieves against VP. There was not each. However, I don't think anyone actually struck a finishing blow. Actually, yes, you will be missing one of the Virtus Pro players, so 2v3. They're going to have to back off, reassess that situation. That might force them into 5 Fears. And again, they might try and just counter-wrap that and blast Worried as he gets picked up by the nade. You're going to have this Gamax team rolling in from the backside. They need a big game to close things out here, and they're flooding.
We could see a third party from 100 Thieves. If they watch this fight happen below them, they could try and activate, clean it on up if they wanted to, as they are playing from above. And Sage, last player alive, he's got to go ahead. He's got to back on up, try to stay alive for the time being. And here we go, 100 Thieves. They're going to drop on and down. You're trying to make it happen. Tenix, he's able to slide on in. It's good for some trades, but Skullface will deal the final blow. Gamax, I believe, taken out of this lobby. 100 Thieves getting a little active, getting some more points on the board, continuing that momentum off a last game win.
By the way, off screen, we've actually had 5 Fears manage to bully Vision out of Chem. So you've ended up in a situation where they've got control of that against 5 Fears as Vision try and recover nearer to the harbor side, just relatively out in the open. Will have placing though for top 5, so it's all about assessing this next push in. 100 Thieves are going to be squeezed by gas. We get a quick look at the fact that Novo not in a great spot. Kill looking to finish this, finds cams. There will be one more left in the water, but the Overwatch is a problem, and that zone is going to pull to the opposite side of this Chem building, so a huge position for Vision to try and rotate to.
Novo taken on down. While that's all happening, Skullface, he makes a gas play, gets a buyback on in. So all 3 members of 100 Thieves, they're going to be here engaged, playing from below. He's good for 1. Blast with his ones on the other side. Echo and Lennon taken on down. You still got FIFA kill down below, but he's going to have to make his way up to that buy station if he wants to try and get his teammates back on in, and Scythe will not let it happen. Final 3 teams sitting out here. We still got a member of Virtus Pro hanging on out. It's 100 Thieves looking to go back-to-back, and maybe, finally, some life out of 5 Fears.
Sage just desperately trying to third-party some sort of situation, just hold on for dear life. He has 3 kills. Can you get any cherry on the cake here for getting into top 3? But it's a 3v3 potentially happening above. 100 Thieves are going to have the bottom portion of the building. 5 Fears up top. They have the overlook. They have the overwatch. Will that result in a map win for them?
100 Thieves. They sense the blood in the water, the nerves running through 5 Fears right now. This is the first time they've looked good all day. They've made the right decisions. It's just all about closing it out now. It's about silencing the haters in this moment. It's either go big or potentially go home if you can make it happen, as they sit on top of Chemical, just begging anybody to scam.
Zone starting to squeeze. Sage will have to move.
Anxiety
will have to look over. Thieves have a player out towards gas. Is that a rat potentially coming in? No, I think you're assessing that situation, deciding against it. Sage, well, I love you, buddy, but this is a difficult place to be in for sure. Going to try and get high. Big man's going to dive, though, and the bodies fly. So where does Sage actually come into this? Keep an eye on him potentially arriving. Big man going to get up close. LC10 in hand. Skullface Blast come prowling out of the doorway. Hand in hand, there's a pinstripe feed for pretty much everybody. 100 Thieves lose 2 bodies in this. Sage is still up.
how do you make this happen? Big man, he's still alive. He's still in zone, trying to be able just to keep it alive. That's there. Sage will get the confirmation onto Blast. He's dropped on down. Gas is ticking. He doesn't have a gas mask. It's just not enough. He's still able to stay here. He goes down. He has to self-revive, though. Are we going to get into a final moment of a heal-off, potentially? He's able to get it. Finally, 100 Thieves taking on out. Sage hops on up. He finds Big Man. He's looking for Scythe. Can you manage to find him? He's just playing around this buy station. We'll make sure there's no opportunity to get the teammate back on in, but he's got a self. It's a heal-off, ladies and gentlemen, and well, it might have been the way 5 Fears wanted to take the win, but a win is a win in the W column. They get some much-needed points on the board, and maybe, finally, we're starting to see the rust come off from these inexperienced players.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of questions. Let's be straight up about that, about this 5 Fears team. They come third in North America. They've surprised pretty much everybody all year long. Seemingly 3 players that were not a part of anyone's conversation, putting themselves on the map. And of course, that raises eyebrows. You come into today, it's been a very tough day.
Yes.
Could that be an awful landing spot that needs to reassess? Potentially. Could that be land nerves? Very much so, as we see them finally come online here towards the end, doing a great job of keeping themselves alive for a long time in map 8, but also here in map 9, sealing the deal with some great rotations, some great positioning. And you got to remember, they had to pulley away some big teams there. Vision Esports were sent packing just when it looked like they put themselves in a great spot. They're fighting off against 100 Thieves, they're fighting off against VP, and they do enough to seal the deal at the end of the day.
Yeah, and we got to talk about Sage as well. Being able to stay alive for so long and coming down to be the team in second. Those are the type of plays we're going to be looking at all week long, because that could be the difference between a good game and a pretty solid game. And for a team like Virtus Pro, we heard from the desk, we were looking at a couple of the different teams who could have ended up in second. We were talking about 100 Thieves, we were talking about Team Vision. Virtus Pro had to also be one of those squads we talked about. And with games like that, being able to have that consistency that we know that they love to have, it's a great way to maybe start having the Falcons think about saying, all right, maybe we do need to be just a titch worried.
I think with the Falcons, it's just a case of how many motions have you ran through? I've already seen them start to test out different strategies, landing over the bioweapons, for God's sake, if you are 2 of their players. So I think nice and early here, Falcons feeling very comfortable. For others, about finding their footing. I think one of the big things, of course, is seeing Thieves stay alive for so long as well. Thought that they were going to be wiped way before they were. But we will get the leaderboard tally. We will tell you all exactly what that looks like. But in the meantime, let's get over to an interview.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. I've got FIFA Kill here from Team Vision, a familiar face to a lot of you at home, and of course here in the arena, FIFA Kill. Let's have a quick chat. I want to kind of just get your scope of how you feel day 1 has gone. You were 6th place coming into that final map. I think after securing that 4th position, you guys have probably climbed a little bit more. How are you feeling about today?
I mean, honestly, couldn't really have gone better. We knew we were going to be kind of one of the best teams first 3 games. We kind of adapted to that. It didn't go as well as we'd hoped, but we found different strategy and it went perfectly. Next 3 games, I don't think anyone expected us to go factory. No one conned it. That was free, big points, and job's done, really, isn't it?
Job's done, easy peasy. Now, maybe it's a good time to give some props to your teammates as well after day 1. Talk about Echo. What's it like teaming with Echo? The hardcore, grinds the game, absolutely loves it. And maybe a teammate that not many of us know too much about.
I was actually hoping you'd ask me this, because my teammates today just went out of this world, bro. They were playing unbelievable. Obviously, first map, you know, maybe Len started a bit slower than usual. 3rd map comes out with 11. Echo goes without saying. I mean, the guys got great calls. Some of the situations we got out of, some of the zone pulls, and we're always in that middle zone, getting that placement. Couldn't ask for more from the boys. Great plays from them.
Yeah, great plays from them. I think we've got to talk about your return to the main stage, my friend, because come on, a little bit of a hiatus. You've come back. Is it scratching that competitive itch now? How does it feel to be here under the bright lights once again?
I mean, to be honest, I wasn't going to compete this year, but like my viewers, my Shed gang, shout out to them. They've just missed it so much, and you know, I always want to make them happy. So being back here and just killing it feels so good. Obviously, being on the stage with the boys and actually showing out for everyone, just best feeling ever. So yeah, happy to be back.
Well, a really impressive day 1 FIFA Kill. Congratulations. We can't wait to see what you guys bring to the studio tomorrow. I was going to say today. Tomorrow. But for now, let's go back to the desk to round out what we saw in day 1 of the group stage.
Thank you, Barney. Yes, we have 9 more drops tomorrow, but first, let's take a look here at the finish to our epic drop number 9. What do we see, Taylor?
Epic indeed. Sage stays alive for the longest time, but it was a battle between 100 Thieves, Virtus Pro, and 5 Fears finally making a deep run, but it got a bit sketchy towards the end with Sage going against Scythe, and Scythe was able to stand back up just in the nick of time to take the win. 5 Fears out of nowhere getting a win.
Yeah, 5 Fears Fierce, if your social media team doesn't get on Twitter right now and clap back against the Falcons, I'll be so disappointed because everyone put you under the microscope. After failing all day long, they showcase how they earned that #3 seed for North America. Dream, you got to give them credit.
Absolutely. I mean, but that was really looking like a 100 Thieves win for the longest, especially with all of them being alive. And then, well, Sage just completely ruined that engagement.
No, I think the biggest thing here for Five Fears is always like, again, you take what's in front of you. You know for a fact Falcons aren't dropping. 3 straight drops over towards Stronghold. A couple of mixy battles in the first 2, but finally they get a little space to work with. It's a bit of a pillow fight for a while until Scythe shows up. And that's the biggest story, is finally you start to see the frag potential that Five Fears has, why this organization believed in this roster, and, of course, matching what they did at the qualifier finally here on the international stage.
Is there a star player on this roster, or do you feel they're just a well-balanced team?
It feels like Scythe is based on how he played just this last map.
Leadership.
Yeah, I think just generally speaking. Plus, he was solo, single-handedly dealing with a number of major opponents coming his way. So I like Scythe in that.
Let's give it a buck, Dream. They went from 0 to hero. They were at the bottom of the leaderboard before this game.
But going into this, though, the biggest slayer of this team was actually Big Man. So there was a lot of pressure, and people are saying, hey, if you don't have Big Man, you don't have Five Fears. So for Scythe to be able to pick it up and clutch right here in the end, superb.
I want to say, I think this is the first time we've seen Five Fears leave Stronghold. The first time they've had a chance to even leave because they've been getting gate-kept by, Team Falcons with Ahsoka and Co. and other rosters. So if they make it out, maybe they have a deep run, but it's a matter when Group A gets back involved again.
Before the game, I asked you, who should we put eyes on, Virtus Pro or 100 Thieves? While we're still tallying the score, let's take a look at some of the highlights from Noobs and Friends.
Yeah, Virtus Pro, again, the slow start at the beginning of the day immediately counteracted with what they were able to do in the back half of today. It's just one of those things that it didn't feel like that first drop was indicative of what we were going to experience from Virtus Pro. Everything since then has been right on the money. Dongy's fragging, Noobs is calling plays, and Sage, of course, staying alive. And a couple of the key moments, especially that last drop, helped Virtus Pro get to one of the top kill tallies overall and one of the strongest point tallies after day 1.
Yeah, Virtus Pro is a team that came in very excited for. Again, Sage transfers back from a coach now into the player seat and does not disappoint. Like you said, the start wasn't indicative to how they ended up ending, but it does show how high of a skill ceiling this Virtus Pro roster has.
Ellen, what's better right now in Resurgence, brawn or brains?
In this, it seems like brawn today, right? But you gotta have brains overall in Call of Duty because we know
to win
Call of
EWC,
Duty.
you're going with the brain.
Yeah, no, I'm trolling you. Call of Duty, we always say it's 90% mental, 10% gun skill, right? Maybe there's a little bit of a difference in that equation, but here today for Virtus Pro, they played so smart, and we love to see Noobs get into the mix, more aggressive with that LC-10.
Alan, I know you're a huge fan of slumber parties. You keep talking about pillow fight.
Yeah.
I want to see bare knuckle boxing tomorrow, right? We want to see it get a little bit more aggro, finish the kills. Where do they need to do it on the map? What was the hot drop from day number 1?
I think the thing about it is not necessarily the drop spot, it's where we're contesting as we get to circle 3 and 4. Because the teams that are finding the most success are taking some of those more central points of interest, not just prison itself. That is kind of dependent on where the circle goes. For me, it's again set by the tone that Falcons put in the mix. Stronghold's free, we know that. But their ability to manipulate where the circle goes north, they'll go towards control. If it goes south, they'll go down towards factory. They're controlling those pivot points in the map, and it makes life a living hell for everybody else. That's the issue I think that teams need to start to deal with if you're going to try to find a way to dethrone Falcons for finding a back-to-back championship.
Falcons are in the top spot, but who finished on top of the leaderboard after map number 9? Let's take a look here as the results are in. This is just the final game. Five Fears, a 38-point finish with 24 kills on top of that 1.6 multiplier. That is a fantastic way to end your rough day.
Without a doubt, and it comes to show what they're capable of and how scary they could potentially be going into day 2 of the group play. For Virtus Pro, another phenomenal game. They continue to inch their way up the leaderboard. We had a little bit of a question mark around them, but now I think we have all the answers we need. For 100 Thieves, talk about stepping it up. Last 2 games of the day, they did exactly which was needed to break in not only to top 5, but also to be in 2nd place.
Gotta give a shout out to the Italian stallion Vortex at Novo Esports, sitting in 3rd right now with Cams and Javix. Those guys have been slaying out of their mind. We saw them at control.
Gamex had their best game as well to end their night. 100 Thieves, despite finishing in the top 3, only had 12 eliminations. Blasted Crew trying to have more game 8s tomorrow as we take a look at our overall leaderboard. 100 Thieves are going to finish in the top 3. A bit of a surprise as Virtus Pro did edge them out for the second place.
That's right, Virtus Pro, through consistency and brawn, as we talked about, managed to take over second place. Very good for them. For 100 Thieves in third, they're happy with it. I think the big takeaway for today, outside of the Falcons dominating, is how close it is on the bubble, right? Where Twisted Minds currently stand at 94.8, Movie Star Koi just below them. For me, Shift, I think it's anybody's ball game going into tomorrow, even those who are on the second page.
Yeah, I'm actually looking particularly, I'm glad you put on Movistar Koi, but also Inner Circle. Both teams have very high average placements, but low average kill tallies. So that's something I think you look at overnight and say, how do we get more frags to potentially get that multiplier to actually mean something? Because for both of those two teams, high finishes have not merited high points.
Dream Crazy, one of my favorite parts of Esports World Cup is the global nature of this competition, and my Twitter feed is all in Spanish. Leviathan has a ton of fans out there. They're doing watch parties, and at the end of the night, you look at that scoreboard, we're 20th out of 21 teams. We know the potential of this squad. What do you need to see on day number 2?
I need to see them to make it to late game. We know they're capable of getting those kills. They've done it time and time again. It's just about getting to the late game, maybe not forcing engagements that you know you don't need to be taking.
Well, Leviathan is second from the bottom. Virtus Pro is second from the top, and we talked to Dongy about it.
Dongy of Virtus Pro. Mate, well, firstly, congratulations on the first day. Things are going pretty well for you guys. How's the experience been for you, sir?
So far, Esports World Cup is literally the best thing that could ever happen, and you get like sports gaming and stuff like that, you know what I mean? But yeah, I mean, the first day went well. I can't really complain about anything. We definitely made some mistakes, but it's groups. Like, this is pretty much free. So it's kind of like practice days, today, tomorrow, get used to like how the lobbies play, and then obviously finals is the goal.
It's a high-skill tournament. It's a low-ping environment. How's that been for you getting here in Riyadh?
I mean, I'm so glad we're not playing online. It's LAN's a different environment. I love it. It's my element. No nerves. You sit down, you lock in. It's great. Yeah, the ping's everything. I mean, I played on a little bit higher ping compared to some people, not really. But yeah, it's great. I love it.
I mean, anything surprised you in the tournament so far? How's the first day been treating you?
Nothing really surprised me. I mean, we were getting con the first 3 maps. It was pretty much belt to ass, I can't lie. FIFA and them, they didn't con us the next 3, so we had pretty much our whole area for free. I can't really complain about too much, so I mean, that's about it. Just straight to business, honestly.
Strictly business, mate. Thank you so much. Give you a handshake, and we'll wish you the best of luck tomorrow. Thanks, man.
Appreciate it.
It's just group play. It's basically free. That's what I took away from Doggy's interview. The man knows he has a goal.
Yeah.
And he's 2 days away from accomplishing it. A strong start for Virtus Pro. Who else shined on day number 1?
Falcons, bro. Like, I know, I get it. It's easy to say, but dude, we're talking 113 total kills and an average placement of 3rd. Shut up. I don't want to hear about it.
They are crushing. Hold that thought, because I'm told we have our Kadena top plays of day number 1. The package is ready. Walk me through some of the big moments, Taylor.
Well, we had a lot of them without question, and off the rip, right? Lay's going off. He was a tremendous talking point at the very start for Leviathan. Of course, fighting against Twisted Minds. In this case, just roaming around and slaying out everybody in his path.
Oh, most definitely. And of course, the 100 Thieves having a little bit of a slower start, but having a huge game win, number 8. And of course, it was Movistar Koi, excuse me, of Go Clamp really being the one that was annoying in control. And for this squad, they definitely did great.
Yeah,
so close to the top 8.
Yeah, so close to the top 8. I think the other storyline, as much as we gave a lot of credit to Twisted Minds, they don't finish inside the top 3. So our power rankings at the beginning of the day maybe cut a bit short because, well, let's be honest, you had to face up against Falcons in every single one of your drops, and the Falcons did Falcons things. So, you know, business as usual.
Falcons taking care of business. It feels like 2024. All of the big names, though, are still on the expected side of our scoreboard. Things could mix up, though, because we have 9 more drops tomorrow. The one thing we know for sure, there's a player you got to look out for. He is our day 1 MVP, and he goes by the name of Shifty. 45 eliminations in just 1 day. That has 6 drops, 45 kills. The most on a map was 14. Shifty taking over the lobby. There's a reason they call him L1R1.
No, facts. And the thing about it is his teammate Biffle's behind him with 2 less. Sure. Like, it's just it's business as usual. It's the same story, different chapter maybe, but it is the same story. These guys are just absolutely destroying.
Without a doubt, Shifty, again, we started the discussion at the top of the day, and it was he has unwavering confidence in his ability to roam around the map and outgun anybody, and it shows at multiple points in time. When you have Hisoka, the IGL anchoring back, it lets Shifty and Biffle get loose, and for Shifty, 45 is incredible.
For some of these teams, though, what really messed them up was the fact that Shifty and Biffle were there, right? We saw them at Factory. We saw them at Bio. They were literally going anywhere, and as you'd mentioned, having Stronghold free allows Hisoka to constantly pick up those advanced UAVs so they know where everyone is on the map.
Want to give a big shout out to everyone who tuned in from all of our watch parties. The Repulse Pulse Check crew is going crazy today. Scump's watch party, Symphonies, everyone who tuned in. Thank you all for checking out the first day of LAN here from EWC. It's one of the highlights of my year. Definitely was last year. And one of the big notes I want to say is if you missed any of the games, don't worry. They're all going to be on YouTube. But more importantly, get to know the players a little bit deeper. Esports World Cup put out an incredible documentary. It's called Level Up. Episode 1 features my guy Hisoka. Learn about the Tongan Monster, his crew Falcons, and why they are some of the favorites. What are your guys' final thoughts on an epic day one?
Our power rankings are pretty good. I'll say that much. Like even some of the underdogs that we were listing did show up when they mattered most. Some of our favorites struggled a little bit, but definitely showed their true colors by the end of the day.
Dream?
Hey, like Dongi said, this was a practice day. I mean, and not tomorrow, but the day after that, we're going to be wearing black because some teams are going to be going home. But tomorrow, this is going to be really intense.
You know, I look forward to this event each and every year, and the fact that we're back, I couldn't be more ecstatic. Day 1 was incredible. Day 2 is going to be even better.
Warzone community, thank you all for joining us. This is day 1 of 4. We're coming back with 9 more drops at the same time. We'll catch you then.
Same time tomorrow.
Same.
Ah tá, como que o bagulho ia sugar, cara? Mas eu não vou mandar pra frente, cara. Vai vir legal. parece mais.
Aí dele quando eu tava. Nessa época aí.
Tá, como que eu estou. Não, ó. Eu fico pensando, mas dá pra aguentar assim. Eu nem entendo, né?
Cadê o pai desse menino?
Salve, gigante! No vídeo de hoje eu vou reagir ao Losofan. Eu já trouxe dois reacts dele aqui no canal, acho que faz uns 3, 4, 5 meses. E a gente vai trazer outro aqui. Eu pedi pra ele 2 gameplays, que ele falasse assim, pô, são gameplays boas pra eu analisar aqui e fazer o react de novo pra vocês, que a gameplay dele é muito interessante. Ele é um dos poucos que restam aí, que faz conteúdo de Warzone no mouse e teclado aqui no Brasil. Então bora lá. Ele tá jogando aqui solo contra quarteto. O título do vídeo é provando que noção de jogo é tudo. Concordo com ele, tá? É quase tudo mesmo. O que é aquilo? Se você não tem noção de jogo, não importa. Tá bem, tem uma mira boa. Eventualmente você vai ficar morrendo aí por besteira. Então é sim o atributo aí principal de qualquer jogo, né, basicamente, né? Não só de FPS. Aqui ele achou uma bisonzinha, uma PP 919 e uma Kilo, foi isso? Ames, na verdade. Pô, essa mina aí é bom. Sempre que tu vê uma mina aí caindo em Control Center, você fala no vídeo, joga no chão. Ó, ali tinha uma... Ó, tá vendo? Exatamente. Já pegou uma kill com ela, pegou um cara que tava machucado aí passando provavelmente. Beleza. Beleza, aqui ele matou esses caras, deu pra ver que não tinha mais ninguém na área do time dele, viu o cara de outro time. Perfeito. Aqui, ó, a vantagem é do Losofan, tá? Você vê que ele tomou uns 70 de dano nessa situação, porém, quando o cara tá subindo uma escada em que você já subiu e você vira e mira nessa escada, já com o intuito de mirar e atirar, a vantagem é sua, porque ele vai ter menos cobertura que você e ele tá vindo de baixo pra cima. Você tá descendo pra baixo mirado e já preparado pra atirar, ele vai ter que correr na sua direção pra ter uma visão boa de você. Então a vantagem aqui sempre é do Losofan, por isso que vale a pena ele voltar aqui e já pegou esse aqui aí tranquilo. Ele já viu outro cara aqui atrás do maluco que ele acabou de deitar. Aqui ele driblou bem o cara, tá? Por que ele driblou bem, ó? Se ele decide subir, tem chance.
É lá, rapaziada, tamo junto.
Talvez estando
colou
e dar tiro nele subindo. Existe
mais tarde eu acho que eu abro lá pra jogar, entendeu?
Ou essa possibilidade
é lá,
de
rapaziada,
o cara
agradece.
chegar aqui atrás dele e
Fui.